their children and grandchildren, not for the sake of the persons that are in office. I think we have to understand that whatever we do to restore security today, we are not doing it for one particular person or group of persons. If you say, okay, state of emergency, what do you do? We are having the same people, the same security agencies, the same capacities, and the same resources. So what are we talking about? We have a problem that everybody has a role to play. We better play it. Politics should be over. The security situation of the country is beyond partisan politics. It's a national concern for all of us, every responsible person in this country.
Katsina State Governor Aminu Bello Masari. Meanwhile, Senate Committee on Army has resolved to meet with the Minister of Finance and Service Chiefs on Tuesday next week over releases of funds to security agencies, particularly the Nigerian Army. This was during the committee's interaction with the representative of the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. John Yaku has details.
The central issue for the interaction was to receive brief from the Ministry on release of funds to the Nigerian Army amidst rising insecurity in the country. The bone of contention, however, is the summary of budgetary releases to Operation Lafia Dole and Operations Hadarin Daji, which showed that it was 100% from 2019 to 2020.
2019, 75 billion was appropriated. The same was released 100%. If you look at the second line there was even a supplementation from the service-wide vote, apart from the appropriation, which was released 100%. We have released 7 for the first quarter. Just yesterday, we have released 19.9.
However, a letter from the Army to the committee, on the other hand, shows that there was a shortfall of 50 billion naira.
If you say you have made a release of 100%, here is a letter indicating that from the time of the introduction of Operation Lafia Dole, they have a shortfall outstanding of 50 billion. So if you are paying them 100%, how come do they have a shortage of 50 billion?
This, the committee believes, is capable of hampering the operations of the Army in tackling the rising insecurity in the country. The committee therefore resolved that the issue cannot be settled in the absence of the minister and service chiefs, as they were invited to appear before the committee on the same day. It also resolved that the minister should appear with details of release of funds to who, dates, and for what purpose such releases were made from 2019 to date. In Abuja, John Yaku, NTA News.
And improving safety of workers, their families and public institutions in the face of rising insecurity were issues of concern at the National Peace Summit, organized by the Nigeria Labour Congress to commemorate 2021 Workers' Day. Emmanuel Ayimiro reports that there were concerted efforts to interrogate all indices responsible for the siege of insecurity.
International Labour Organization's Recommendation 202 provides for national social protection covering for the unprotected, the poor, and the most vulnerable, including workers in the informal economy and their families. So also is Recommendation 205, which provides an instrument that addresses the world of work issues in crisis situations. For the NLC, these two recommendations are key in addressing insecurity affecting the working class, while other speakers called for genuine dialogue that will guarantee peaceful coexistence.
Our armed forces are capable of bringing this insurgency to an end if they are better armed, equipped, and modern technology and adequate motivation is deployed.
Nigeria, since 1999, is being run as a unitary government.
I'm advising my own people, please, if you have been sleeping 5 hours in a night, cut it down to 2 or 3 hours. Let us try to mask this unknown government.
For the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, Nigerian kind of solutions must be applied in addressing the crisis.
We must answer the clarion call to come together as a people and defeat this common enemy of the country that is assuming a frightening dimension. Injury to one, injury to all.
At the end of the deliberations, the summit is expected to produce a coherent peace-building agenda that will complement government initiative on national security. Emmanuel Ayemiro, NTA News.
Governors of Ekiti and Kebbi states, representing the Nigeria Governors Forum and the Progressives Governors Forum, are seeking collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force in tackling security challenges affecting the nation. Francis Fom reports that the governors met behind closed doors with the Acting Inspector General of Police in his office.
This is the second time governors are visiting the acting IGP, Usman Baba Al-Khali, since assumption of office. Discussions at the meeting centered on how to stem the tide of insecurity that the country is grappling with.
There's hardly any state you go to, as I'm sure the IG will confirm to you, where governors are not supporting the police command in the state. We are always working with our police. It's understandable anyway. They are helping us too. So it's a quid pro quo.
A lot of us expect them to do magic, and little do we realize that they are also human beings that we need to support, we need to appreciate.
At least you have seen that we have been recognized, we have been honored, we've been appreciated, and that is the best thing you can get from your leaders.
The acting IGP says such visit will encourage the force to do more in the fight against crime and criminality. Francis Fom, NTA News.
Let's turn our attention to information and communications technology now, and the journey of getting all Nigerians to use digital technologies in solving present and future challenges, ICT experts say, is moving fast, with the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, introspecting the past and setting new targets. ICT correspondent Joseph Johnson, who was at the agency's 20th anniversary lecture, reports that the event featured the unveiling of a new strategic roadmap and action plan 2021 to 2024.
Conversations here centered on 20 years growth and resilience of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, and the next phase of the journey. The agency is confident of its capabilities to be part of the fourth industrial revolution.
NITDA is willing, able, and ready to help you create and capture value from digital economy and make our country more prosperous.
The journey so far has been very commendable, but when it comes to our surveillance, we need to increase more so that we will be able to fight corruption through reducing the price of IT projects being executed by the federal public institutions.
There is still a long way to go. NITDA needs to aim, focus, and concentrate on the well-being and development of the digital Nigerian.
NITDA is said to have delivered 100% with a higher and deeper impact to the nation's economy. But many here say that undermines the need for the agency to reinvent itself and meet digital age challenges in an ever-increasingly dynamic and competitive world, especially as the ministry is working towards achieving a digital Nigeria. Joseph Johnson, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the federal government remains committed to capturing every part of the country in its quest to migrate from analog to digital transmission, as well as the stimulation of local content. Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, reiterated this at the launch of the Lagos Digital Switchover.
This may look like a daunting task. Indeed, it is. But the fact that we are here in Lagos today is a testimony to our resilience and determination to ensure the success of the transition from analog to digital television across the country.
General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Armstrong Idachaba, and that of the Nigerian Television Authority, Yakubu Ibn Mohammed, commended the present administration for its dogged determination to the digital switchover project.
I would like to say well done, but let us remember that we are not yet there. We have, however, shown the capacity. We have, however, shown that we have the capacity to go all the way. And going all the way requires synergy.
Director General of the NTA, Yakubu Ibn Mohammed. All right, you are on to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We'll take a break now. Do stay with us. We'll be right back after this timeout. Thanks for remaining with us. Now, Nigeria is prioritizing innovation and technology investments in agriculture so as to transform the sector by attracting young people and also scaling up productivity. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo stated this in his remarks delivered virtually at the 2021 High-Level Dialogue on Feeding Africa. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
The COVID lockdowns, we trained and deployed over 34,000 graduates, young graduates, all over the country.
Highlighting the programs of the federal government listed as the Economic Sustainability Plan, the National Livestock Transformation Plan, and the Green Imperative Project to ensure agricultural transformation in Nigeria, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says implementation of the initiative is already yielding impressive results.
Part of the plan also is the establishment of about 142 privately owned agro-processing service centers, which will also be established to address post-harvest losses, path to market and supply chain challenges, and train about 100,000 new extension agents to address farmer advisory service delivery challenges with new technology and practice adoption.
The Vice President notes that the organizers of the dialogue on food security, the African Development Bank, the International Food for Agricultural Development, and other partners deserve commendation for holding the important dialogue on perhaps the most crucial development issue, emphasizing that the future must involve making agriculture attractive to young people. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has warned that Nigeria cannot afford a war and that the elite in the country should rise up and speak the truth against forces of division in order to preserve the unity of the country. The Vice President stated this in Abuja when addressing some All Progressives Congress leaders from the Southeast, particularly chieftains and members from Anambra State. He noted that it is the political elite that will determine what will take place, and keeping quiet with the hope that things will normalize could lead to a worse situation and endanger lives and the future of the country. The Vice President said that every conflict was a result of failure of the elite to speak up and tell the truth to their communities. Speaking about the forthcoming primaries for the governorship election in Anambra State, the Vice President said a fair process or fairness of justice will be fundamental to ensuring victory for the party at the polls. Now, following the passage for second reading of the bill seeking special legislative seats for women by the House of Representatives, The Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Talon, has expressed the happiness of Nigerian women and thanked the legislators. The minister, in a statement, said Nigerian women stand tall and in solidarity with the National Assembly on the historic milestone recorded in women and demanded for more political space. She saluted the leadership of the 9th National Assembly and members, saying that the bill seeking to create 111 additional special seats for women in the National Assembly, 37 in the Senate and 74 in the House of Representatives, is very important as more women will be involved in decision-making and governance. Meanwhile, the National Assembly is canvassing for votes for the position of the Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament taking place next month in South Africa. One of Nigeria's members to the Pan-African Parliament, Senator Bala Ibn Nala, tabled Nigeria's position when the Nigerian caucus received the current second vice president and one of the presidential candidates, a Chapter Haidara Sise, who came to seek for Nigeria's support in the forthcoming election. The Malian delegation says Nigeria's role in the continental parliament is strategic for it to be able to compete with other regional parliaments globally.
The cooperation between Mali and Nigeria will be sustained on two sides. One Francophone, one Anglophone. And that if she becomes president and decide that she wants a vice president from any of the Francophone, it will not be nice for us. We can't explain this to our people.
In the history of the Pan-African Parliament, only one Nigerian has served as president. Central Bank of Nigeria approves the immediate removal of all directors of First Bank Limited as financial regulatory agencies hold conversations on opportunities and risks of cryptocurrencies. Details of this and more on Business News with Comfort Ahmad.
The Presidential Advisory Committee Against Corruption is holding conversations on the need to develop legal framework and policies to regulate cryptocurrency and other blockchain technology by considering the global trends, opportunities, and risks. Taking into account issues of consumer protection, tax evasion, money laundering, capital flight, and financing of terrorism via blockchain technology, stakeholders at the virtual meeting unanimously. The development, the Central Bank of Nigeria has approved the immediate removal of all directors of First Bank Limited and First Bank Holdings PLC, as well as the appointment of new directors. At a briefing in Abuja, the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele said the decision is informed by media reports that the Board of Directors of First Bank Limited, an important bank under regulatory forbearance regime, had effected sweeping changes in executive management without engaging or prior notice to the regulatory authorities. The Central Bank of Nigeria therefore approved the appointment of Remi Babalola and Tunde Hassan Odukale to chair First Bank Holdings Limited and First Bank Limited.
Given that the actions being taken by the CBN are meant to strengthen the bank and position it, the CBN hereby reassures the depositors, creditors, and other stakeholders of the bank of its commitment to ensure the stability of the financial system.
And here are the closing figures of trades and
rejuvenating the deplorable infrastructural, teaching and learning conditions in our tertiary institutions.
Increase in overall budget, provision of libraries, and substantial increase in supply of teachers were part of recommendations. In Abuja, Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
The Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Ahmed Audi, has assured Nigerians of a highly coordinated approach put in place to avert the looming threat of attacks on airport facilities across the country. The NSCDC boss, who in a swift reaction to an intelligence report directed commandants of states with airports to immediately liaise with the airport's management authorities and other relevant stakeholders to fortify the internal security mechanisms of the facilities, also hinted that the move is necessary to elicit credible intelligence that will not only prevent such attacks, but also to bring those behind the purported attacks to book. According to the CG, the Corps cannot afford to treat the security of Nigerians with kid gloves, hence his marching order to all concerned state commandants to adequately deploy operatives from specialized units such as counter-terrorism, anti-vandalism, crisis and disaster management, as well as intelligence and surveillance personnel for covert operations to all the airports in the country. He called on all Nigerians to see the security of the nation as everyone's business and not an exclusive preserve of security agencies alone, but by volunteering credible information about any suspicious movements or criminal activities, as he assured them of his organization's commitment to protecting the identity of informants. You are still on to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We'll take another break now. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Let's blow your trumpets. Advertise on NTA News 24, located at the headquarters premises of the NTA, Area 11, Garki, Abuja. Our rates are affordable. Our reach is far and wide. We are on DSTV channel 419.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online, or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the reach.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
All backlog of passport application and issuance will be cleared latest May 31st, says the Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Ralph Aregbesola, sharing news there. And a Nigerian teenager has just been ranked as the world's best tennis player. And the Nigerian nightmare himself, Kamaru Usman, defends his title. Please stay tuned for beautiful stories. This is your favorite program, The Diaspora, and I am Koinsola Adetumbi. Stay tuned. The Nigerian passport is the strongest instrument of sovereignty, nationality, and citizenship, says the Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Ralph Aregbesola, adding that any holder of the Nigerian passport is a bona fide citizen who must be treated with dignity and respect. He stated this when he received the Chairman CEO of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri Arewa, and management staff of the commission in Abuja.
For those in the diaspora, there are some who have lost their jobs because they could not renew their passports. There are some who could not, go on their journeys because they could not renew their passports. So there are many cases like that, but we keep telling them the government is doing so. In fact, I don't think any administration has done as much as this administration on the issue of passports. We also thank you you for the new passport policy. For the first time, you have a 10-year passport validity, which has never happened before. I think those will benefit most of Nigerians abroad. Yeah. So again, we say thank you for that. But other than this, I won't be speaking much. We are just here to say, Nigerians in the diaspora, what assurances and support to happen in the case of their passports. We know COVID affected a lot of things. Because in the UK, we're talking about a backlog of thousands that are waiting for their passports. So we know COVID affected a lot of things. But we also know that under your leadership, a lot is being done to resolve these issues. Also, sir, the issue of managed migration is something we need to look into. With a lot of Nigerians going abroad in search of greener pastures. So when you talk to a lot of them, some are graduates. They're just looking for employment. But we can make migration illegal if we manage it properly. The Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Labor will make migration illegal, orderly, and beneficial, both to the migrant, the home country, and the receiving country. Philippines earns about $6 billion for managing the migration. So I believe, sir, that if we focus on this area, can be done with that. Rather than having people go to all these countries and die, it can be done legally, properly, with collaboration with the countries they're going to. So those are just the reasons why we're here. And also to let you know, sir, that we have the Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit. Again, in November, we're holding the third edition, where we're getting Nigerians to invest in their country. And the response has been very, very positive. A lot of them are now focused on agriculture, ICT, medicine, education, and the food business. And we have the data, we're compiling them, and they're showing interest in their country. And all we need to do is build the bridge between them and the home country, which we've been trying to do. So, Honourable Minister, we seek your support, cooperation to join us in ensuring that our vision and mission actually does succeed.
We have no choice but to ensure that Nigerians, wherever they are dignified, are supported, and will not suffer any form of deprivation. The new regime will take on the 1st of June, when applicants will only have to wait maximally for 6 weeks to collect their passport. And it's not limited to Nigeria, worldwide. As we are doing this, we are even developing worldwide alternatives for express passport processing. So it will take more than 72 hours. And I was asked, why do we have the camera of 6 weeks? It's simple. The passport is the strongest instrument of sovereignty, nationality, and citizenship. Strongest instrument. So that international law. Outside Nigeria, your only claim to humanhood, to be the human being outside Nigeria, is your passport. So, verification of claims, validation of all the data and materials you supply to us are the reasons for us to take time so as to be sure that whoever holds a Nigerian passport is a bona fide citizen. If your application is unproblematic and you have already applied for passport, the assurance I'm giving you that by the 31st of next month, or before even that date, you get your passport.
We hope to see the implementation soon. NIDCOM boss received Miss Nigeria UK 2020, Miss Oluwateniola Elegbede. In a conversation with the Diaspora Program producer, Mr. Gabriel Odu, Miss Teniola says during her reign, she will focus on the vision of her foundation, EVLV Foundation, which she founded 2 years ago when she was 17. Enjoy the interaction.
Welcome to the Diaspora, Miss Nigeria UK.
Can you tell us a bio about yourself?
I'm the current Miss Nigeria UK 2020. I live in the UK, but I was born in Nigeria and moved to the UK at the age of 1.
Age of 1?
Yes.
Right. Well, let's start from the university. You are in the university?
Currently. Yes. I go to Pearson's Business School. I'm studying business management.
Business management?
Yes.
So while you're in Nigeria, you did business. That's nice. Okay. Why do you go into business studies?
Well, I've always been a bit of an entrepreneur. Like when I was 12 in church, I'd sell lemonade. Like I was just always coming up with different business ideas, and I've always been interested in starting a business of my own one day. So.
Oh, that's good. I think you have some underpinnings from either your father or your mother in this business.
Oh, definitely.
Entrepreneurship.
Definitely, most definitely. My mom, she owns her own business. She's also been about business always. Wonderful. Yes.
Wonderful. So, what are the duties and responsibilities of being a beauty queen, Miss Nigeria, UK?
Because of COVID and the pandemic, stuff that I would usually be doing, like duties of a queen, going to other pageants, visiting different charities, and all these different shows and people that I'd be meeting, I haven't been able to do because of the lockdown. We've been kept in our homes. But the most that I've done is come to Nigeria twice now. This is my second trip here, and I've been trying to promote my office and promote my charity and everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, so what's your charity about?
My charity is called Evolve, and the aim is to gradually develop Nigeria over time.
Well, let me ask these questions because many adults in the diaspora evade this question. Do you like coming to Nigeria?
Yes and no is my honest response. Yes, because it's my home and I love it here, but no, because it takes a lot of patience to live the Nigerian life.
So with the talent and the skills you have gathered in the UK, what are you doing to impact to the development of the economy of Nigeria?
The reason why I choose to, come back to Nigeria and try and help my people is because I'm very, very proud to be a Nigerian, and I don't want our name to be tarnished by the status of our country. And right now, Nigeria is an amazing country, but I truly believe that it could be so much better, which is why I see it fit to come back and try and make it a better country.
Beautiful, beautiful. That means you are adhering to the call by our president, who always tells Nigerians 3 things. 1, be the best in what you're doing. 2, be a good ambassador. And 3, never forget home. I'm sure these 3 are just doing that.
Of course, I'm trying.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Nice talking with you.
It's been lovely to be here.
Congratulations. We wish you a purposeful and fruitful tenure. And now let's listen to Engineer Brian Akiri, a petroleum engineer and pioneer president of NIDO China.
I'm a petroleum engineer by training, and I have lived and worked in China for the last, I would say, 10 years, going to about 10 years, yeah.
So in terms of channeling your skills that you have learned in the diaspora back home, which plans do you have towards achieving that?
I believe that the responsibility for foreign direct investment, which we as a nation, we so desire, should rest primarily with us as a people and as a nation. Because let's look at it from an economic perspective. The investor wants a secure and thriving environment. So we as a people, if we continue to create an enabling and thriving environment, then I believe that would be a key driver, a key motivating factor in it, actually inviting and drawing foreign investors to our country.
What can you say is the impact of this commission, specifically for the diasporans, its impact to both Nigerians in the diaspora and Nigerians at home?
The Diaspora Commission has been a champion for the rights of Nigerian citizens globally as well, in terms of when our nationals are perhaps wrongly accused or find themselves in certain unfortunate incident. The Commission has been very active in helping Nigerians generally.
Following your portfolio, what advice would you give the Nigerians in the diaspora to key into investing back home?
I think Nigerians in diaspora or our fellow Nigerians in different countries around the world are eagerly anticipating and waiting for an initiative like this, the Diaspora Investment Initiative. The reason why I say so is because in my interactions with our citizens in China, as the president of NIDO China, I've come to realize that many of us actually want to invest back home, whether it's in real estate, it's in finance, it's in tourism, entertainment, agriculture. There is that drive and that need to invest back home, because we believe that the work of nation building is actually all hands on deck. It's not left to the government alone, but as citizens we have a role and responsibility to play.
Not so fast. Look, I'm tired. I want to check out of this country for greener pastures.
Just calm down for a moment. Please sit down.
Do you have a job where you're going to?
No, but someone is arranging, Listen, Alinko. Checking out of this country without proper planning means one thing. Unimaginable begin. I've been in the diaspora, but legitimately doing great things at home and abroad. As I've been saying, without the proper footing abroad, the risk is not worth it. Listen, Alinko, it's better to be home than be trapped abroad, or even end up in prison.
If you must travel, travel legitimately. Meet Dr. Ekundayo Joseph Adepeyin, a dynamic geoscientist with expertise in applying sedimentological skills to enhance petroleum exploration and reconstructing ancient environments. He is currently with the National University of Malaysia, UKM, where he works as a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences. Dio was a recipient of the prestigious Malaysia International Scholarship sponsored by the Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia for his PhD. His highly successful doctorate research, which focused on the poor-scale reservoir quality in the onshore Sarawak Basin, East Malaysia, was also awarded the highly competitive American Association of Petroleum Geologists Grant in Aid for 2 consecutive years, 2018 and 2019. His research has fostered strong collaboration and synergy between UKM and industry experts, notably from Petronas, Malaysia, as well as other institutions globally. Dr. Adepeyin's research and consultancies have contributed to better understanding of the regional geology and petroleum systems of the Sarawak Basin, Malaysia, Sirte Basin, Libya, Weald and Wessex subbasins, England Mogland Basin, Sudan, and a host of other Nigerian basins, authored 17 WOX indexed publications, mainly in the Quartile 1 journals, and has presented his research in renowned international conferences. He is a choice reviewer for high-ranking journals in his field and funding agencies.
The issue of brain drain is actually a thing of concern to everyone, myself inclusive. We can't shy away from the fact that our brains are traveling abroad and somehow they are staying there contributing meaningfully well to the economy of this country. So my advice to the Nigerian government is to actually devise an opportunity to attract our brains back home. It is good, the knowledge we have gained, the expertise we've acquired, the skills we have, to go back home to contribute it into the economy. And the issue is, until we get to a point where we can actually be sure that I don't need to know somebody for me to get something in Nigeria. So if we could work on our system to ensure better transparency in the way we recruit, so I think that can actually encourage a lot of persons to go back home, because the reality is home will always be home. Nigeria can be great again. I'm a supporter or a believer in the fact that Nigeria can be great. And for Nigeria to be great, it depends largely on the behaviors and the character of Nigerians. We need to come to a point where we understand that our character, the way we carry ourselves, and what we do, especially for those of us who are in the diaspora, what we do and the way people perceive us goes a long way to affect the image of Nigeria. So we should endeavor to be good ambassadors of the country, such that we can rewrite the name of Nigeria in good.
Kudos, brother. You deserve the accolades. A hearty congratulations to the Nigerian nightmare, Kamaru Usman. Kamaru has successfully defended himself at the Ultimate Fighting Championship UFC 261 title in a fight against his opponent Jorge Masvidal. The 33-year-old Nigerian moved to 19-1-0, recording another win. We are super proud of you. Another win for Nigeria, as the International Table Tennis Federation ranks Musa Mustafa as the world's best player in the boys U11 cadet category. The 11-year-old Nigerian has 128 points, which made him number 1 in the U11, while he is also ranked 17 in the U13 category. Mustafa becomes the second African to be rated number 1 in the world. Well done, brother. Greater heights. And now let's join Dr. Lulu, our momatrician, with suicide notes.
Hi, everybody. This is Dr. Lulu, a.k.a. the momatrician. I am your board-certified pediatrician and your mom, who is all up about your business when it comes to suicide prevention. Welcome to Suicide Notes with Dr. Lulu. Yelling and your child's mental well-being, and really your mental well-being as well. And so I'm a Nigerian, as you can tell, right? And we are all Nigerians. We have this mentality that you must yell at your kids. Some people call it shouting, some people call it screaming. I call it yelling. You're not supposed to yell at your kids. Your parents are not supposed to yell at you. Really, period. Just take it home, okay? No one is supposed to yell at anybody. And I have been guilty of yellings. I'm not saying this because I never yelled at my kid. Oh, no, I did. But one day my son said, Mom, that was disappointing. Well, of course, I'm raising kids who are free to tell me how they feel. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want the truth, ask a child. Now, maybe that's why in Nigeria they say kids should be quiet and they should be seen and not heard, because you don't want to hear what a child has to say, and that's wrong. But I'm not here to point fingers. I had a patient once who came to see me because she tried to kill herself twice. She ran away twice, and her mother was really worried about that. But the little girl said her mother was working 2 jobs, but every time she came home, she yelled until she went to bed. She had it until she wanted to jump. Just because Nigerian kids don't kill themselves doesn't mean that yelling at your kids is good. Nigerian parents should not be proud of the fact that if I walk into the house, my kids run away and go and hide. If I just look at them, they scatter in fear. Your kids should not be afraid of you. And yes, while Nigerian kids do not kill themselves, what happens is yelling parents, yelling Nigerian parents, raise other yelling parents. And then the cycle continues. It should not be that way. It is traumatic to your mental health and your child's mental health. I'm in a group with 40,000 Nigerians, and they were telling me that when they yell and scream, they get a headache. One lady said, oh, I can scream for Africa. I can yell for Europe. Is that a thing of pride? Dr. Lulu, you know I'm going to talk about it, okay? You're not supposed to yell at your kids. Your kids are a gift from God, from the heavens, from Allah, from the Buddha, whoever you worship. They're supposed to be nurtured and loved and cared for. And no, your kids are not going to be unruly if you yourself, yes, kids are the great imitators. They're great copycats. You're their first teachers. So if your child is unruly, don't quote me on that. Yes, they copy what they see. They copy from their friends. They copy from their teachers and from their, their uncles and aunties. But you, the parent, you are the first teacher of the child. So yes, I do teach a class on yelling. Yes, I do. It's called Parenting Without Yelling, Overcoming the Yelling Parent Syndrome. If you want to get some more information, holla at your girl. My brand new website is almost ready, dr-lulu.com. But you can just send me an email, suicide notes with drlulu@gmail.com. That's my email if you want to send me an email. But on a side note though, you can actually have a stroke. You can actually have high blood pressure. You can actually have heart disease. You can actually develop memory problems and mental health issues because you yell. And so can your kids. A study done in 2014 in the Journal of Child Development showed that kids who get yelled at have low self-esteem, have more anxiety and more depression. Is that what you want from your kid? I didn't think so. So let's do better if we know better. Now you know, you've been tagged, okay? You know better. Quit yelling at your kids. If you want to know what to do, holla at your girl. I'll teach you. But I need you to focus on the fact that yelling is not good. Just because everybody does it doesn't make it right. You need to be the change. You need to stop. Because let me tell you something. If you are yelling at your kid and Oprah or, I don't know, the Prince of Wales or Meghan Markle or whoever walks in the room, would you stop? Yes. Therefore, don't do it. And you need to take responsibility for your role in setting the stage for your child doing what they are doing that makes you yell at them anyway. Okay, let me say that again for those at the back. You need to be responsible for your kids and not raise kids who cause you to yell. Because kids can raise yelling parents. Yes, it's a thing. And you teach them to only listen to your yelling voice. Trust me, I'm raising 3 boys. If I don't yell at my kids anymore, you can do it too. That's my time. My name is Dr. Lulu, aka the Momatrician. This is Suicide Notes with Dr. Lulu. And yes, kids who get yelled at develop mental health challenges that can cause them to jump. Chew on that. Bye. Toodles.
Thank you for staying all through the program. We hope it's been worth your while. And in case you have anything to share with us, please do not hesitate to do so as we expect feedback on our show. Remember, you can reach us on all our social media platforms. On Facebook at Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, on Twitter at NIDCOM_Gov, on our Instagram page at NIDCOM_Gov, on our YouTube page at NIDCOM_Gov, and on our website at www.nidcom.gov.ng. You can also join us on DSTV at NTA Network on Friday at 10:30 a.m., on NTA International on Tuesday at 6 a.m. and 10:05 p.m., on NTA News 24 on Friday at 2:30 p.m., and on Sunday at 10:30 a.m. You can also join us on WAP TV on Thursdays at 9 a.m. and on WTV on Wednesdays and Sundays at 8 a.m. And you can also join us on Ben TV London at 4:30 p.m. on Saturday. I remain your host, Koinsola Adetumbi. See you next time.
Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria is big enough for us all. Let's unite to make our country a great place for us all. This message is from Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation in collaboration with Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
It's a vex.
Hello again, here is an update of the news. I'm Dennis Adegunloye. President Muhammadu Buhari says Nigeria is committed to deepening and expanding collaborations with Zambia in the greater interest of their people and economies. The president stated this while receiving a special envoy of his Gambian counterpart, Edgar Chagwa Lungu. He said Nigeria and Zambia stand to benefit from each other in further areas of collaboration in critical economic sectors. The president explained that doing so will also impact positively on the African continent. The special envoy, Joseph Malanji, who is Zambia's Minister of Foreign Affairs, thanked Nigeria for her big brother role in ECOWAS and the African continent. He said whenever the strong strengthens the weak, equity is exemplified. The envoy told President Buhari that the Zambian leader is desirous of stronger bilateral relations with Nigeria, as well as greater impetus for the joint commission of cooperation between the two countries. President Buhari also granted audience to the second vice president of the Pan-African Parliament, Madam Hadira Aichata Sisi. Details of their discussions were, however, not made public. Nigeria is prioritizing innovation and technology investments in agriculture so as to transform the sector by attracting young people and also scale up productivity. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo stated this in his remarks delivered virtually at the 2021 high-level dialogue on feeding Africa.
Part of the plan also is the establishment of about 142 privately owned agro-processing service centers, which will also be established to address post-harvest losses, path to market and supply chain challenges, and train about 100,000 new extension agents to address farmer advisory service delivery challenges with new technology and practice adoption.
President Muhammadu Buhari expresses his condolence to the families of citizens who lost their loved ones in the recent spate of killings in Benue State. Furthermore, he states that the rising levels of incidents, especially the killings and violence in various parts of the country, call for further collaboration with security agencies to curb reoccurrences. According to Garba Shehu, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, the President also states his disappointment and sadness to hear Benue State Governor Samuel Otom make a litany of accusations against him and his government following the recent unfortunate incidents in the state, as no responsible government takes pleasure in such events as the killing of the military and innocent citizens taking refuge in IDP camps. Garba Shehu added that while the president will continue to keep security, police and the armed forces on their toes to be on top of their game in troubled parts of the country, the situation in the states will be greatly helped by everyone working together, because that is the foundation on which progress and prosperity can be achieved. Well, that concludes the news updates for now. Do stay with us on NTA News 24. We'll have more updates coming up at 1. Good morning.
Service of the NTA.
There is this general notion, even beyond Nigeria, that great sportsmen do not make great sports administrators, or that all the experience, our talent, our knowledge that we garner through the period of our careers on the field, on the tracks, on the courts, all do not add up to anything when it comes to the boardroom. Of course, that is a fallacy. There are too many retired ex-sports people that are doing great things globally around the world in administration. So that point cannot be a truism. However, in Nigeria, that is what is playing out. Sports greats are hardly ever given the opportunity or the look-in in sports administration, although a few have been given without question. But tonight, we are going to be examining all of that as we sit in Parliament. I am Segun Odegbami, Speaker of the Sports Parliament, and a very active sports administrator after a very active sports life. So welcome to tonight's show. And on the Parliament, sitting with me tonight are great parliamentarians. Let me start with SAN, who is looking really, really handsome tonight with all his grades. The grades are just increasing by the second. SAN.
Yes, sir. Good evening. It's my pleasure to be here. Except that I'm missing Nika now. I won't see new frames today.
She's in Bayelsa. Oh. And of course, we also have on the show tonight, with his camera shaking anyhow, and it shouldn't be so, a returnee to the Parliament, Yomi Okpakunle. Yomi, how are you tonight?
I'm good, Big Sheikh. I'm good, Mr. Speaker. So let me be compliant. Mr. Speaker, I'm good, and I'm glad to be here, and I like the subject matter. I greet all other parliamentarians on the beat tonight.
And of course, also with us tonight, you'll be seeing his face later because NEPA has just struck. Is it NEPA? No, NEPA is gone. But Onome Brute is in the house with us. We have very special guests. In the house. Two of them I know I can see very clearly. Let me start with the legend himself, the great Olympian, former NBA player, captain of the Nigerian Tigers. That's our national basketball team to the Olympics. Two-time Olympian and present president of the Nigerian Olympians Association. He has just been given some kind of award or position somewhere. He will tell us about it. But Olumide Oyedeji, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Good to be here. I salute.
Well, there's something wrong with your audio there, but I'm sure we'll fix that. And of course, all the way from, is it Kaduna now? Yes, Abuja. All the way from Abuja for the first time on the Sports Parliament. I'm so glad to see him. He's my brother, he's my friend, he's my junior in the national team. Former international goalkeeper. You know, one of the brothers in the national teams of Nigeria through the decades. This is Emmanuel Babayaro. Emmanuel, how are you tonight?
Very good, Mr. Speaker and mentor. Thank you so very much for having me. I'm mightily proud to be before you this evening. And thank you, every other parliamentarian in the studio today. Thank you.
Fantastic. But you have to raise your voice so that all Nigerians can hear you everywhere. Okay? So we'll go on a short break. Onome is back. The Maverick is back. NEPA is taking light in your house.
No, they're not.
Are you still living in that Ajegunle place? Or is it?
NEPA not rich. They're not fixed. I use ECN where I stay. ECN is what I use. I salute all that are here, all the legends, those with Malachi, those without Malachi, like Olumide. I welcome you to the Sports Parliament.
Fantastic. Well, we are going to have a very lovely conversation tonight. It is one that is close to my heart. This issue of sportsmen, can they perform or not as administrators? But you have to wait until after the break. Join us after the break.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, the Sports Parliament. Revitalized with lots of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector. and project an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports on NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m., running for 1 whole hour, discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the sports parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the sports parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, with his gavel to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
Just joining us, this is the Sports Parliament, and we have a very exciting topic to discuss tonight. Let me start with the parliamentarians, because if I start with the sportsmen, then it won't end at all. Let me start with the parliamentarians. Is it true that retired great sportsmen do not make great administrators? I got Dr. Patrick Ekeji this evening. I saw his message, and he said, it is not true. I am a good example. Anyway, let me start with Babatunde Ogala. Over to you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to first separate the issues. Being an administrator does not equate with being a sportsman. And I want us to differentiate between a good coach, where you can put in your experience, as against management. Because administration is management. Like somebody like our friend, Ozogula has shown, with how he has managed the Lagos Marathon without ever being a sportsman. So we need to distinguish both.
No, he was a sportsman. He played football. That's why they call him.
Not at the top level. I also played. If it's about playing, we all played at Evans Square.
So, okay, I understand what you are saying. Go ahead.
For me, administration and management, it's a course on its own. You don't, because you've been a successful basketballer, a successful footballer, or a successful swimmer, now imagine that could translate to you being a successful manager or administrator without the requisite training in administration. So they are totally different things. So nothing says a successful sportsman who has risen to the topmost level, who goes through a course of training in management and administration, will not make a good administrator.
Just as all the politicians that are chairmen of state associations have gone through all the training in administration before they got
but you see, that is a wrong example, because most politicians, the politician is not a professional in anything. And there is most politicians that you see come from different fields, including sports, law, mathematics, economics, medicine. They all come from different fields, and they only come into politics, play their role, and also ease out. So you cannot use the example of a minister.
No, I'm saying if those people are the administrators you are referring to, how come?
I am saying sports administration is a professional calling. I mean, it's not like telling me, because most politicians can be, most politicians, I'm a lawyer. Not everybody can advocate and be a lawyer. So sports administration, for me, the way I understand it, is a professional calling. It is not just something you should just stumble into. It is not something I just wake up tomorrow. Even me, a lawyer, is still at my chair. I cannot wake up tomorrow and perceive myself as a sports administrator. No, I am not. I am not, because I am not trained. I am not trained in administration. It is different from Segun Odegbami being a very good footballer, Emmanuel Abayaro or Olumide Oyedeji being an Olympian. That does not translate to being administrators. They might be very good coaches, bringing their experience on the field to bear. But administration is a totally different cup of tea.
Okay, let's go to another part.
And if I will give you an example, yes, we have the likes of Platini, we have the likes of Carlos Rumenega, who are administering clubs, and they are different from those who are coaches. The Gadolas are coaches; they are not administrators.
We've not mentioned coaching. We've not mentioned.
No, I'm just trying to distinguish. So if you look at most of the clubs all over the world are not necessarily managed by sports people. They are administrators, professional, trained administrators.
Okay, Yomi, Okpakunle, your thoughts on this matter?
Well, my thoughts are clearly that great sportsmen can become great administrators.
Yes.
But like Ogala said, they must have to get to know the rudiments. What I'm saying is that we've seen great sportsmen who became great administrators, and so it doesn't mean that every great sportsman will become an administrator. So in order to be a great administrator, because they know where the shoe pinches in any case, they need to learn. One of the greatest administrators that I used to think of every time, from time immemorial for Nigeria, is Azika Kioe. He was a goalkeeper, but he was also cerebral. He was also learning. He was also training himself. So for great sportsmen to become great administrators, they must consciously want to learn how to administer, which is working with and through people to achieve certain objectives. Working with people and through people to achieve certain objectives for sports' sake. So it's neither here or there, but I can say emphatically, even at start, that great sportsmen, because they know where the shoe pinches and they've got through the remit, can become great administrators, but they must be prepared and must want to be. It's not automatic, like you said. It's not that because I have been a great footballer, I've been a great athlete, which Sebastian Coe is doing very well. Many of them are doing very well, but they consciously learn the ropes.
Okay, let's go to the Maverick. The Maverick, look at our Nigerian situation, okay? We agree. We even agree retired sportsmen cannot be good administrators. Okay, where do we get? No, I'm just saying, let's even just take that for instance. Okay. Now, all those that are the sports administrators that we know, which school did they go to? Which course did they go to? Who did they go to learn sports administration from that they are controlling? They have been controlling through the decades. It's just a question, but your own thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For me, every human being created by the Creator was blessed with a talent. Some have diverse talents, some have just one, and they put it to good use. I, for one, believe that some former athletes can become great administrators. Some, those who decide to be level-headed, to learn from the bottom to the top and become great. I'll use two quick examples for you, Mr. Speaker. I'll use the great Segun Odegbami, for example. He retired from football. He went into sports management and he has done so much, so much. Segun Odegbami is so relevant these days that you think he's still playing active football. That's a typical example I like to use. The second example I like to use is someone who is, well, I would say disgraced himself, Michel Platini. Michel did very well as UEFA president, very well. He brought so many innovative ideas, like the winners of the Europa qualifying for the Champions League, which is a money-spinning event. I think so many sportsmen, if you really look at it deeply, that are willing to learn will be very great sports administrators, Mr. Speaker, except those that are not level-headed, that will want to use the spirit of Agidi to get there, then there'll be issues. But I think those that are really willing to learn, for example, if an Enefiok Odobong, who retired from active athletics a while ago, decided to come to like your stable, Mr. Speaker, and you take him for meetings, he's growing gradually. I think with the panache and the experience Enefiok has, I think he'll be a very great sports administrator. But for now, he's an upcoming.
Okay, let's go to the sportsmen now. Emmanuel Babayaro. what is the reality on ground? In our history, what is the reality? What have you found that has been happening to retired great sportsmen and administration in Nigeria? What are your own thoughts and experience?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think first and foremost, one of the things I've discovered is exactly what I'm saying in the studio right now. When people who are supposed to be more understanding about the situations shooting above range, you asked a simple question: can sportsmen become good at great administrators? You know, if you look at the semantics, the principles of administration in the first place, you're talking time management, you're talking you're talking man management, you're talking time management, you're talking empathy, you know, you're talking discipline, and all these things are imbibed in a real sportsman. So what that tells you is a real sportsman of all the principles that are, you know, that are affiliated with sports administration already is imbued in a real sportsman. Now, with all due respect, I listen to all the speakers and you're talking about if this and if that. The truth is, every other profession, even our son there and my brothers who are all there, in every discipline, before you become that good, you must go through certain trainings. That is a given. So telling me now that the only reason why a sportsman cannot become good as an administrator is because of this, no. The truth of the matter is, if we have sportsmen in there, they will do better and even greater jobs. Because first and foremost, they have empathy. The reason we have the doldrum that we have today in Nigerian sports is because most of the administrators have absolutely no clue. I mean, Big Sheikh, let me make a revelation here. Sometime in 1995, you discovered a young man, you interviewed a young man in faraway USA. When you spoke to that young man, you took a liking to that young man and you decided to train that young man. And I remember you always tell the young man, there is life after football. And I think you have a life after football, probably in journalism or something. I want to start training you. Make sure you come to my studio every other day. That young man was in your studio every day. That young man is the man talking to you today. These things don't happen in this country. The truth is, most often what we have is means to an end. Our brothers and sisters who decide to go into sports administration, it's usually, oh, no food, oh, poverty or whatever. They're driven by one problem or the other rather than the passion for that thing and train themselves in that particular direction. Unfortunately, that is what is killing our sports today. We have the wrong people running sports and the people who should be trained to run sports because they already have all the potentials imbibed in any good administration. I mean, as a good administrators in them by the sheer fact of their discipline, which they have excelled in life. So, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I disagree a little bit with my brothers in what they've said so far. And I want to say emphatically that if sportsmen are allowed to run sports, obviously with training, it's before you became, I remember you told me a story of how you went to school, how you trained yourself while you were playing football. You talked about the Doki Amasemeka as well. You must go through some training. That is a given. But if that happens, because they are sportsmen originally, they will make great administrators. That'll be my submission, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, Olumide, I don't even know the question to ask you because you know why? Because when you look at every other profession, just as Emmanuel said, you would find that those who are at the top, at the apex of it, are those who can stand out and say, I qualify to be there. You understand? There was a time when at the apex of Nigerian sports, we had a Jerry Enyazu, we had an Isaac Akioyi. Go and look at their qualifications. Those were super trained sports administrators. We had a Shehu, Babayo Shehu. These are sports administrators, well trained. Since that era, can you start to name? You know, we are talking sports administration now. Anyway, I won't even ask you a question, just your thoughts. Olumide.
Well,
can we become great sports administrators?
Absolutely, yes.
You are doing fantastic. You are doing fantastic. You are the president of the Nigerian Olympians Association, and you are representing us all over the world. Now you have just been given another responsibility. Please tell, what is that responsibility? Remind me.
Well, responsibility is to find jobs. I'm the vice chairman of all the Olympians in the world getting a job secured for them life up to sport, to promote sport and make sure that the Olympians are well deserved and be where they're supposed to be, but also getting them a job with connections and contacts everywhere. So taking care of the Olympians all over the world.
Fantastic. Okay, answer the question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great to see all the Parliamentarians in the House. I say good evening. Great job. Well spoken. My big brother, Emmanuel Babayaro, great job. Great submission, wonderful submission. There's one thing I'm just going to have to speak, Sam, and people that spoke before me. Who are trained sport administrators?
Good.
That's a question I would love to ask them.
Yeah.
You know, who are trained sport administrators? Because there's a lot of things people doesn't really know about sports. I mean, I used to say something. You can never make a carpenter to do a weather job. It's not possible. You know, but unfortunately, we're looking at sportsmen in Nigeria, especially as beggars. We're looking at the sportsmen as just Yoruba say, just whatever, how down. And they forget something, that when you're active in sports, there are things that you get trained with: discipline, dedication, timing. Even when you are a sportsman, when you go through all this one, you know, sports, there's a lot. When you're in sport, you get trained with you have a media training. You have injury training. You have a time factors. You have how to allocate. Yeah, it's just so broad. But if you are not into sport, you will never know this. If you're not into sport, you wouldn't know, like, okay, this is a cold weather. What do I need to take care for my athletes? That's a part of administration. What do I need to produce? Where am I going to take my athletes to? Where am I going to take people to? If you've never been in this situation, you're not going to know what to do. You're just going to do everything by paper. I mean, you might know theoretical part of it, but you know the practical aspect of it. It's completely different. But if you are innate deeply, mentally, psychologically, emotionally, intellectually, you're going to know how an athlete feels. You can be a better administrator. Well, part of the problem we have in Nigeria, if athletes just express themselves, and they just say something, because you're out there, you've never been in that situation, you're going to see an athlete as a rebel. So you're going to try to but if you've been into the situation before, you know what to feel, you know how to talk to them, you're going to be a better administrator. It's going to help you to administer sport in a way and manner that's supposed to be. I believe one thing, Mr. Speaker, every expert in everything was once a beginner. Because you're not going to just, because as the time goes, because we have so many, look at Thomas Bash, which is the IOC president. You know, I remember when he came over to Nigeria, he saw the vice, His Excellency, the vice president of Nigeria, the honorable minister. Do you know the first thing he said, Mr. Speaker? He said, "Good evening, my fellow Olympians." So that means give you a better recognition that he's an Olympian, leading IOC. Look at Sebastian Coe, the IWAF, World Athletics right now. Look at we have a lot, but they need to give the athlete, the ex-Olympian, ex-athlete, whoever, they need to give them the opportunity. And at the same time, they are not going to give it to them. All the athletes also need to be trained we need to train ourselves. But no doubt, I believe that we have a lot of better athletes, retired athletes, that can be a better administrator than what we have now. Because tell me, what qualified the people that they administer sport now? What qualified them more than, because they've never been to the system.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that's fine, Olumide. I will go back to Ogala because you started this, all of this.
Mr. Speaker, I think...
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Go ahead. Because the end product is the athlete. No matter how brilliant a coach you are, if your team does not win at the end of the day, your team, your players don't play well, you are just the lousiest coach that ever lived. If you're a sports administrator and your athletes are not well taken care of, they don't perform well, that's the only measurement. It's the athlete. The athlete is the most important thing. Everything is directed at him in sports. And you see that him is a receptor of everything, of good welfare, of good management, of good coaching. The athlete receives everything, so he experiences everything. Okay, your thoughts now after listening to the other athletes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think for the three of you who are ex-international, there seems to be a misconception. Either you did not understand what we were saying, or you just chose to narrow the issues. Olumide, for instance, concentrated on Nigeria. We are talking about would ex-athletes make good administrators? And we have all agreed, yes. Being a sportsman is a talent. Me being a lawyer is not my natural talent. I learned law. Segun Odegbami is an engineer. That is not his talent. Okpakunle is a journalist. That may not be his talent. But being an athlete, it's a natural talent. I'm sure all of us played one sport or the other. I played football with the likes of Shukwu as growing up kids. But I did not have the exceptional talents that they have. And administration goes beyond all the qualities that Bayero has stated out, are the qualities that are expected of any administrator. Be it a lawyer.
Localize it to Nigeria. Localize it.
No, I'm coming. The likes of, you've mentioned some great leaders. And I will use a Patrick Ekeji. I will use a Patrick Ekeji as an example. Ekeji, besides being a very successful footballer, also went to the university to train. He did not just say, because I was a fantastic right back and I'm retired and I've gone through, I know time management, I know training schedule, I know all of that, which a lawyer knows, which a doctor knows, which an engineer knows. He did not say that qualifies him to be an administrator. And an administrator goes beyond athletics management. It goes beyond athletics management.
So there are different sides to it.
No, you see, we can break it down.
Patrick Ekeji.
Mr. Speaker, let me finish. Let me explain
this. Patrick Ekeji went to school. He went to school.
To doctorate degree level.
To doctorate degree level to specialize in sports management and administration. Understand? That's a different level. That's a totally.
Mr. Speaker, I think we understand these issues. Let us address the issues. Sorry,
you have to go to school to manage a football club.
For sports administration, it is knowledge. You cannot bring, and with all respect and no pun intended, somebody who never saw the four walls of a classroom and said he wants to manage at the top level. Have you asked yourself, the successful football clubs all over the world, how many of them are being managed as administrators? How many of their chairmen are former footballers? How many of their GMs? Chelsea, Arsenal, you name it. That's going on. How many? So sports administration, and I emphasize, it's a course on its own. It's a body of knowledge. It's a body. Yes, being an ex-athlete might give you an advantage. It might give you an advantage.
When we come back.
And I want to say, nobody has said athletes cannot be good administrators. All three of us have said is they must also acquire knowledge of administration beyond just being athletes. Which will appear to have been.
When we come back from our break, we would ask the three of you that are not part of us to now tell us the clubs, whether it's basketball or whether it's football or any clubs, where you have the administrators that went to the School of Sports Administration. You will tell us so that, I'm talking of Nigeria now, so that once we know that, we will go and sit somewhere and we won't care about
exactly. I like that. Mr.
Speaker. We'll go on a short break and come back.
And there's the start. Fisherman basketball goal! He hung on that net like a stalk up a tree. NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, Star Sat on Channel 434 and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is the Sports Parliament. It's been heated because I am involved and I'm allowing my own passion to affect the conversation. Okay, so now I will calm down and give parliamentarians the opportunity to help us digest the issues. I know Onome knows all, let's even look at football. And he knows even beyond football. You know all the managers, the chairmen of the state FAs, and other sports associations and all of that. Just give us a good example of those ones that have trained in sports management, that are managing sports in their states or in their clubs or in their FAs. And we are looking at Nigeria now because we have been denied as sports people the opportunity. We don't have the intellect, we don't have the experience, we've not gone to school for it. So tell us those that have been, if you know. Onome?
Muted.
Unmute.
I'm muted. Yes, I've muted myself. I heard Emmanuel Babayaro speak and I was just laughing. No matter how intelligent you are, knowledge that is not shared is a waste of all you've gained. You must develop yourself constantly. Now it makes us the way we did so because most of the people we put to run our sports are raised. My cousin's brother, my boy, chairman's son. That is why we are where we are, Mr. Speaker. I have said it when I spoke. I said sportsmen can administer sports. However, I put a caveat. They will become better sports administrators if they are willing to learn and develop. In Nigeria, for example, Chico Ihemekpen, for example, has been general manager of Benin Insurance. Chico captain insurance. Chico played for insurance. Chico is also a graduate. Where is Benin Insurance today? What has Benin Insurance achieved? For me, the truth about it is not just about going to school. It is about those willing to learn, those willing to improve. Those are the people. The reason, I'll tell you for free, Mr. Speaker, why someone like Olumide Oyedeji is growing in leaps and bounds in the field he has chosen to focus on, Olympians, is because he is using his talent and his biggest gift, which is that his mouth from Ibadan, to talk his way into people's thing that he has it inbuilt. He's getting exposure and experience, and he's delivering. But if Olumide Oyedeji was resident in Ibadan, not going anywhere, he will not leave Ibadan, talk less of being as head of Nigerian Olympians. So for me, I am saying the truth. So for me, I believe every sportsman that wants to become a better sports administrator, you must develop yourself better. Ajoke Amasimaka, for example, he played football. He's a genius at what he does. He was Chief Justice of his state. Go to the state and find out what he has done. You'll be amazed. Why? He sought knowledge. He improved himself. Mr. Speaker, yourself, we know Pastor Tunji here and Dr. Kweku Tando. As far as they've gone in sports, they still look at, what's his name? Ozogula, the same Ozogula we were talking about earlier. They still go to Harvard. Just last year during the pandemic, they were in Harvard. What did they go and do? Did they go there to learn how to fry akara? No, they went to develop the wisdom and knowledge they had. They went to improve on it. So for me, I think that's saying that each sportsman has empathy, discipline. Mr. Speaker, even the man that sells ice cream at Ogbomoso has empathy, he has discipline. We must all develop ourselves to best that target of being better people. I rest, Mr.
I agree, Yomi. It's now your turn. I agree with everything that you have said. We better ourselves and so on. We are just asking. We are asking as sports people. We are being denied. And we are looking at those who are running it, whether they are doing all the things that you say they have. You've mentioned 2 or 3 people out of 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Look at the chairman of the state sports associations of the different sports, almost 30-something sports. You now tell me the qualifications that they have that we do not. We are not saying that they shouldn't be there. We are saying we are being denied because they say we were former sports people, so we cannot do it. Those, we need to go and get educated. But those who are there, are they getting that education?
Those of you that are doing it, Mr. Speaker, how many have delivered? Is that not why our sports is in shambles?
That's what we are saying. That's what we are saying. Yomi?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I like my perspective to be better understood. Sportsmen can be great administrators. I have no doubt about that. My own understanding and my own perspective about training or getting ready is not necessarily for walls of the university. I will tell you for free. Well, what Ogala said, I'm a journalist, yes, but I was in banking, and we did things together, and I was in so many other things, but that's not where I'm going. While I was in everywhere I was, because I have passion for sports, and I did it to some reasonable level at secondary level school, but I couldn't grow better. I still have passion for sport, and I wanted to contribute in some form of way. I used to go because I meet Nigerian, I will see him there. I will see Ozogula. I will see Dudu Orume. Some other people are going. So it doesn't have to be, that is leveraging on exchange of information, networking, which you now need to use when you want to administer the sport. Because when you want to administer the sport, you'll have to go through procedures. In fact, that is why politicians fail. They understand the politics, they forget the bureaucracy they are going to use to administer. So they don't bother to study the bureaucracy, which is the ministry, which is the sports commission, which is the keeping of records, which is the procedure to follow, which is how to look for sponsorship, which is how to, I have seen, I did a bit in Ogun State. I've seen situations where a coach cannot write his name, he can't write his report, he comes. I'm just saying as an example, but honestly, he could have if he put himself, but he just believed that as long as I go to the field and I train the boys, let somebody else write. So I'm saying that, honestly, I wish for more sportsmen because I said earlier, they know where the shoe pinches. So they will be greater administrators, like Ezekiel Kioye was, like Gonzalo was, like so many of them were, but they must have the passion beyond the passion for the sport. They must have the passion for networking, for advancement. They could even sit in the room, they cover the room. Total package. Yes, and they'll be able to leverage. They will know how to deal with sportsmen. They will know how to deal with the journalists. They will know how to deal with sponsors. They will know what are those things that will make the sport better, because that is what the essence of administration is. So I'm saying that I was a board member, and at one point an acting vice chairman of Lagos State FA, where Waidi was chairman. I'm sorry I'm mentioning him, but he had the support of other people. He had the passion, he had the zeal. You understand? But when it comes to the nitty-gritty of getting this, so that I don't get into trouble, he needed people to support him, but he could have done better because he advanced the cause of knowing more. But what I'm saying is sportsmen must not limit their focus. They are wonderful people. While I was in Ogun State, I interfaced with Mutiu in Oyo State, and he was doing well. But I'm saying that all of this can be better for Nigerian sports if they deliberately seek to want to have more knowledge about how the sport can be better advanced. And it is not about being in 4 walls of university. You can go to seminars, you can meet people. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let me blow my own trumpet. I want to blow my own trumpet for the first time on television. Look, I didn't study sports management or any of those things.
Yes.
And you just said now that some of our topmost sports administrators go abroad. They went to Harvard to go and study and all of that. I have been to Harvard. I didn't go there as a student.
Yeah.
I went there as a resource person. Yeah. They invited me as a resource person to come and give my experiences in sports to those that paid all the money to get degrees in sports. I was a resource person. So the experiences of sports people are invaluable. If you don't get up to a certain level in sports, no matter what you read anywhere, you can't get what sports people have.
Some of it is an advantage, Mr. Speaker.
I'm just saying that. Okay, Emmanuel Babayaro.
Mr.
People don't belittle us at all.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. If you notice, consciously or unconsciously, quite a number of the parliamentarians are going away from your question. We are talking about a Nigerian problem, a Nigerian pandemic. Listening to everybody, I never hear anybody say anything relevant about any current sports administrator in Nigeria. You kept on mentioning, let them give you FA chairman or whatever chairman or whatever.
I mentioned Chico.
Of
Ben Insurance.
Somebody mentioned
one out of how many?
I even recall my intervention in the
let me say something here. There's a certain man called Al-Hassan Yakmut, who was a former director in the sports ministry, who was moved on now to the Ministry of Interior. Now, sometime early last year, I was seated with him, we were hanging out, and he kept on receiving calls and sending money to certain individuals, and I tried to find out who they were. They were all athletes who came for a program in Abuja that did not hold. But rather than try to get back to the ministries or associations that invited them, no, they were only reaching out to Al-Hassan Yakmut, who, funny enough, had moved on from that ministry to another. But guess why? Because he was a sportsman. He had empathy for whatever it is they were going to. He understood exactly what they would have been going to at that particular moment. The pertinent question here was, will sportsmen make great administrators? With the Nigerian scenario, quote and unquote. There's a pandemic right now in Nigeria. Our sports is on a downward trend. Only sportsmen, and quote me, only sportsmen can help to heal this land right now as we speak. Big Sheikh is sitting there. Listen, in every discipline, you keep talking about training or no training. You keep directing it as sportsmen in every discipline in life, being it a lawyer, being it a doctor, being it an engineer. You need to train and retrain and equip yourself. So it's not just about sportsmen equipping themselves to becoming administrators. The pertinent question here is, if they do equip themselves, would they be great administrators with the Nigerian scenario, quote and unquote? And I will tell you emphatically, sportsmen are the answer of the current problem, the current pandemic facing this nation. And if we do not give them a chance, we'll go on a downward trend. You see what is happening, be it football, be it athletics, be it whatever else sports, there are any other sports out there.
On that note, Emmanuel, when we come back, we go to Olumide, and then we just start our countdown to the end of today's show. But let's go on this short break, just so that we can, at least calm down a little bit and then come to some kind of conclusion at the end, after the break.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, The Sports Parliament, revitalized with lots of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector and projects an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports. On NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m., running for 1 whole hour, discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the Sports Parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the Sports Parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker will use gavel to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
Welcome back. Well, this is the Sports Parliament, and the three of us here who are top sports persons before, in those days, are accusing the three of them there who are saying that no, they are saying that there is no appetite
So nobody has said that. Mr. Speaker, you are the one saying it. None of us said that. None of us said that.
Is there appetite? Is there appetite in sports? Is there appetite in Nigerian sports? Nigerian sports. Is there appetite in Nigerian sports? Is there discrimination against us, the sports people in Nigerian sports? That's where we are going.
No.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, completely yes. Because the sportsmen were the one that's suffering a lot of all these, do you have to call it discrimination or just take away no important? And unfortunately, the people that are eating the big fat cake of these ones, they just out there politicians and the people out there that just want to come and drag, just grab and go. So we're the one that kind of suffering. And I just want to say, because I've not seen one single administrator. I mean, I'm not going to name one person. I played for the Nigerian national team for good 20 years. I'm not going to name it because maybe it's too political. There was one administrator, which was a sport person. That was the first time Nigeria ever go with complete kits of set that you look like a team. Normally, I played for the Nigerian national team for 20 years. We go from Iske to Puma to Versace we had about 7 different designs on you from head to toe. But one person came in who changed it was the ex-sports person. It changed the perspective. We look like a team. You could see the power of person who are just sports person that just change because they don't know what they call branding. I've seen a lot of football team, which Onome can also testify anyway. You call me as a bushy battle man, yes, definitely. But I've seen the team going out on international wearing slippers on the plane. That's what they call branding. Who are the sport administrator? Would Babaya ever look at the sport administrator to look at his players or his team going on his slippers to Muritala Mohammed Airport, to go on the shore with it? So they don't really know what is branding. But as a sport administrator, as an ex-athlete, you got to know what is presentation. I've never seen any sport administrator who knows sportsmen, no importance of media training. Nothing. Okay, this is what they have to do. I haven't seen any. So a lot of things everybody keep talking about. There's no way that the sport administrator who are not ex-athletes can do better than athletes that are sport administrators because they know where the forces lie.
That's a fantastic way to conclude it. But as we start running out of time now, I will go back to Ogala and ask him this, my friend. You have 1 minute to answer this question. You know, because I was searching for so long, and this is gospel. This is from my heart. I'm searching through the entire history of Nigerian sports, in all sports, through our entire history. I was trying to add up, who are those people who have been great athletes in Nigeria, across all sports, that have succeeded after their lives in sports, in administration, that have been in administration or anything, in fact, to do with sports that succeeded. I've been trying to list them. So anyway, I couldn't list more than 20 in our entire history. And I'm talking of sportsmen at the top. We are not succeeding with what we are running. And we are not giving sportsmen a chance. Your final thoughts?
I don't agree that they are not being given a chance. Peter Nelson is there in the Ministry of Sports. Fantastic basketballer in his good points guard. Patrick Ekeji was there. I've just been mentioned. Yakmut has not been mentioned. Nobody is going to bring you if you do not, or maybe the sports ministry, for instance, you do not want to go through the sports commission to get employed and get in the ministry. Nobody is going to come to your bedroom to say, come and manage this for me. So that is part of the learning process. It's part of going through the bills. I run a football club, so I'm not just talking, and you know it, that place is not handling. That I sponsor, that I run. I also was involved in a case with you, It was sportsmen who sat on that panel to make that, to ruin that girl's career, which I am currently fighting in court at no cost to anybody. So it was sportsmen, ex-Olympians like you, who sat on the panel that ruined the career of a national player. Shegun Adegwami knows who I'm talking about.
So we are our own worst enemy.
That's a different issue. Those are administrators. On the appeal panel, they were also sportsmen. But I'm fighting them in court. I was never a sportsman. I run a football club. I invest my money in football club. I invest my time. That plays it nationally. I never played at the top level. And I've also tried entrusting these clubs to those I thought ought to know. Well,
well said.
And Lokakule mentioned here and Waidi Akoni in the football vision. I remember you came to my office. I was the mediator in that. I was very deeply involved.
We have only a minute to go. So let everybody just speak for 15 seconds only.
Nobody is saying
your final thoughts. In 1 second. Your final thoughts in 1 second.
Mr. Speaker, the problem we're facing right now is prototype. Even the SAN there is all about prototype. Once you're on the pitch, they expect you to keep being on the pitch till you die. The truth of the matter is the system and structure is meant to look after the sportsmen. You keep talking about if you don't come to the ministry. It's not about going to the ministry. There has to be a system and structure. Even the Europeans, the Americans, the advanced world you're talking about, it is the system and structure that manages and enhances these athletes to become great administrators.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Yomi Okpakule, you have 5 seconds because we've run out of time.
5 seconds. But quickly, let me say this. Big Sheikh, Mr. Speaker, athletes have to love themselves, first and foremost, because I've seen severally where they fail themselves. 1, 2, athletes must know that there are rules to these things. NFL election is coming. If you want to look at the constituencies, you will see that players will have only one. So they need to do lobby of other things. They need to also lobby about how the rules are changed to favor athletes going through the assemblies or whatever.
Well said. Olumide, you have 2 seconds. 1 sentence.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Let me quickly say.
1 second.
Okay, I'm going to say, Sam, give me a knockout. He just gave me a knockout right there. The athlete doesn't love himself. He gave me a knockout.
Because it is true.
Yes, I agree with you. To be honest, I'm on the national TV. I agree with you, but but before I go quickly, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to be. I will move emotion if possible. I might not be able to move it. Like we have to continue this conversation. So because this should not end here.
That's your motion. Okay, that's fine. You have become a parliamentarian. Onome will round off the show for us. 1 sentence, move that motion again, because this conversation has to continue. Okay,
continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, Babs Oguntade, Musa Kida. There was a struggling. I want to
struggling.
And it's also
you are struggling to even mention. I said 20.
No. They've done well. So I concede. Sportsmen are the best thing to have ever happened to Nigerian sports. Congratulations. I concede. I hereby move a motion, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I hereby move the motion, Mr. Speaker. The next week we continue with this same topic. Let's have a more robust discussion with names, facts, and figures. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Fantastic. Well, I must say, finally, I must say that, look, we have great Nigerians who have great passion and love for sports, who want to serve sports, and they are serving in their different capacities, and they are doing the best that they can. But where sport is today in Nigeria is not where it should be.
Absolutely.
With sportsmen, there's a possibility that things could be better. We will continue the conversation. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it.
welcome to News Panorama, coming to you live from Jos NTA Network Center. Health Minister visits Jos University Teaching Hospital, calls for collective efforts to enhancing healthcare delivery. Federal government reiterates commitment to providing affordable housing for Nigerians as 9th National Council on Lands, Housing and Urban Development ends in Jos. More communities sign peace agreement. I am Felicia Daliob Samaila. An extraordinary meeting has been convened on national security. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the meeting was summoned by President Muhammadu Buhari to critically analyze and find lasting solutions to the prevailing challenges of security in parts of the country. In attendance at the crucial meeting are Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo, Chief of Staff to the President, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Ministers of Defense, Interior, Police and Foreign Affairs, as well as the National Security Advisor. Others include the Service Chiefs and the Acting Inspector General of Police, Directors General, Department of State Services, and the National Intelligence Agency, Director of Defense Intelligence, and other stakeholders. NTA News will keep you posted on the outcome of the meeting when made public. The President has condoled families of citizens who lost their loved ones in the recent spate of killings in Benue State. The reports.
To the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, the President notes with disappointment and sadness to hear Samuel Ortom, the Governor of Benue State, makes a litany of accusations against his person and his government, following the recent unfortunate incidents in the state, adding that no responsible government takes pleasure in the killing of its military and that of innocent citizens, taking refuge in an internally displaced people's camp. President Buhari says he is deeply pained by the terrible acts of violence happening not only in Benue State, but also in other parts of the country, and expects that the law enforcement agencies will go to every possible extent to fish out the perpetrators of these heinous acts and bring them to justice. He notes that lives of citizens should not be desecrated by deploying them in political diatribe, which unfortunately appeared to be the intent of the string of emotional attacks and blame laid at the doors of the president by Governor Ortom following the killings. President Buhari took an oath to defend the life and property of every citizen, a duty he takes seriously and is committed to upholding. Those citizens, regardless of their affiliations, who either incite, sponsor or are proven to be arbiters of these atrocities will face the law, and much more will be answerable for their crimes against citizens and nation. President Buhari continuously stresses that the strength of our country lies in our diversity in faith, culture and traditions, and attempts to sharpen the divide between northern and southern Nigeria, Muslim and Christians, and between communities that have coexisted for centuries should be frowned upon and resisted. As Nigerians, we accuse colonial rulers of the policy of divide and rule. Today, it is our own leaders who put region against region, religion against religion, ethnic group against ethnic group, and community against community. The future of Benue State, and indeed that of the entire country, lies in harmony and respect for law and the Constitution, which are only sure way to achieve progress and development. The statement also said, while the president will continue to keep security, police and the armed forces on their toes, appealed to everyone to work together on the foundation of progress to achieve prosperity. It further said Benue State under the Ortom administration ought to cooperate with the federal government in the implementation of a number of national strategies and programs in addressing underlying issues militating against peace, progress and development, adding that this can still get done when the interest of the people is placed above all other interests, as governments voted into office by the people should treat the people as its masters and not as servants.
Nigeria is prioritizing innovation and technology investments in agriculture so as to transform the sector to attract young people and scale up productivity. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo stated this in his remark delivered virtually at the 2021 high-level dialogue on feeding Africa. Jide Onifade reports.
During the COVID lockdowns, we trained and deployed over 34,000 graduates, young graduates, all over the country.
Highlighting the programs of the federal government listed as the Economic Sustainability Plan, the National Livestock Transformation Plan, and the Green Imperative Project to ensure agricultural transformation in Nigeria, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says implementation of the initiative is already yielding impressive results.
Part of the plan also is the establishment of about 142 privately owned agro-processing service centers, which will also be established to address post-harvest losses, path to market and supply chain challenges, and train about 100,000 new extension agents to address farmer advisory service delivery challenges with new technology and practice adoption.
The Vice President notes that the organizers of the dialogue on food security, the African Development Bank, the International Food for Agricultural Development, and other partners deserve commendation for holding the important dialogue on perhaps the most crucial development issue, emphasizing that the future must involve making agriculture attractive to young people. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Dr. Osage Ehanire says collective effort is key in improving the health sector in the face of doubting global challenges. Thus, he stated this during his visit to Jos University Teaching Hospital. Belkis Nuhu has details.
On arrival at the Jos University Teaching Hospital, the minister visited the intensive care unit and the multi-drug resistant units, where he was briefed on the day-to-day running of the units. At the in vitro fertilization center, Dr. Ehanire was taken round by the head of the unit, Dr. Patrick Daru, who informed him that the center became functional last year and has successfully delivered 3 sets of babies, triplets, twins, and a singleton.
That's an ICSI machine behind the cameraman there, which does most of the embryo fertilization.
Dr. Ehanire then inaugurated a molecular biology laboratory at the hospital, which is an all-encompassing laboratory for all kinds of tests, and was taken round by the head of microbiology, Dr. Mark Okolu.
President of the Republic, for the benefit of mankind, I hereby declare this lab open.
Chief Medical Director, Jos University Teaching Hospital, Professor Edmund Banworth, commended the minister for his purposeful leadership in the face of the global pandemic and noted that the COVID-19 intervention has improved their services and also appealed for more intervention in terms of manpower.
The tariff of the teaching hospitals or the hospitals should be looked into so that we will not transfer the cost of this to the patients, because if we don't, we will not be able to sustain services. So recruitment of staff is usually very tedious. Some of the waivers can be waived for teaching hospitals to recruit staff. That would be great.
Responding, Dr. Osage acknowledged the effort of management and staff of JUT, especially during the trying times which has affected every sphere of life, and urged all to complement government's effort in meeting the growing needs of all.
Our health system is not exactly as strong as theirs, but we have been lucky and we have also been proactive in many ways that we have been spared much worse. But we know that this problem is not over. And we need to be on our guard. We need to put emphasis on preventive measures. We need to be proactive with what we call the non-pharmaceutical interventions, public health measures to make sure that we reduce the risk of the burden, of a high burden.
This is the first visit of the Minister of Health to Jute since his appointment in 2019. In Jos, Bilkis Nuhu, NTA News.
Healthcare delivery has received a boost in Plateau State following the donation of medical equipment to the state by AIDS prevention initiatives in Nigeria. Caleb Gochin has details.
The items comprise of refrigerators, solar panels, batteries, inverters, consultant tables, and other accessories. Head Plateau Office, EPIN, Dr. Solomon Wekpe, said the intervention by EPIN is born out of the need to address health challenges confronting communities in the state.
Actually into diseases of public health importance with reference to HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria, and what have you. And generally as an organization, we partner with the State Ministry of Health and the health facilities. And periodically we do go for assessment, and based on the needs we found on ground, we felt there is a need for us to intervene appropriately.
Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Martin Polycarp Azud, expressed appreciation to EPIN for being worthy partners who have always been there for the ministry. He noted that the state cannot meet all the health needs of the citizens without the collaboration and support of stakeholders. One of the beneficiaries commended EPIN for the gesture and promised to put the equipment to proper use for the benefit of citizens.
The good working relationship that we're having with our partners is paying off. We are strengthening our relationships, and so many things are coming into the health sector. So it is going to trickle down to the populace, no matter where they are found. If you look at the health facilities, some are in the rural areas, and they are going to benefit from such equipment.
We receive a lot from RTU. We receive training from RTU all the time since we were transferred to this to join them.
7 health facilities are current beneficiaries of EPIN's intervention across the state. In Jos, Caleb Gochin, NTA News.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control has confirmed 62 new cases of COVID-19 in the country. In the latest figures released by the center, Lagos has 38 new infections. Kaduna and Ondo states have recorded 6 new cases each, while Ogun has 3 new cases. Others are the FCT, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers states with 2 new infections each, while Edo, Kano, and Oyo states complete the day's tally with 1 new infection each. Nigeria has now recorded a total of 165,055 confirmed cases of COVID-19, out of which 155,041 have been treated and discharged, while 2,063 persons have died of the virus. Plateau State's government says it has so far administered 42,000 doses of vaccine on the people, expressing satisfaction with their turnout at various locations. Saadatu Mohammed Kafa has an update on the first phase of the exercise.
Out of the 105 doses of the vaccine delivered to Plateau State, so far 42,000 jabs have been administered to mostly frontline workers and aged. The Plateau State Immunization Officer says once the first phase of vaccine is concluded, only those who took the first jab will be allowed to take the second dose.
We have retrieved all the remaining balance of the vaccines at the various local government, and as what is obtainable there, if you receive the first dose, you are expected to receive the second dose as from 8 to 12 weeks, which we equally inform those that actually took the first dose, that is the first jab. It is indicated in their cards when they are supposed to come back for the second dose. So if we are done with the first phase,
he appealed to residents to avail themselves at the various designated locations.
An imbalance of 10,000 doses that hopefully by Friday we are expected to close across all the vaccination processes in the state.
Stakeholders say the vaccine has no side effects as it is free, safe and effective. In Jos, Saadat Muhammad Kafa, NTA News.
And joining me in the studio, we have Dr. Ninkom Indamlar, Commissioner for Health, Plateau State, to review the first phase of COVID-19 vaccination in the state. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Let's begin this way. The first phase of COVID-19 vaccination has ended in Plateau State. How did it go?
Well, I think on the average, we did well. Because the vaccines were given to us with specification, the people to give. And I think we have been able to capture as much of those people mentioned in the vaccination. So I think we did well.
Okay, you did well, but not without its challenges, I'm sure. So what were some of those challenges encountered?
Well, we even have some challenges, even with the health workers. Some of them refuse to take the vaccine. And one wonder why it is you are the one at risk, because people sick is when they manage. And when the vaccine came, some of them were resistant in taking the vaccine. So definitely that was a big challenge. That was some challenge to us, because not all the healthcare workers got the vaccine. So that's one of the challenges. Despite the conspiracy theories that people are talking about in the media, we still have some challenge within the health sector. So that is a challenge.
Okay. Now, how then are you preparing for the second phase?
Well, as you mentioned from the state immunization officer, we still have some doses that we can give people to take up to now. Because we are thinking for the next few days, we'll open the portal and be able to register, because we have about 10,000 doses of vaccine that we can give to people. We have enough vaccine that we can give for the second jab or second dose. So that is not a problem. And we are thinking that, yes, when it's going to affect other health workers, because other people 50 years and above, people with comorbidities, definitely there will be more sensitization. We need to sensitize them more before we start that process.
Okay. Now, at the moment, are there enough vaccine to still administer to people who have not taken the first dose of the vaccination?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. I said we have up to 10,000. Okay. They can give people that want to take now.
Okay.
And then we have the reserve for the people that are going to take the second dose. So we still have for people that want to take the vaccine. And we're going to go on the air again. I encourage people to still come and take your vaccine. It's available.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on Panorama.
Okay, thank you.
Panorama will continue after the break. Stay with us.
The vaccine offers hope for a safe country free of coronavirus. I urge all state governments, traditional and religious leaders to take the lead in the mobilization effort within their environment and spheres of influence. I similarly urge all eligible Nigerians to present themselves and be vaccinated in accordance with the order of priority already mapped out at the various authorized designated centers only.
Welcome back. Federal government says it is committed to providing accessible and affordable housing for all Nigerians. Minister of State, Ministry of Works and Housing, Abubakar Aliyu, was speaking at the 9th National Council on Lands, Housing and Urban Development in Jos. Priscilla Grumnan reports.
It is said that approximately more than 20 million Nigerians are faced with housing deficit.
Rising population, rapid urban migration, and uncoordinated government policies are some of the critical factors deepening this housing gap. Critical players involved in land, housing, and urban development at the federal and state levels are brainstorming to chart a way forward for Nigerians to access affordable housing.
At the end of the meeting, resolutions will be arrived at that will go a long way in reviving the housing sector.
Deploying professionals to work hand in hand to save the cases of building collapse at the time housing deficit is on the increase.
Minister of State, Ministry of Works and Housing said the federal government has supported businesses through loans, provision of survival loans and VAT exemptions for businesses with less than 25 million naira turnover to ease the burden of housing affordability.
Because state government control much more land, the use of the land as a law as a tool to enable cooperatives within their states to build can be very impactful in changing the affordability and accessibility paradigms in the COVID-19 era and beyond.
Governor Simon Lalong said Plateau State government's approach on effective and affordable housing delivery is anchored on the public-private partnership in acquisition of land for citizens.
We've also approved a 15% discount on all land-related charges in the state. This has seen many people also taking advantage of the opportunity to formalize their land implementation.
The theme for the 9th annual meeting is Housing Delivery in the COVID-19 Era and Beyond, the Strategies for Affordability and Accessibility. In Jos, Priscilla Grumnan, NTA News.
The Relief Foundation of ECWA has called on communities in Plateau State to continue to live in peace for meaningful development to thrive. Project Manager, Relief Foundation of ECWA, Sunday Mark, made the plea during the signing of a peace memorandum of understanding between the district head of ROP, Barkin-Ladi, and the Ardo of Fulani. Dongchung reports.
The signing of the Memoranda of Understanding is geared toward enhancing corporate and mutual understanding as well as economic well-being of Barkin-Ladi residents and to further promote peaceful coexistence.
You say it's desirous of partnering with deserving and qualified non-governmental organizations such as the NTA to promote religious harmony, peaceful coexistence and social cohesion in crisis-prone communities.
Major key stakeholders who signed the Peace Pact include Chairman Barkin-Ladi, Dajok Alamba, the Gomre of Barkin-Ladi, Dajang Mashat, representative from the JNI, Ishak Isa, and the Christian Association of Nigeria. They all advocated for continuous dialogue between Christians and Muslims in Barkin-Ladi to embrace peace through religious tolerance.
A lot of people have been displaced. They have left their houses. Most of them are scattered all over, and there's nowhere better than home. So crisis will not help us at all. So we should embrace peace.
The MOU that has just been signed today between the two major faiths here in Barkin-Ladi, I say it is a very, very welcome idea, and I'm very, very pleased with it.
They should try and bring them in together so that at the end, this project will not be selective to a particular group or particular tribe or particular religion.
Signing this memorandum of understanding will bring unity to both adherents of Islam and Christianity. Secondly, it will develop our communities.
Meanwhile, the ECWA Relief Foundation promised to establish social amenities in their area to build succor to the people as part of measures to strengthen their relationship. There were question and answer sessions by participants on the factor responsible for conflicts in their community and the way forward. From Barkin-Ladi, Dongchun, NTA News.
That has been Panorama today. Remember to be a star. Join NTA in the campaign against rape and rapists. Good afternoon.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Sheer adventurism is driving me to go deep into the Onyama mines. It is the biggest coal mine in the whole of South. Well, the coronation of the new Oni is a watershed in the history of the Yoruba land generally, and Ife in particular. Now, because they have a leader now, that will... Gura is a beautiful countryside with awesome landscapes. If something differently would be done to the Nigerian textile industries, that our youth will be employed. Many people that attend the church here can tell you. Service in Olia Rosa is in the We are taking a canoe tour of the communities on the bank of River Niger in Ketsu. distant impression of Yankari. I had a vision of it as an overhyped game reserve. True, Yankari enjoys remarkable public relations. In fact, to many people across Nigeria, no mention of Bauchi State is ever made without a quick thought on Yankari. So, when I took a visit to the area, I never felt my journey would be eventful. You talked of altered perception. Yankari is a national endowment, natural, rich and breathtaking. It is amazing whether the state government or even the federal government understand what a gem they have here. Yankari is essentially a wildlife conservation center. However, it is host to scores of historical monuments and landscapes whose stories are hardly ever been told. Perhaps this explains why Yankari doubles as a research center. Research for wildlife and for scores of civilization that once flourished within its vast stretch in the time past. They left behind spectacular landmarks, original and wonderful. Within all this are naturally occurring springs with the unique landscapes and temperatures no lover of nature will ever want to miss. Scarcely do my colleagues fancy following me on my journeys, especially to the northeast. On this occasion, Fatima Abbas Hassan, our inimitable network newscaster, was in the bus with us. We had an amusing start live in Yankari. This mother baboon was shadowing me over a packet of biscuit I bought. When I wanted to share it with her, she fraudulently collected it from me whole. Unlike me, however, she refused to share even with her suckling babe. I know mothers to be selfless, but I take exception to mother baboons. Yankari Game Reserve is 2,244 square kilometers. This vast land area supports an amazing array of wildlife.
Yankari is the premier game reserve of West Africa. And for now, I don't think there's any reserve that beats Yankari in Africa. We can talk of Kenya, you can talk of other places. There's most of it are artificial. Ours is a natural endowment. I think you've seen it. Everything about Yankari is natural, apart from the buildings.
All animal life in the reserve are indigenous to the area. They are holistically wild. Any domestic animal within its confines is stray. The ecosystem is sacrosanct. Nothing to be defiled, nothing to be killed. There is actually a museum in the reserve which reflects the wildlife content of the area. I am taken, however, by a huge carcass of elephant kept in the museum.
There are some people that they will not know that we have elephant. But if they come here, they will know that we have elephant. Even if they didn't see them live, they can see their carcass here. And these are the carcass of an elephant and the skull. This is the skull of an elephant.
Okay, but tell me, you do have problem. Why do they come in dead? Old age, poaching, and other things. What happened?
Well, there's a poaching, but there's a natural death too. There are some people that they normally used to come and kill the animal illegally. So when they kill them, we have to carry those carcasses and keep it in the museum.
The administrative block building of Yankari is a fertile foraging ground for many wildlife. There are always troops of baboons on endless daytime movement around the building in search for food. There are units of watchdogs too, foraging for food on baboons' turf. There was an elaborate arrangement for us, however, to traverse through this endless reserve to capture as many wildlife in their natural habitat as we can. The prospect of seeing a lion in the wild, untamed and unchained, thrilled me, but I offered silent prayers against surprises. It is day one, and we had clear skies. All of us were looking on either side of the road to see what manner of wildlife would come across. We captured images of some exotic ones. We missed many, however, who launched a near supersonic speed to escape us, no thanks to the disruptive noise of our vehicle. It is part of the plan that on this first day we visit the Marshall Caves. The road leading to the cave is flagrantly scenic. We stopped to capture the refreshing breeze emanating from the area. In all its beauty and vastness, there are no human settlements within the confines of Yankari Game Reserve. I presume it is not a marketable idea that human beings should find shelter where lions prowl. There are proofs, however, that in time past, human beings settled in different sections of Yankari. The Marshall Caves are one such evidence of human settlement.
This place is a place where ancient people used to hide during slavery. Actually, it is a man dug this cave. We have about 59 caves. By then, if they were here, there is nobody that he know that somebody is here, because the place is too thick and silent.
Marshall Caves are a collection of 59 caves, only discovered in 1982 at the heart of the reserve. They are all up on hills and mountains. These caves are distributed along the spread of winding hilly structure. All are far from the ground.
Yankari is a place of 59 caves, 59 beautiful caves with different designs. In these caves, all these caves are architectural masterpieces. You will be amazed that there is upstairs here, a low-story building if you like it. And then there are those on the ground floor. Many of them are clustered. Some of them are separate. All of them beautiful, giving you various vistas, giving you various opportunities to do a lot of things. Standing here, I have a beautiful picture of some of these caves, obviously. Oh my God.
Those caves, actually it's a settlement of the community. And they settle here purposely just to hide themselves. And they can even have, there has even their emir palace. I will go and show you down there.
It is obvious, even in ancient times, there will never be a community without a chief. Now, those caves belong to the community. This cave belongs to the chief. In fact, the chief has not only a cave, he also has an underground chamber. A chief he is by all means. These chambers are supposed to accommodate his harems and probably attend to most of the subjects that may be coming to him. But the most interesting aspect of this place is that there are even seats, stone seats, which are seating people that are coming to the court, and in fact, which are sitting the king himself.
There are fears that many of the caves may give in over time for want of maintenance. In many of them, bats make a home. As we make our way out of Marshall Cave, our guide leads us now to a naturally occurring phenomena, the Maulgo Warm Spring. Yankari Game Reserve is an environment rich in water bodies, rivers, lakes, and warm springs. In fact, there are 3 different warm springs in Yankari, all with varying degrees of temperatures. The Maulgo Warm Spring is at a 2 degrees constant, and no matter the changes in the atmosphere, the water remained the same. This water, surprisingly perhaps, has rich fish life and is used for medicinal purposes too. Now look at this. Look at the source of this. There is a depth here. That is one of the openings of the river. It's very, very deep. In fact, see this stick. Let me show you how deep it can be. You see, I'm still going in, and the stick is still going down. It's so deep. In fact, I'm afraid. I don't know how to swim, so I don't want to risk my life. But that is one of the springs. So that is one of the evidence. There is another one here.
Yes.
There is another one here. It is still the spring, the source where it is coming out from. And then there is another one here. They are all coming out from a rocky profile that is in this place. This is the source of the water. Just, you have to clean it. You will find from where it is coming. This is it. It's a rocky area, it's a rocky profile, and the water is coming directly out of the rock. That is the nature of it. So it is a rock water, it is warm, it never changes, and it links up with the river as it makes its trajectory to River Benue. Here you can see the division of the warm water on the one side, which looks bluer, and then the water from the river looking very much redder. There is also the weak warm spring emanating within the confines of Yankari administrative area. It is in fact the most known of the three warm springs and the one that receives most people. It is 31 degrees centigrade. What does it mean to be 31 degrees centigrade in a water for bathing? So join me. Well, I pulled my legs. Well, it is like it is being tepid, but then that is as beautiful as it can. But the story I should like to tell you is far beyond the warmth or the label of the warmth of this place. It is the origination of the whole water itself. It emanates under this rock, an igneous rock it is, under a very deep valley, and the water is cascading down. As you see it cascading, you can see that an element of the warmth circulating like water is boiling. That is its natural point. Many people cannot say exactly from where it is coming, but then this is the rock in which it is coming. So from here it is running. It's running water that is linking up with the River Benue and terminating maybe at the Atlantic. But then this is the interesting place. Another interesting thing I should like to tell you is the valley. On top of it are trees, beautiful trees, elegant if you ask me. And then obviously the igneous rock that is threatening to fall under you. How beautiful it can be for a place of tourism. How nice for somebody who wants to relax. I have my fascination with the location of this warm spring. It is in a deep valley. The scenery may have been playing a key role in attracting people to it. We made a point of the source of this warm spring water under this rock that is a feature of the deep valley. The water is packaged here to allow visitors to have a go at it. But it is running water, covering distances, and emptying at this river to link up with the River Benue.
This water is coming from the spring that we...
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is it?
Yeah. You can see how it flowed down to that river.
Oh.
And from there, they will go down, just down to in between Taraba and Plateau State. From there, then they move to the River Benue.
Okay, so that's a big river?
Yeah, that's their compliance.
While still on the subject of water in Yankari, however, at a section of River Gaji, deep into the Yankari forest, there is this water point where wildlife come to drink. Our guide told us it is more so a dry season, when other water sources in the reserve dried up. The river here flows all year round. We couldn't run into any wildlife at the water point, but the curator showed us droppings of some animals who may have just left while we are coming along. Crucially, however, the river basin is of medicinal significance to the wildlife. Along the canals of free-flowing River Gaji, as it makes its move to River Benue, is a place that they call the Salt Lake. Well, it is a lake because of the flowing River Gajo, obviously. But off it, on the terraces, is a naturally occurring salt. This salt becomes like a clinic for the hundreds of the wildlife that is around this area. They come here to lick it, to heal many of the wounds or to heal many of the ailments that they may be suffering. You talk of nature and its clinic. Well, these are the models of the salts that is found around this area, which I told you is naturally occurring, and which is serving like a pharmacy for the animals. And it's like the animals are themselves own doctors. They don't need any consultant to recommend things for them. They just naturally take it. Exactly. It is getting late, so we return to bed on this first day. We left home early in the morning on day 2. Our destination is Amfara, a 6-hour journey from our base. Amfara is a place of ancient civilization. The people of old still had their iron smelting furnaces there as evidence of their life. We were in good spirit, reinforced by sightings of different species of wildlife. It seems like today will atone for yesterday. Despite the joy of our sightings, the journey had been challenging. We struggled with the trees and shrubs and stubborn flies who bite and bite all journey long. Soon we encountered a more challenging moment. Our vehicle is stuck in mud and in a thick bush where wildlife patrol. It is almost 3 hours away from home. All the crew, including our women content, were up and doing to free our vehicle from the clutch of this mud. I saw a picture of Fatima Abbas Hassan cutting trees with her left hand. My cameraman had to abandon his camera to offer a helping hand too. The rescue operation is on. We had some luck that after being stuck for over 2 hours here, we moved the rear tires out, but the front tires hooked. It was another labor. Mercifully, it was freedom at last. We continued on our journey to Amfara. The nature of the road had just been the same. Sensationally, when we arrived here, our vehicle couldn't execute the climb. It uncontrollably cascaded backward. I had given that the motor will go down with us. It did not, but its engine is off, and that means trouble. For the period we are stuck at Dantabara, the engine was on, because if the engine goes off, you need combination of prayers, hard work, and mechanical abracadabra for it to start. Our work has been cut out for us. After 2 hours of manipulation and pushing, the old lady raved into life, but we abandoned it to allow the driver make the climb alone. Eventually, we arrived at Ampara, the location of the iron smelting furnaces.
Mohamed Aladi.
Mohamed Aladi.
Yes.
Ampara iron smelting ore.
Yeah.
What is special about it?
This place, as we call him, Ampara Iron Melting Furnace.
Yeah, I should like you to speak louder.
It's a place where ancient people used to make iron.
Okay.
And before making this iron, they are using like iron ore, charcoal, and sand. Then they mix it. And from here you can see the hole where they are using this heat pipe to put it under here. It's a smoking place. Okay. The smoke will be here, and the sand, charcoal, and the other iron ore, they are here. Then later on, after 1 hour or more than that, you can even see the iron coming out through this hole. That is why you can see this place shining. It's an iron.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, tell me, how many years are we talking about?
According to our research people, what they were saying is now it's getting to 200 years ago.
I have my fear with these monuments. They are going down to vagaries of the weather. I'm afraid that despite their historical significance, they may disappear over time. Tell me, are these the original one? Are these the one that has been there since that 200 years?
Yeah, this is an original one. It was here up to 200 years.
Like this, Raladi, you can see they are breaking. I'm afraid if it continues like this, in the next 2-3 years, we may not find these places again.
And that is why we don't want any people to come and enter the bush illegally. You know, there are some people that normally used to come to the bush illegally, like hunters or grazers.
My intention was largely to show that Yankari was more than just a wildlife conservation center, but is also home to ancient settlements and civilizations, whose vision is as repression of the wildlife content. It is amazing, however, how the authorities of this reserve are able to monitor the whole scope of the environment against poaching and against intrusion. There are no settlements inside the reserve, all right, but there are neighbors.
In conservation where the surrounding community is poor.
So
it's a very tough job. It's fighting people's livelihood. Some of these poachers inherited poaching from hunting from their fathers. Some of them are doing it because this is where they get their protein from. So it's kind of a tough job that you have to do. But when you do it right and over time, and when you know how to work with the community and you carry them along, over time they understand what you are doing, and we can tell you that we have some rangers that were poachers turned to rangers to help to protect them.
So in specific situation in Yankari, where we are now, what are you doing differently with these poor communities who are thirsty for protein and who are poor, to bring them into the thinking of the conservation ideas that you have? What were you able to do differently and achieve it?
Anyway, so one of the first steps we took was train the rangers. Give them the appropriate training. Work closely with the government. Make sure they have the tools they need to be properly armed, to be equipped, to use technology, because its conservation now is shifting from just hard work. It's also working smart.
Yeah. True. It will be arrogant of me to fancy that I can tell the story of Yankari all alone and at once. Okay. In fact, I miss to tell the story of Duke wells. They are a collection of 132 wells linked together, which serve water needs of travelers, settlers, and livestock over 300 years ago. They are there within the reserve. In the meantime, it is getting to nightfall in Yankari, and we had a last sighting of this group of antelopes.
NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online. Or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the rich.
A lovely day to all of us, and I always like to start by asking, how are you? It is imperative, because no one really is sure of anything as it is, because you wake up, you don't wake up, it's all in the hands of God. But I trust that if we do our own bit, do what we are supposed to do, the rest which is left in the hands of God, it's definitely perfected through his directions. Today, we will be continuing what we started last week. We talked about the vaccine, still COVID-19, and a whole lot came out. Lines were all buzzing. A lot of questions came in. Unfortunately, we're not able to take even up to half of it. We promise you'll be right back today to do justice to all of that. And I have someone seated with me who will be taking dimension as a doctor, dimension as a whole lot of other things, policy makings and all that. But we have a tradition here. My name is Elizabeth, so I'll let him introduce himself by himself. So the audience want to know your name.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me thank you for finding me worthy to be invited to this important program, and also to commend the entire management and staff of Nigerian Television Authority for the good work we have been doing in trying to educate Nigerians and all over as it relates to topical issues and our culture and tradition. My name is Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu. I'm a member of House of Representatives, NAN Assembly, and I chaired the House Committee on Healthcare Services. I represent Yahudi Shende in the Skiforo constituency, and I'm from Kebbi State.
All right. Thank you very much. We intentionally invited you because we know you're involved with the, Committee of Health, and that tells us you have, ample information to give to Nigerians when it comes to the area of policy making. But before we get all that, like I mentioned, last week, a lot of questions came up. We've been able to, pick some of them and try to find out certain answers as at now. But those questions, you and I are going to, masticate a little bit when it's done. Let's see a compilation Diary was able to put together for us with regards to the, very important questions people asked last week. Let's see it.
Here are some important questions and answers that have actually been given by science before considering getting vaccinated. If I get vaccinated, can I stop wearing a mask? Science says no. If I get vaccinated, will the restaurants, bars, schools, fitness clubs, hair salons, and other non-essential services reopen? And will people be able to get back to work like normal? Science says no. If I get vaccinated, will I be resistant to COVID? Science says no. If I get vaccinated, at least I won't be contagious to others, right? Science says no. The vaccine doesn't stop transmission. If I get vaccinated, how long will the vaccine last? Science says no one knows. If I get vaccinated, can I stop social distancing? Science says no. If my parents, grandparents, and myself all get vaccinated, can we hug each other again? Science says no. If I am pregnant, can I take the vaccine? Science says no. If I am breastfeeding, can I take the vaccine? Science says no. Are you sure the vaccine won't injure or kill me? Science says no guarantees. So what's the benefit of getting vaccinated?
Justin, a whole lot is said. And doctor is seated here with us to give us the benefit of taking this vaccine. So I'll quickly start from the last question and throw it back at you. That's some questions people asked us last week. What is my benefit? By the way, have you had your own vaccine?
Yeah, I'm vaccinated and I'm waiting for my second jab.
Okay, I've actually had my own too. Yes. So I'm waiting for the second one. So what is the benefit?
Well, let me just start by saying that, vaccination generally, apologies to those who are in the special field of immunology, virology, and the rest, because I'm a gynecologist. But as a general practitioner, before becoming a specialist, one has a little bit of knowledge of vaccination. Now, we ask our question, what is the aim of vaccination? Vaccination is aimed at building herd immunity in a community. You understand? Where the immunity is very low, the susceptibility of people to develop infection, and then their susceptibility to go into severe cases is extremely high. And the rate of transmission among individuals is also very high. So that's just a summary of the little concept of this. Now, if you try to relate that to the vaccine, in a vaccination, it's a way of trying to stimulate the body to prepare itself by getting soldiers that will attack the organism that you are trying to vaccinate against when next you contact it. For example, if you have organism A, you try to render it a little bit harmless, so that when you introduce that organism A into a body, it may not cause infection that is there. It will now elicit the body to produce antibody, and that antibody are the soldiers of the body, so that when next that organism that is now harmful came into one body, your body is already naturally prepared to react. Unlike when it's coming for the first time. Okay. Before the actions comes, the organism will cause serious damage. So that's the essence. So now when you receive vaccination against COVID-19, it is expected that your body will be able to develop antibody against COVID-19 virus. So that when is infected, we don't pray so, the body can be able to react, and they tailor the reaction of the body to either not develop the disease completely or to make it in a milder form. That instead of having so many people requiring ICU and ventilators to support their respiration and others, or going into severe disease, you now get people with milder disease, that while they are infected, they can still do their normal activities without going into severe cases. Okay. And what is the economic implication of that? Less number of people will be in ICU, and therefore translating less cost to the healthcare services. Lesser people will be in a hospital. Hospital stay will be shortened, making available for bed space to be more for other people to utilize. It also makes it much easier to the family in trying to manage somebody who is in ICU compared to somebody who is being managed as outpatient or who is being managed in a semi-equipped isolation centers. You understand? Yes. And by and large, the transmission pattern or rate of that disease is also lowered. Because body has learned to now react and identify coronavirus or any other virus that is vaccinated against as a foreign and dangerous and will prevent it. It's just like now, country may not be at war, but countries spend so much billions of naira to intensify its defense mechanism. And those soldiers were trained to identify who is enemy. And once enemy comes, all they need is to react and then bring it this. Otherwise, without such defense worldwide in every independent country, the world will have been in so many wars. So that's why if we vaccinate, the war with our body will have to, this is general.
So it's just saying that that you're taking it does not mean you will not get it, but the effect will be less. It's like when we have the measles.
Possibility. It may assist you not to get it. It may assist you to get. To also assist you to make the case mild.
Yes.
With less severe cases.
Yeah, I think it's getting clearer because I know that I had my measles jab as a kid. But as a grown-up, I still had a bit of it, but it wasn't that bad anymore. So we're not scared of going to.
So that's the essence of
okay, I guess that's how it works. The good thing is you said you're a gynecologist. That's your area of socialization after the general medicine, and a lot of people have actually written to us asking about the women who are pregnant, women who are lactating, what is their case? And I recall when I went to take mine, those questions were asked, and I wasn't in any of those categories, so I got it. So what is the implication for a pregnant woman? I'm sure there are people who may not really bother. They say, okay, let me just take it. It will protect me and my child. What are the implications, and why are they not being given to them?
So you see, science, especially the practice of medicine, it's about being safe. It's about don't do harm. It's one of the ethical provisions of medicine. You should not do harm.
Okay.
You understand? Doing harm requires that you must have available information, knowledge base, and what have you to ensure that whatever you are going to do, you are not going to inflict harm. And this harm, it could be to even the non-living person, a dead person. If you are to remove his organ without authorization, it's a doing harm to the body. If it's an adult, you are giving him something that you don't have much knowledge about it. All this you should not do harm. So the literature so far has not addressed the issue of how pregnant women
can cope with
response to COVID immunization.
Okay.
We don't have the knowledge to say that, okay, since we don't have a group of number of women that were vaccinated to follow them and see what is their disease. We don't know the antibody may either cross the placenta and then
get
the baby, or could it be possible even the harmless organism that you are now introducing in your vaccination may also cross and cause harm to the body, to the baby. So because we don't have that pool of literature to support its vaccination, the issue is that let's play safe. And by playing safe, it means you restrict such group of people to being immunized. Let me give an example. At times, restriction can come because of over time study. There was a drug that was used sometimes back to, I think, to treat I think it's early abortion, stop early abortion, if I can remember. We call it thalidomide. Now, over a period of administration, they realized that babies that were delivered either have one hand absent, one finger absent, we call it pecomelia. So when that study accrued and find that all those is higher, the development of such problems is higher in those who took, even if they are isolated cases in society, but it's higher among those people who took thalidomide. And they call all the general manifestation that appears after taking that drug and baby is delivered as thalidomide syndrome. Completely, it was withdrawn from the market. You understand? Completely.
I never even heard of the drug before.
Yeah?
I never even heard of the drug before. Anyway.
Yes, it's no more in use. So it's only those historical perspectives that will be told. And all these are being mentioned so that we can be as much as safe as possible in trying to administer drug to a pregnant woman.
Okay, now what?
Because they are dealing with two individuals now. Okay. The baby as an entity that is in the womb, the embryo as an entity, and then the mother herself. And then they are interrelated. The baby depends wholly on the mother for survival. Now, along the line, the food nutrients that are getting to the baby, if you have something that the baby's cells cannot cope with, get across at the time of development, they may affect some areas that organ will develop. So that you see, if it affects the area that will transform into eye, it may be born blind. If it is the hand, so these are these. So all this issue is that while you are trying to protect society, you must know that what you don't have knowledge, especially as it affects the upcoming generation, you must be extra careful to ensure that harm is not done.
All right. Now, still speaking of pregnant women and ability to protect them, from unknown consequences of a vaccine, do we have known consequences of the effect of COVID-19 virus itself on the baby when the mother is carrying? I mean, if I were pregnant and I contract it, would my child be affected? Do we have any record like that?
You see, to my knowledge, I cannot say I've come along a situation like that, really. But we just have to look at it. The overall manifestations of the COVID-19 itself may affect this thing. When you have a high, very extreme fever, you understand? It may affect into the pregnancy itself. When you have a situation whereby the mother will require oxygen through ventilators and rest, and or any other source of oxygen like oxygen mask and intubation, all these are issues that are this. The possibility of the woman going into premature labor may all be there because of the actual effect on her body. You understand? But say that the virus itself can cross and cause congenital malformation. That is structural defect at time of birth. I've not come across that literature, and I wouldn't want to say that it does or it doesn't, because you have to say something based on knowledge. It's possible currently, the only thing we also have to understand that COVID-19 is a novel disease. It's a novel virus, so much research is ongoing. In fact, what saves us much is that it comes at a time when the technology is at peak. You understand? Everything that can take over 3, 4, 5 years now, with technology, you can shorten the pattern and the trend to ensure that it can be done in three months, for example.
Now, we're already done with the pregnant women. I'm sure nobody will be asking this question again. But let's move to the lactating mothers, that's the breastfeeding women. The baby is off the womb. The baby is breastfeeding.
Yes.
If I, had the jab of the vaccine, what's the link between that and the breast milk?
Yes, the link between that is it's all about sustainability and the capacity of cells in terms of maturity to withstand challenges, external. You understand? Everybody knows we have 2 extremes of ages. The youngest, the lower age group, and the higher age group.
Okay.
And by our own knowledge, we know that our response to infection is not the same. If you take, for example, a baby of 3 months, and then an old man of 90 years, for example, and then a middle-aged man of 24 years, and then you subject them to the same condition, I do know that you all agree that their response will be different.
Definitely.
Because of their extreme of ages. Now, for the baby, when the immunity is very, very low, could it be that the fear that and then it's also independent of breast milk. So we need to know what is in the content of that milk that the baby is taking and how it affects him. You understand? So we don't have that knowledge. So without that knowledge, they say that when you are breastfeeding, stay safe, stay away.
Okay.
You understand? So that whatever the baby is taking from the mother will not likely unduly affect the baby negatively. So this is all our scientists. But you see, we are today where we are. In the next few months or years, because research is ongoing daily by daily, the WHO may come with the conclusion that, do you know that it is safe to give a pregnant woman?
Yes.
Did you know that it is like lactating breast women can be given?
Like I hear that the age of those who can receive it have actually come down a little bit more.
So these are the issues, because it's research-based this thing. So the issue is that it's not good to rush when you don't have the knowledge to do it. Because in sciences, the risk versus benefit. It generally, it's principle of medicine. Risk versus benefit. Where the benefit outweighs the risk. You understand? We say go ahead and give. And now the risk is pregnant women coming down with the coronavirus. Now, how many of them have come that we have studied? So since they are not a large number, but if you say down that we don't pray, and I hope this will not happen like that, say that out of 100 pregnant women, 80 also are coming down with the coronavirus. Then there should be a factor in them that's predisposing them to coming down with coronavirus. And at that instant now, we now say, since the mortality usually may be high because of the pregnancy itself, now the WHO can now come into conclusion that since the risk, that's a higher level of infection is much compared to the possibility of effect of vaccination to them. We now say, okay, immunize pregnant women. But we have not reached that level. It's still low. So, but you cannot stop it. From time to time, we can also gather knowledge. Incidentally or inadvertently, you can have a pregnant woman being immunized. If we have such number very big without this large, and it's reviewed among them, it's not that they are subjected in trial, it's inadvertently. You understand? Okay. So if they have a large number and then nothing happened to their babies, then the science will say, okay, go ahead and do it. So, but for now, we don't have any information. And the highest thing one can adapt, which is the WHO is also the WHO is for us to adapt the stand of the WHO on health issues. And
all right,
they said,
so
please do not immunize pregnant women. And
that, I'm sure that we have taken care of that, deeply. And a lot of those questions that are here are all related. So I'll skip those ones and go to new ones. Elder Abuchi Ikegwonu from Mkpa Bende local government area of Abia State says, my question is, 1, if I am not affected by COVID-19 and I take the vaccine, is that not drug abuse?
You see, you are putting me in a very hot seat because, as I said, it's not really my this thing. No, it wasn't an abuse. It wouldn't be called as a drug abuse because the WHO and the whole study has established the fact that there is benefit in vaccination, and that's why so much money is being pumped into it. There is benefit in vaccination. So even if you didn't develop the disease and you took it, it means that you are trying to derive the benefit of not getting it, or when you have it, it becomes much lesser in terms of severity. So therefore, it cannot be considered as drug abuse.
Okay.
You see?
That's,
drug abuse is inappropriate taking of medication.
Yes. Of course, when we're all small, we all had our BCG, polio, not because we had a disease. And that was to protect us from getting it.
And you see, if you even look at it now, gone are the days before when in Nigeria it was a serious tug of war, serious fight to administer polio vaccine. And today we are celebrating that is a good history that Nigeria is declared polio free. So that's this.
So one day we'll celebrate.
Yes, the issue is knowledge and acceptability of things comes over time with experience. If people see that over time, people that took, I know of a lot of my friends that is no. I've convinced them, please go and take your jab. They said no. If we have over 5,000 or 10,000 Nigerians who took their jab and know things, then I'll go and take it. And now they have took their medicine and they're eager to receive their second doses.
Actually, somebody already said here, why won't Nigerians wait and observe other people before they begin to take? And you already answered that.
No, but you see, this question is not only that. You see, we are dealing with a global world. If Nigeria say, okay, let us stand and watch, we are not taking. Many people then now come down with it, and we lost so many people. And then our healthcare is not resilient enough. You understand? To respond to shock. The more we have admission, the more the country's economy will go down, the more you have this thing. So we watch. And then global politics too. Inter-country travel is now listening. For example, now just of recent, in the last few years, even the National Hajj Commission made it clear. The Saudi authority says, get your 2 doses or
before you come.
Your Hajj. So should we say now we are going to take that position? You see, the leadership is about trust. Those of them in the organ who are leaders must take it as a trust and weigh the benefit and the risk. Nigeria cannot be in isolation of international politics. We can't. And in fact, just consider when our borders were closed, virtually all the West African countries are affected. Their economy has gone down seriously. And with every cry that it should be open. Now it's open. So many in and out is coming. Our economy is going up, everything that is this. So shouldn't we get ourselves protected? So
we should, definitely. So this vaccine, is it free? Some people are saying that you need to pay to get it, but I didn't pay. I don't know if you paid. It was free for me.
Nobody needs to pay to get the vaccine. And let me be frank with generally.
All right, so I know
any vaccine outside the one delivered to Nigerians, certified by NAFDAC, and delivered to Nigerian by National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, as at today, it's not a vaccine. It should be anything else, but not vaccine. Even if it is vaccine, it's fake vaccine. Because it's well regulated that you as an individual, you cannot go and import for your family and bring it to the country. You cannot. And vaccine has been there for a very decent. And the government has put in machineries to ensure that whatever is coming into this country is first of all tested to find to be safe in terms of toxicology. And then approval granted for it to be utilized for Nigerians.
I'm going to take you up on that, but let's quickly reiterate what you just said, that the vaccine is free. Okay, now you know it is free. And while it was going on, I was still trying to look at some of the questions and share them with my guests. Doctor, I think this particular question, I have more than 3 of it. And let's see, we'll take it. I'm still looking at you as under your capacity as a doctor. I'll still move back to your capacity as an honorable member later. Somebody's asking here, actually 3 people, what will this vaccine affect my male organ when I take it?
Well, you see, as I made mention earlier, I'm not a specialist in the field, but we on daily basis, we review literatures. Because by my fact that I'm a doctor, and also by the fact that I chaired a committee on health, and I also have an advisory role in policy making, and also my constitutional right to legislate on health matters. So these 4 issues will always allow me to expand my knowledge so that I cannot just be sitting like that. So to my knowledge, I've not come across COVID vaccine affecting manhood. And you see, one thing with the COVID itself is a disease that suffers so much misinformation and information. Some information are correct when you get it from the reliable sources. Misinformation in the sense that everybody can stay in his own room and type information and say it's coming from Oxford. It's coming from a doctor in India. It's coming from a doctor in Germany. In his own room.
A doctor in Nigeria.
Yes. No, not even a doctor. Just say this and you share it. So. And then, because of the advantage of social media, it became viral. And then you hardly convince people that that is not a correct information. Social media has made it a fact that most of the actual fact became less viral compared to the fake news. So that's the problem now. So and that is more or less much better in COVID-19. Somebody can even stay in his room, dramatize situation, get himself this and then share it up. And then we also have a lot of global politics here and there. You understand? Even among the companies themselves, one will try to outsmart the other, and all these are issues. So the information as it relates to COVID, we must be very, very careful to ensure that we are getting it from an authentic source of information. Which is why we actually institute this topic for this program, to ensure that the public is completely, guided well. I'm tempted to also ask, would it have side effects on
the womanhood. But let me drop that question and move on. Under your capacity as a policy maker and a chairman of a health committee, I'd like to know, a question someone asked, and I'm throwing it back to you. Why did Nigeria decide to take the AstraZeneca we're using now instead of the other ones? Is it better for us?
You see, still in science, when we go back, we look at cost versus benefit, risk versus benefit. If you have these two concepts, then you'll be able to navigate and find which one you will afford. For example, if you have a drug, the logistic of getting the drugs to where you are going to administer and give it may drain your economy so much, and then may take it very difficult for it to go round, and then will provide the effect of almost, let's say, 80 or 90%. And then you have another one that logistic is very, very minimal. It won't affect your economy in terms of this thing. Very easy to handle and distribute, and may have an effect of almost 70 to 80%. You now look at it. You want to achieve 70% herd immunity. Which one will you go for? If you go to the Pfizer vaccine, you need a temperature of minus 80 degrees.
Oh, wow, and that's
for
most
storage.
Impossible for us in Nigeria.
For storage. In
It's
a country that you are not sure of area in this country that you can say you can get 24 hours electricity supply for 30 consecutive days uninterrupted. You understand? And then if you have that this season, and you need a specialized freezers to cater for 200 million people, if you want to immunize 120 million, and then you also distribute it at that lower temperature, you are now left with, can you afford it? In terms of the cost.
Yes.
Costs will now determine where you go. If you answer no, I need to spend maybe 1 trillion naira to go around to do that. For example, I'm just citing an example.
Yes.
I'm not saying that the exact figure. And you now look at and you put it, weigh it to your own economy. Can you afford it? If your answer is no, when you say you are initiating a program that is likely to fail, and that program will not see the light of the day. Now, if you say this one, you can spend 5 or 10 billion, that can easily be our decision. And it's because it's also cheaper and it's effective. You have donor bodies that are ready to give you such. And then you also have your own ability to also go out and procure it. Then you say, okay, let's do it. But we cannot say we are in the world. Today, our economy can suddenly change. Nothing's this. We just enter into recession. And just like magic, the World Health Organization declared Nigeria out of magic. So if that magic that are blessing to the country continue to multiply in multiple fold, I think not only, even if it is minus 120, we may be able to afford it. And then the policy can change. And that's why for the COVID, whether you like it or you don't like it, whether you agree to commend or you don't agree, you must commend the Presidential Task Force for diligently working to advise Nigerians on what to procure, how to procure it, and even how to conduct ourselves. And I think so far, there is no aspect that government is involved, that people are carried along and fully educated, except if you want to not agree with them. That has, for me, received an excellent percentage of coverage like COVID, Presidential Task Force role in COVID-19. And we sat down with them. They analyzed, they also seek for our destiny. And every 3-month quarterly review, we are invited and we used to be there, so that they tell us where we have doubt. These are the issues. These are the problems. And these are solutions that we have arrived at based on the country's affordability. And you see, even the restrictions, when initially they restricted, people started crying. So that you know that they are not punishing Nigeria. Now that the infection rate is below 100, you can see they have lessened a lot of issues. So,
as at yesterday, I think it was 44. But speaking about coverage, somebody says here, good morning. How would it be possible for those at the rural areas to be vaccinated? This person says his name is Comrade Lakia and Art. Thank you.
This is a very excellent question because every Nigerian will want to worry about those in rural areas, especially for those of us who are voted by people and represent people. I will upload my people to be vaccinated first before myself. But then we are not talking of acceptability. A lot will not trust it when they say that president did not take it. Vice president did not take it. Speaker did not take it. You understand? So you must cite a good example, leadership by example. That's one. Two, you must also note who are your foot soldiers. Who are your foot soldiers? It's just like now, if there is a problem now and you can you cannot go to certain area because of this thing, the government will provide vehicle to carry soldiers to there. And they cannot only send them there, they will arm them to go and fight. So it's the same scenario is applying to COVID. It's a war against the world. So we have to know who are our foot soldiers. And let's add our medical healthcare professional in the country who expose themselves to an extreme risk in an attempt to save the life of individual. And I think I will have to commend every health worker in Nigeria and also to give them a statement of ovation that really they have served this country. A lot of hours are run out of the country, but many of them, seniors, still remain in the country despite the challenges and whatever, and they decided to remain and work for Nigeria. So their effort must be recognized. And I'm giving them a credit, generally every health worker in Nigeria, for taking maximum risk. You see, so they have to be protected first.
Yes.
If you didn't protect your first line of defense, you're not going to hospital, and you find that most of the beds are occupied by health workers rather than the patients themselves. So, and that's why the WHO came with the policy, and it's adapted in Nigeria that look in your first line of this. Then you also go to the most vulnerable groups. The most vulnerable groups. You understand? Who are easily likely to develop the infection. It may be because of their age. It may be because of their sex. It may be for anything. Just put it vulnerable disease. It may be because of their profession. You take care of them. Because there is still a scarcity of the vaccine world over. As we are going, more is being produced. Affordability is becoming, accessibility is becoming much easier, and then definitely in the nearest this year, very soon, the federal government is going to present the supplementary budget, which will now factor everyone that is supposed to be vaccinated. But the most important now is also to be able to work and convince Nigerians, especially those on the areas, to see that the vaccine, a lot of our leaders have so far received the vaccine. If they are monitoring, none of them develop any side effect of this thing, because I assure you, if any leader develop a side effect,
it will be news.
It will be known all over. So that shows that from deduction, you can deduce from the number of leaders that have so far received the drug, the injection, without any adverse drug action. That's for what we have in Nigeria is safe.
That's good. All right. So Joyce says she's writing in from Asaba. And he says, in Asaba, where can I get my own vaccine? And she also added, I think this vaccine should be distributed to healthcare centers everywhere to enable people get them. I'm particularly impressed that someone is anxiously wanting to take it, because one of the things I took away from our opinion last week was that a lot of Nigerians are still very skeptical, but she is in Asaba and she wants it in all healthcare centers. I know that a lot of states have actually taken theirs, and if you go to the ministries, you'll be able to find out where.
I think the pattern of distribution, it is handed to the state, and the state is handed it to State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, who are now saddled with responsibility of vaccinating. So I think she can liaise with people of the state Primary Healthcare Development Agency. They will direct her to this. And as you quite said, hesitancy, that's the lack of desire to go and take it. As far as we are concerned now, is the major issue. And I believe that I must also thank the Executive Director of National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. He is addressing the issue of hesitancy zone by zone. Just yesterday, I received a letter from his office inviting me to a meeting of multi-stakeholders to address hesitancy on the Northwest. Major key players are invited so that we can look at what are the people concerned, what are this thing, how do you alleviate their concern, how do you try to convince them this thing. Just as what happened to polio vaccine. You know that one, it has become in such a way that there are some houses that you see people holding cutlass. Come close to my house and something will happen. But today, everybody later on realized that there is benefit. And how did they come to? When they see over times, cripples are reducing in the country. Babies are not this. So people say, okay, really, there is a direct relationship between polio and crippled state of a born baby. And people now gradually begin to accept it. And today we are celebrating. So I do hope that even with this, but we definitely as leaders and as major stakeholders we work hard to ensure that we try to encourage people. And one thing is, which the government has accepted, no forcing you to take it. But we'll convince you with reason on why you should take it. And a lot of people are beginning to change their attitude towards taking the immunization. And many people, and that's why you now have people requesting knowledge to go where to go.
You know, I'm going to stop looking at you as a doctor and look at you as an honorable member and ask more questions within that territory. You represent a community, and I know within that community there are a lot of people who are still skeptical. As a man who is not just medically, enlightened, but a man who is also a mouthpiece for these people, legislating for them, how much effort are you and indeed other people making to reach out to your constituency to ensure that you reorientate them and get them to, move forward towards getting healthier?
You see, mine is very, very simple, and I prayed if any other member or senator can have the situation I find myself, it will have been much, much easier.
Really? What's the situation?
Because the local government I represent constituted Yauri Emirate. That's Ingeski Shanga and Yauri itself. And it's Yauri Emirate. And Emirate is usually headed by an emir. So why I said so, my emir is a former vice chancellor, is a macrobiologist.
Wow.
And he knew so much about virology. And that is also his special field. You understand? So he took it upon himself to lead the advocacy for administration of the vaccine. And he took it publicly and instructed all his council members to also take it. And virtually all the other leaders in my country. And that's why the hesitancy is there much less. And let me tell you, even before the vaccine, in terms of social distancing, if you ask anybody in my constituency that says you have something to go to do to Emir's Palace, the first thing that person will do, where will I get a chemist or a pharmacy that I can buy face mask?
Face mask.
Yes. And
because he knows he will not be allowed in.
He has never allowed anybody to go into his palace without face mask. He has never appeared public without use of face mask. So you cannot go there, you have to wash your hands and sanitize. So all the recommendation by CDC, NCDC, is adopted by him, and therefore it descended down to the teaming edition. So with that, it becomes very much easier. And that's why we are definitely for us, and I keep on telling, even the PTF, I told him, you see, when you succeed along the line, and a similar situation find herself, trace yourself backward and follow that same pattern. If that one has addition, since it's not bad, so if you are doing bad and you keep on repeating it, you won't succeed. But you see, what I mean by this, for us to succeed, to fight polio, especially in the northern part of the country, we allowed the traditional rulers to champion the cause of fighting against polio. So because they are closer to the people and they educate in a cultural way, people find them more acceptable than the one that will now come and have what they may consider as European approach or any other decision. So when they lead, the acceptability becomes this thing. The hesitancy gradually winds down, and then acceptability started rising. And in the shortest possible time, they are this thing. And even now, we must go back and see how we can incorporate them to be part and parcel of fight against COVID, and assign them a role that is respectful of them, so that when they play that role, I assure you people will get this.
All right, so you champion with the traditional leaders to ensure that the people get to understand the need for them to fight COVID and take the vaccine.
And that's my recommendation.
I also know that, we all know that the fathers are always a voice we must listen to. But I also know that the religious leaders also play a role. I have heard some, religious leaders, try to counter it.
I can't agree with you. Yeah. You see, when you say a traditional council, Emir is the head. Okay. And no council that doesn't have a religion leader in it. Okay. You understand?
Yes.
Because those religious leaders are also indirectly
linked up
under the council itself. So it's a multifactorial approach. Look, you cannot be a very senior cleric or a very senior Islamic teacher, any this and this. And you cannot say that when your Emir call you or your Oba or Eze call you cannot come. Because some of them are part of the council. Mm-hmm. Because the council need to be advised culturally and religiously. They have religious advisors. No Emir or no Oba or Eze will not say you will not have, even if you go where the predominant religion is. Let's say if you go to areas where predominant religion is Christianity, you still have the Muslim there being represented. If you go to this area, the Islam is the predominant religion there. Mm. You also have those other interest groups also reflected in that council. Mm-hmm. Because if you go to you can have somebody that will call Sarkin Igbo, Sarkin Yoruba, that's the chief of Igbo, the chief of Yoruba, in my own constituency too. You understand? And they also have advisory role. The emir will call them and ask them, what is the interest of your people? What are their problems? How do they also help the society they are standing? How do you increase cohesion and relative stay in peace? Or even absolute if we can get it. You understand? So they are part of the...
All right, so I'm glad to know that within your constituency, the advocacy is high, and I also know that with what you've just said, compliance will also be high. Now, still picking from your portfolio as an honorable member, and of course, the man chairing the state of affairs when it comes to Committee of Health, a lot of us Nigerians are scared of fake vaccine coming in. As at now, we don't have any, but a lot of us are rushing to take it now because we don't know about tomorrow. I don't know, but are there rules, are there provisions being made to ensure that we don't get to ever have this happen? Because if we take the wrong one, we actually get to, rather than, live healthier, we get to kill ourselves.
Yes, you see, that's why I told you that we have this thing. We have to... One, no vaccine can come into this country except through National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. And that's first principle. No vaccine can come to this country except through National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. I mean, you go and buy a million of these, it has to come. And no vaccine imported by National Primary Healthcare Development Agency can be utilized in this country without approval of NAFDAC.
So it's hand in hand to ensure that we maintain standards.
And NAFDAC cannot just sit down in her office, in their office and give you an approval. They must work to ensure that the vaccine is safe for national development.
That's good.
And let me tell you that something is just policy. There are some. Let me tell you, this system has helped because there is no way custom will allow you to bring it. There is no way. Even though people say, well, yes, we have porous borders. But when you come into the country, there is surveillance that is ongoing. With that surveillance, continuous surveillance, and then the fact that also there is enforcement, there is re-strategizing and reorganization of enforcement unit of NAFDAC, things are becoming very, very difficult for somebody to dream of bringing in vaccine. Anybody that wants to bring vaccine must liaise with the with the Primary Healthcare Development Agency. And National Primary Healthcare Development Agency is guided by policy, and they cannot go out of this policy. You see, it just have to be very strict like that, because without being too strict, we don't know what people will import into the country. That may even deny people to accept the right one. Honestly. So that's this thing, and that is this. I'm telling you, I'm fully involved and I'm fully informed.
I'm reassured.
And one thing, let me tell you one thing. All those that knew me, I stand by the country's regulation.
That's good to know.
Anything that is in the excellent law, I stand it. There was a case that I won't mention it publicly, but I stood by them, and I always stand by that, because we must safeguard the health of our people.
It's important.
We must do it, because the position we are now is just a trust, and it's over time. So what is needed for you is to do the best you can, so that in future, you either remember yourself as you have done the right thing, or people remember you in your absence that, look, when he was there, he has done that. And I think that's the guiding principle.
All right, I will soon be packing up to go, but let me quickly say, Godwin from Plateau State is asking, if I take the vaccine, how long will it last? I think for now we just take 2, and that is at interval of 3 months in Nigeria for now, or 10 to 12 weeks. So it depends on what time is given to you, but I don't know when the next one will be.
I think he's trying to ask how long will the immunity
last.
Is it for life? Is it that in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years he has
to take another one?
Take another one?
Yes.
That, as we go, Sani will explain that to us.
Okay, like you mentioned, it's still in the veil.
Over time.
Yes.
What is their level of antibody as of today? After giving, after 4 months, after 3 years, after so it's just a scientific this thing. Now,
all right.
We'll answer that question.
Okay, thank you so much.
Finally, let's summarize. If I'm to summarize, I will have said that I've accepted. I have took the vaccine myself. And I'm convinced from the literature I've reviewed,
that is good,
and the local findings as of today, that the vaccine is safe.
All right, thank you so much. We got to go at this point, and I don't need anybody asking questions again. Please, if you haven't taken it, just go there. Do yourself a favor. It's for you, not for me. Do it. Just go and get it. Bye.
Where do you go to discover a city with contrasts? From traditional history to modern creativity, from cultural delights to golden sandy beaches. Where do you go to shop, visit museums, art galleries, and party the night away? There's only one city in Africa where all these hidden treasures can be discovered. Come and explore Lagos. Lagos is Africa's largest city, located in the southwestern coastal region of Nigeria. It is the hub of aviation in West Africa. Lagos is a pulsating city which breathes life into her people and visitors who fall in love with the vibrant energy she exudes. Lagos, a city of wonders and rich history, a city that blends tradition with Western cultures. Visit Badagry, which was in the 17th century the hub for the relics of slave trade, a place where the first story building in Nigeria was constructed. Today, we have various museums, cultural artifacts, and historical sites. In Ekpe, take a walk along the Shungbo Eredo. It's Africa's single largest man-made monument built over 1,000 years ago. As you enter Lagos from Badagry and Ekpe along the coastal townships of Lagos, it is very common to see local fishermen hard at work. The Lekki Conservation Center is a foundation committed to conserving Nigeria's resources. The center is an initiative to protect the wildlife and mangrove forests. It houses the longest canopy walk in Africa. For the sun, the sand, and sea lovers, Lagos has numerous boats and yacht clubs where you can hop on a boat and sail away to some hidden sandy treasures. In the heart of Victoria Island is situated some of Lagos's most well-known hotels and restaurants. From local meals to foreign dishes, you can find a variety of foods which will delight your taste buds. At almost every corner, one can find grilled meats being sold, popularly known as suya. Lagos, the fashion capital of Africa, has attracted many world-renowned designers. There are various Lagos-based designers whose fashion-forward pieces are coveted by celebrities all over the world. The booming fashion scene in Lagos is definitely one to keep an eye on. Moving away from coastal Lagos, we travel inland to where it is known as the mainland. If you want to visit the local markets, then Tejosho Market and Balogun Market are just a few destinations where local artisans trade items such as carvings, paintings, and materials. You can visit the shrine and watch Nigeria's best musicians perform live. The shrine was named after Nigeria's music hero, Fela Anikulapo Kuti. You can never visit Lagos without enjoying the city at night. The bars and club open and light up the skyline. You can find somewhere to relax, dance and party the night away any day of the week. Lagos at night is one you must experience to understand. It is compelling, the energy is captivating, and it allows you to forget the stresses of daily life. If you're a Christian, you must attend the annual Experience event held in Lagos. It is acclaimed to be the largest gospel event in Africa and probably the world. For the Muslims, Friday prayers can be held at any of the wonderful and beautiful mosques spread around Lagos. Many multinational companies have set up head offices in Lagos due to the state's lucrative and fast-growing economy, making it the business hub of West Africa. With the modern and new developments like the Lekki Free Trade Zone, which is being built, Lagos will be a more dynamic commerce and trade center. The Apapa port in Lagos is West Africa's busiest container terminal, handling over 625,000 consignments annually, helping to boost global trade in Lagos. With technological advances and multinational firms sinking their financial teeth into the city, it is no wonder that Lagos continuously progresses. In a few years, the skyline of Lagos will change as the Eco-Atlantic city is currently being developed. Eco-Atlantic will be a pristine piece of waterfront real estate, which will not only be the most expensive property market across Africa, it will also be the largest privately funded project of its type in the world. Lagos is an expanding city that attracts tourists from other local Nigerian cities and international travelers who want a true taste of modern traditional Africa. It's the fastest growing economy in Africa and the fourth fastest in the world. For the best festivals, movies, music, fashion, food, beaches, nightclubs, and fun-loving people, there's only one place to be. What are you waiting for? Visit Lagos today.
The vaccine offers hope for a safe country free of coronavirus. I urge all state governments, traditional and religious leaders to take the lead in the mobilization effort within their environment and spheres of influence. I similarly urge all eligible Nigerians to present themselves and be vaccinated in accordance with the order of priority already mapped out at the various authorized designated centers only.
Hello and thank you for joining us on News Update on NTA International. And here are the stories trending on the hour. I am Lami Ali. An extraordinary meeting has been convened on national security. State House correspondent Adam Musambu reports that the meeting was summoned by President Muhammadu Buhari to critically analyze and find lasting solutions to the prevailing challenges of security in parts of the country. In attendance at the crucial meeting are Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Chief of Staff to the President, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Ministers of Defense, Interior, Police and Foreign Affairs, as well as the National Security Advisor. Others include the Service Chiefs and the Acting Inspector General of Police, Directors General, Department of State Services, and the National Intelligence Agency, Director, Defense Intelligence, and other stakeholders. NTA News will keep you posted on the outcome of the meeting when made public. The African Development Bank, AFDB, forecasts that the demand and consumption of rice in Africa will hit 34 million metric tons in the next 4 years. The bank says as at 2015, Africans were consuming estimated 26 million metric tons of parboiled rice annually, and 13% of the 26 million tons are imported. Africa will therefore need to produce approximately 13 million additional tons of rice per annum to meet the demand of our growing population, as the bank observed. To increase rice production to meet the demand, AFDB estimates that the continent will need to spend $5.5 billion in production and processing. This is expected to improve the livelihood of at least 3 million producers. African farmers also need to develop technologies and infrastructure to support widespread production, processing, and commercial adoption of high-yielding, climate-resilient rice varieties. To health issues now, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and CDC confirms 62 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria as at April 29, 2021. A breakdown indicates that Lagos had 38, Kaduna and Ondo 6 each, Ogun 3, Akwa Ibom, FCT and Rivers 2 each, Edo, Kano and Oyo 1 each. The new cases bring the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 165,055. Number of persons discharged stands at 155,041, and 2,063 deaths have so far been recorded. Now, several Indian states have run out of COVID-19 vaccines a day before a planned widening of a nationwide inoculation drive. This is coming as new infections in the crisis-hit country surged to another daily record. Reports say India recorded 386,452 new cases in the last 24 hours, while deaths from COVID-19 jumped by 3,498 over the last 24 hours. And those are the trending stories on this hour. Thanks for watching. I'm Lami Ali. Political Update is next.
President Buhari summons security meeting as efforts to tackle insecurity are ramped up nationwide. Governors urge to collaborate more with key stakeholders in security, and experts speak on widening the intelligence network as prevention is better than cure. Also on Political Update today, some parties are giving incentives to women and youths to participate fully and contest elections as they represent a larger chunk of the voting populace. Plus, a case for more disability-friendly processes from electoral bodies in Nigeria. I'm Fisayo Ogunfuyi. Welcome. An extraordinary meeting has been convened on national security. The meeting was summoned by President Muhammadu Buhari to critically analyze and find solutions to the prevailing challenges of security in parts of the country. In attendance at the crucial meeting are the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Chief of Staff to the President, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Ministers of Defense, Interior, Police and Foreign Affairs, as well as the National Security Advisor. Others include the service chiefs and the acting Inspector General of Police, Directors General of the Department of State Services and the National Intelligence Agency, Director of Defense Intelligence and other stakeholders. Now, Governor Aminu Bello Masari of Katsina State has spoken against suggestions for the imposition of state of emergency across Nigeria on the security sector. The governor says the desired result will not be achieved under the prevailing circumstances.
The reality is the responsibility of securing this country is ours, all of us. We have a role to play. And we must play it for the sake of the country and for the sake of our children and grandchildren, not for the sake of the persons that are in office. I think we have to understand that whatever we do to restore security today, we are not doing it for one particular person or group of persons. If you say, okay, state of emergency, what do you do? We are having the same people, the same security agencies, the same capacities, and the same resources. So what are we talking about? We have a problem that everybody has a role to play. We better play it. Politics should be over. The security situation of the country is beyond partisan politics. It's a national concern for all of us, every responsible person in this country.
The National Executive Committee of the People's Democratic Party is calling for a national security conference as part of efforts to solve the nation's security challenges.
Nigeria project with security taking the center stage is #1 on the agenda table. The party's budget and the November 6 governorship election in Anambra State followed. In all, the need for Nigerians to eschew violence and shun divisive tendencies was advocated. The federal government was also advised to declare a state of emergency on security in the country.
This country belongs to all of us. And so we must take part, we must prefer solution. It is no longer politics.
Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, on behalf of the PDP Governors Forum, reassured of their unity towards building a stronger party and above all, support to every effort geared towards making the country safer for all.
We are loyal to the leadership of the party. We are together as governors.
PDP minority leaders in the two chambers of the National Assembly, Senator Inaya Baribe and Ndude Lumelu, as well as Secretary of the party's Board of Trustees, Senator Adolphus Wabara, also reassured of their resolve to work in as a united front to move Nigeria forward.
Still on security, meanwhile, the Senate Committee on the Nigerian Army has resolved to meet with the Minister of Finance and Service Chiefs on Tuesday next week over the releases of funds to security agencies, particularly the Army.
The central issue for the interaction was to receive brief from the Ministry on release of funds to the Nigerian Army amidst rising insecurity in the country. The bone of contention, however, is the summary of budgetary releases to Operation Lafia Dole and Operation Hadarin Daji, which showed that it was 100% from 2019 to 2020.
2019, 75 billion was appropriated. The same was released 100%. If you look at the second line there, There was even a supplementation from the service-wide vote, apart from the appropriation, which was released 100%. We have released 19.7 for the first quarter. Just yesterday, we have released 19.9.
However, a letter from the Army to the committee, on the other hand, shows that there was a shortfall of 50 billion naira.
If you say you have made a release of 100%, here is a letter indicating that from the time of the introduction of Operation Lafia Dole, they have a shortfall outstanding of 50 billion. So if you are paying them 100%, how come do they have a shortage of 50 billion?
This, the committee believes, is capable of hampering the operations of the army in tackling the rising insecurity in the country. The committee therefore resolved that the issue cannot be settled in the absence of the minister and service chiefs, as they were invited to appear before the committee on the same day. It also resolved that the minister should appear with details of release of funds to who, dates, and for what purpose such releases were made from 2019 to date.
Joining us now is Dr. Abiodun Adeniyi, Associate Professor and Head of Mass Communication Based University. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll start from the top. For a few weeks now, we've been talking about, of course, security issues. But before we talk about security itself, that the other aspects of it, especially as a teacher yourself, what has happened to a lot of tertiary institutions and some other smaller institutions in the past few months that have become targets, soft targets of bandits across. So what, psychologically, is it affecting, the academic environment, even though maybe some other institutions this side may not have, had first-hand experiences, but when you hear of this, especially to also your colleagues, how is it in the academic sphere?
Most certainly. Thanks for having me, first of all. But it will definitely affect studies and the scholarship process, because it's a process that needs peace of mind, that needs focus, and that needs you to have a predictable environment, because intellectual thrives in a system, in an orderly environment. But when you have this fear at the back of your mind, that something awry might happen, then you become worried, So it doesn't matter that it's not even happening to you. If it's happening within your environment or around places where you can easily identify with your territory, you get also disturbed, consistent with the understanding around, the feeling of community. That feeling of community will definitely steer some concern within you. But most importantly, I think it's also very good for us to understand the dynamics of crime. Criminals target the vulnerable. No criminal will venture into an area if he does not, first of all, imagine, ways of exiting. Our institutions, many of them, are not really in a state where you say they are salutary. Facilities, infrastructure, have made them very vulnerable. Perimeter fencing is nothing to write home about. And of course, some of them are located in distant places where criminals can come in and exit at will. They think about this, the vulnerability is there. Maybe going forward, we need to think about infrastructures around these institutions, increasing perimeter fencing. Of course, technologies are also there for us to think about. And of course, what about security personnel, stationing them, around those institutions, or having them ingrained within the students themselves. But again, it's also very important for us to know that we're in unusual times. How do we create a new form of consciousness among the people, realizing that these are not regular times? How do we become more increasingly security conscious, like we see happen in some other countries? Like these decisions we take, how do we make sure that those decisions are influenced by security considerations? I want to travel now. Is it safe for me to travel? The time I'm going to travel, should I go in the morning or or should I go in the evening? Should I go alone or I should go with a group of people? I mean, just to increase some level of, just to give some level of safety to my trip. This consciousness needs to be ingrained in us, given the times that we are in. And beyond the students as well, even the populace, the working population, need to be conscious of this new situation. Yes, government, they are having discussions. We need more and more of these discussions. But beyond this top-level discussion, we also need the permeation of this discussion to people who are the lower rung of the economic ladder, because most of the time they're the ones that are victims, they're the ones that are vulnerable. Information has to be passed on to them. First, for them to know what government is doing, and second, for them to also be integrated, for them to know the new things that they need to do, to mitigate or to prevent these criminal acts from being perpetrated. Criminologists will tell you about criminogenic situation or actions and environment that precipitate crime. We need to be conscious of these, mitigate them, reduce them, so that yes, we know what has led to these criminal activities, but in the immediate circumstance, there are some measures that we can take, and these are some of these measures that I've tried to highlight.
Well, some have said, just like you have seen in one or two of those reports, in terms of huge releases, especially to the security agencies, and talk about the army, for instance. Some are saying that in situations like this, a lot more should also even be put into issues of intelligence gathering to foster some of these situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes the beggars believe. In the last 12 years I've been dealing with insurgency, of course we hear about trillions released, and you wonder, like I said somewhere else, you wonder how much the insurgents or the criminals actually have. That we're spending trillions to deal with them, and we haven't been able to deal with them. So we'll be asking some of these questions, but again, it's not too late, and that's why we talk in terms of short, medium, and long term. It's not too late for us to sit back, reflect, and see how well we can make sure that funds are released, but it's not just to release funds, that the funds are actually meant for what they are released for.
All right, moving on, of course, I will still take a few of those, stories, especially the ones that are surrounding security. But we'll move quickly to, politics, a bit of politics now. The Senate says it will enact laws to improve the electoral process in Nigeria. Senate President Ahmed Lawa made his statements while declaring open a public hearing on a bill to establish the National Electoral Offences Commission.
In Nigeria in recent times are said to have been bedeviled by electoral offences. However, the inability to prosecute offenders still leaves a gap in the electoral system. The bill for an act to establish the National Electoral Offences Commission is therefore to take the responsibility of ensuring that electoral offenders are prosecuted and convicted if found guilty.
Our task here today is to examine all sides and provide insights as qualified stakeholders.
Like any other bill, it is an imperfect proposal that will improve as it makes its way through the legislation process.
The process will soon be concluded as we are presently working with stakeholders.
A cross-section of stakeholders gave their submissions on the importance of the bill to Nigeria's democracy.
We would like to see more prosecution of offenders, not just of ballot box snatchers and falsifiers of results of election, but most importantly, their sponsors.
This is an important bill in the electoral reform agenda, and we look forward to its success.
With the outcome of the public hearing, it is believed that the 9th Assembly is committed to ensuring that the bill becomes an act.
And still on elections, we have a report on the stakeholders and INEC collaborating to ensure the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the electoral process.
Ballot papers are placed up high, where it becomes difficult for someone who is on wheelchair or someone who is on all fours on the ground to be able to access. Sign language interpreters were not in place.
These are some of the challenges infringing on the rights of persons with disabilities to participate fully in electoral processes. To protect this right, INEC and the Albino Foundation have developed a disability guide. This workshop is therefore to sensitize INEC officers on disability inclusion.
We've had discussion, even with the chairman, that every electoral material for persons with disability should be designated as essential material. And I can assure you that that will be done with the off-cycle election that is coming up in Anambra.
We could take this advocacy straight even to the political parties, where the political parties need to look at their constitution.
Officials say innovations have been put in place ahead of coming elections.
Being the training and research arm of INEC, we are going to develop models really to train people on this new process and procedures.
Hopefully, the development of an implementation model and training of INEC officers on this issue will increase access, participation, and inclusion of persons with disabilities in electoral processes in Nigeria.
All right, that's a good one, especially we seem not to think about this much, but of course we know that INEC brought in bribe for, people with, visual impairments and all that, but more still needs to be done.
Yeah, obviously, improving our electoral process is a continuous thing. It's not a one-off thing, and it's good to know that we are already preparing, with consideration for all these sectors. Do not forget that the last election too, we know there were improvements, consideration for the disabled. Now we're expanding the range of disability to talk about those who are visually impaired. And the general election is just less than 2 years away, so it's gratifying that INEC is thinking in this direction. And the bill is also a welcome development. Do not forget that the bill is further to the recommendations of Justice Uwe's panel about a decade ago, that said, okay, INEC should be devolved, it should be compartmentalized because it is too heavy as it is now. And if it is too heavy, it will affect productivity and efficiency. So we trust that the National Assembly will be able to act very fast on this bill alongside other bills, ahead of presenting it to the executive for their signature. If all these things can come together at the end of the day, then we should have a better election in 2023. But again, there are concerns about the election, particularly because of questions around insecurity. But beyond the kinetic, hard power to resolving the insecurity question is for us to also understand that, insecurity perpetrated by people down there, it's a byproduct of the many contradictions we have in our system. And that's why concern should be also be ramped up in the area of improving or alleviating poverty. Because poverty essentially leads to deprivation, and when people are deprived, they think of criminality because it is innate in the human being to survive. Remembering that these ones who are perpetrating this crime, have a patently empty sense of the self. And when they have that kind of psychology, they do not value you. They do not value your own life. Their sense of humanity is diminished considerably. But it is the onus is on us not to leave them alone, to wrought damage on our system, but for us to rise up to the challenge and to try to resolve it.
Some would say, the National Electoral Offences Commission, as lovely as is beautifully couched, are we not trying to treat the symptoms rather than the disease itself? Because can we incentivize, for instance, the process in such a way that even before you think of coming to the podium, you have something to bring, and then people with criminal minds or thugs and all that, from beginning ab initio, they've been dissuaded from the process in the first place. Instead of thinking about addressing the offenses at the end of the day.
Your question is very valid, Fisayo, because you also look at it within the bigger picture of fighting corruption. If you look at EFCC headquarters now, the new EFCC headquarters in Jabi Airport bypass, it was built with about 20-something billion, standard headquarters. And you'll be wondering that the essence of the headquarters is to apprehend offenders, then you'll be wondering, why is it not possible for us to deploy resources into prevention? So if we had been able to prevent in the past, we probably would not need that kind of headquarters, or ICPC and all those things. But because we are probably not been able to prevent, that's why we are concentrating on sanctions, on prosecution and sanction. That's where we are for now. And bring it down to the electoral process as well. I mean, it's going to be a long battle for us to fight, because you are dealing with problematic political economy, questions of poverty, question of die-hardedness for material acquisition.
And of course, you have to put in the new cycle of podium, ballot, and then court.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-drawn thing. We have to look at it within a problematic value.
Because I think the politician has to keep that money for court aside for lawyers to, at the end of it. Let's move on very quickly for this one. In its bid to harness the leadership capacity of young Nigerians for national development, the African Development Congress, ADC, has offered entertainment stars free tickets to run for elective positions in future polls.
This is a learning platform. We're not just a political party.
The national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Ralph Okenwosu, while receiving a certificate of endorsement to the party from an online poll as a youth-friendly platform, advanced reasons for the choice of free tickets for the celebrities. Major among the reasons is what the chairman described as the entertainment industry's impressive contribution to the nation's GDP.
I have all reasons to believe that the youths are ready to drive the National Transformation Initiative that is well captured in the ADC manifesto, hashtag a new Nigeria at adc.com.
ADC National Youth Leader Maurice Ebam reaffirmed the party's commitment to addressing the concerns of the youth as future leaders.
All right, we have off-cycle elections and in Anambra coming up. Your last line on the show on this, and efforts, already been put in place to, have a hitch-free exercise, and looking at the backdrop of, the security challenges we are in a few short moments.
Yeah, but I think the point has been made that off-cycle elections are actually preparatory to the general elections. The INEC usually use it to test some of their experiments, some of their preparations. You can actually be preparatory in terms of watching arrangements and see how well they can perfect the process ahead of the general election. So it's a welcome development. We're all looking forward towards that election, and because resources will not be stretched, we do not expect anything to go wrong. And INEC has also said that it's only after the election that they will release they will be definitive, they will release specifics, for the timetable ahead of the general election. So we're looking forward to all this. We can only be optimistic, but more importantly, like we've been emphasizing, is the need for us to deal with the question of insecurity, which we are addressing. Conversations are going on in the National Assembly, in the executive. Everybody is concerned, but beyond top-level conversation is also the need for information to permeate the dimensions of the society down to the people, so that they can also be aware and take some necessary precaution, even if we are not necessarily blaming them. But overall, they are often the most affected, in this crisis.
Thank you very much. That has been a political update for today on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Stick with the NTA for your news, reviews, previews, and interviews over this weekend. And of course, play your politics for the greater good. Bye-bye now.
NTA, you can't beat the rich. Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria is big enough for us all. Let's unite to make our country a great place for us all. This message is from Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation in collaboration with Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
This is the network service of the NTA.
When music meets dance, love meets poetry, and stories meet drama. Your joy, laughter, smiles and giggles will be all that matter. Let's gather here. Showbuzz. Live life happy. Showbuzz. Live life happy.
I'm in chains, you're in chains too. Our uniforms and you wear uniforms too. I'm a prisoner, you're a prisoner too, Mr. Jailer. I have fears, you have fears too. I would die, but you self go die too. Life is beautiful, don't you think so too, Mr. Jailer? I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Letting you ease without saying be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer. Oh, Mr. Jailer, you suppress all my strategies. You oppress, well, every part of me. What you don't know, you're a victim too, Mr. Jailer Man. You don't care about my point of view. If I die, another will work for you. So you treat me like a modern slave, Mr. Jailer. I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Letting you hit without saying be the first to cast a stone. Oh no. If you're walking in a marketplace, down throw stones. If you do, you just might one of your own. Life is not about your policies all the time, so you better rearrange your philosophies and be good to your fellow man, jailer. Stop calling me prisoner. Let hear your words without saying be the first to cast a stone. I'm talking to you, Mr. Jailer Man. Stop calling me yours. Let hear you is without seeing. Be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer Man.
Showbuzz. Live life happy. Showbuzz. Live life happy.
It is no exaggeration that Leicester City striker Kelechi Iheanacho is currently Nigeria's hottest footballer in Europe. After scoring 14 goals in 14 games, fans of his former club Manchester City have urged the club to activate a £50 million buyback clause inserted in his sale to Leicester City. But the bad news for Pep Guardiola and co is that the option expired in 2020. Meanwhile, his Nigerian fans are hoping that he will maintain this sparkling form to help Nigeria to win the highly anticipated AFCON 2021.
Nigerian music executive and artist manager Bose Ogulu has been named one of the international power players for 2021 by Billboard. Bose Ogulu is the co-founder of Spaceship Collective, who also manages her Grammy-winning son Burna Boy and serving as executive producer for the Grammy-winning album Twice as Tall. Billboard wrote that amid the pandemic, Ogulu co-executive produced, released and promoted the Twice as Tall album from Nigeria's breakout global star Burna Boy. Twice as Tall won Best Global Music Album at this year's Grammy Awards.
On April 25, 2021, Nigerian singer and sound god boss Runtown announced his sophomore album, Signs. The album is set for release in June and it will be Runtown's first album since the highly successful Ghetto University of 2015. It is also his first since Redemption EP, after which he has released 2 volumes of Sound God First. Sound God First Reloaded has been making the rounds since it dropped on April 24, 2021.
Showbuzz. Live life happy. Now to more music.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Where do you go to discover a city with contrasts? From traditional history to modern creativity, from cultural delights to golden sandy beaches. Where do you go to shop, visit museums, art galleries, and party the night away? There's only one city in Africa where all these hidden treasures can be discovered. Come and explore Lagos. Lagos is Africa's largest city, located in the southwestern coastal region of Nigeria. It is the hub of aviation in West Africa. Lagos is a pulsating city which breathes life into her people and visitors who fall in love with the vibrant energy she exudes. Lagos, a city of wonders and rich history, a city that blends tradition with Western cultures. Visit Badagry, which was in the 17th century the hub for the relics of slave trade, a place where the first story building in Nigeria was constructed. Today, we have various museums, cultural artifacts, and historical sites. In Ekpe, take a walk along the Shungbo Eredo. It's Africa's single largest man-made monument built over 1,000 years ago. As you enter Lagos from Badagry and Ekpe along the coastal townships of Lagos, it is very common to see local fishermen hard at work. The Lekki Conservation Center is a foundation committed to conserving Nigeria's resources. The center is an initiative to protect the wildlife and mangrove forests. It houses the longest canopy walk in Africa. For the sun, the sand, and sea lovers, Lagos has numerous boats and yacht clubs where you can hop on a boat and sail away to some hidden sandy treasures. In the heart of Victoria Island is situated some of Lagos's most well-known hotels and restaurants. From local meals to foreign dishes, you can find a variety of foods which will delight your taste buds. At almost every corner, one can find grilled meats being sold, popularly known as suya. Lagos, the fashion capital of Africa, has attracted many world-renowned designers. There are various Lagos-based designers whose fashion-forward pieces are coveted by celebrities all over the world. The booming fashion scene in Lagos is definitely one to keep an eye on. Moving away from coastal Lagos, we travel inland to where it is known as the mainland. If you want to visit the local markets, then Tejosho Market and Balogun Market are just a few destinations where local artisans trade items such as carvings, paintings, and materials. You can visit the shrine and watch Nigeria's best musicians perform live. The shrine was named after Nigeria's music hero, Fela Anikulapo Kuti. You can never visit Lagos without enjoying the city at night. The bars and club open and light up the skyline. You can find somewhere to relax, dance and party the night away any day of the week. Lagos at night is one you must experience to understand. It is compelling, the energy is captivating, and it allows you to forget the stresses of daily life. If you're a Christian, you must attend the annual Experience event held in Lagos. It is acclaimed to be the largest gospel event in Africa and probably the world. For the Muslims, Friday prayers can be held at any of the wonderful and beautiful mosques spread around Lagos. Many multinational companies have set up head offices in Lagos due to the state's lucrative and fast-growing economy, making it the business hub of West Africa. With the modern and new developments like the Lekki Free Trade Zone, which is being built, Lagos will be a more dynamic commerce and trade center. The Apapa Port in Lagos is West Africa's busiest container terminal, handling over 625,000 consignments annually, helping to boost global trade in Lagos. With technological advances and multinational firms sinking their financial teeth into the city, it is no wonder that Lagos continuously progresses. In a few years, the skyline of Lagos will change as the Eco-Atlantic city is currently being developed. Eco-Atlantic will be a pristine piece of waterfront real estate, which will not only be the most expensive property market across Africa, it will also be the largest privately funded project of its type in the world. Lagos is an expanding city that attracts tourists from other local Nigerian cities and international travelers who want a true taste of modern traditional Africa. It's the fastest growing economy in Africa and the fourth fastest in the world. For the best festivals, movies, music, fashion, food, beaches, nightclubs, and fun-loving people, there's only one place to be. What are you waiting for? Visit Lagos today.
The vaccine offers hope for a safe country free of coronavirus. I urge all state governments, traditional and religious leaders to take the lead in the mobilization effort within their environment and spheres of influence. I similarly urge all eligible Nigerians to present themselves and be vaccinated in accordance with the order of priority already mapped out at the various authorized designated centers only.
Federal government determined to boost non-oil exports, says Minister of Finance. Pensioners to get consequential adjustments on benefits from May 2021 along with arrears. Central Bank of Nigeria sacks board of First Bank and FBN Holdings. Recall Adedun Tan and AK as managing directors. This is Business Express reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Musa Abubakar, your guide. Now let's begin the business of the day with export. The federal government is committed to the expansion of the non-oil sector and diversification of the economy despite challenges posed to export by the COVID-19 pandemic. Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning Zainab Ahmed said this while inaugurating the new non-executive members of the board of the Nigeria Export-Import Bank, NEXIM, in Abuja. She re-emphasized federal government's commitment to enhance funding intervention to boost productivity and exports from critical sectors like manufacturing and agriculture.
Therefore, the overriding objective of a government in setting up NEXIM is the desire to make the bank a significant player in the Nigerian non-oil export sector and other economic revitalization programs as encapsulated in the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan and its successor National Development Plan, the Nigeria Agenda 2050.
Managing Director of the NEXIM Bank, Abba Bello, assures that promoting and attracting the private sector to achieve increased exports is top on the agenda.
Of the government through the Federal Ministry of Finance, we are going to take NEXIM to the next level with such experienced hands coming onto our board, and we commit the deliverables that you have mentioned, and also what our statutory role is.
Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has approved the immediate removal of all directors of First Bank Limited and First Bank Holdings PLC, as well as the appointment of new directors. At the briefing in Abuja, the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele said that the decision was informed by reports that the Board of Directors of First Bank Limited, an important bank under regulatory forbearance regime, had effected sweeping changes in executive management without engaging or prior notice to the regulatory authorities.
Where CBN has no forbearance or any form of intervention, has the right to make any changes in its management, and after such changes, apply to the Central Bank of Nigeria for its approval and no objection. There is therefore no cause for panic amongst the banking public or important stakeholders, given that the actions being taken by the CBN are meant to strengthen the bank and position it. The CBN hereby reassures the depositors, creditors, and other stakeholders of the bank of its commitment to ensure the stability of the financial system.
The bank therefore approved the appointment of Remi Baba Lola and Tunde Hassan Odukale to chair First Bank Holdings Limited and First Bank Limited. Nigeria is prioritizing innovation and technology investments in agriculture so as to transform the sector by attracting young people and also scaling up productivity. Vice President Yomir Shibajo stated this in his remarks delivered virtually at the 2021 high-level dialogue on Feeding Africa.
The plan also is the establishment of about 142 privately owned agro-processing service centers, which will also be established to address post-harvest losses, path to market and supply chain challenges, and train about 100,000 new extension agents to address farmer advisory service delivery challenges with new technology and practice adoption.
The African Development Bank, AFDB, forecasts that the demand and consumption of rice in Africa will hit 34 million metric tons in the next 4 years. The bank says at 2015, Africans were consuming estimated 26 million metric tons of parboiled rice annually, and 13% of the 26 million tons are imported. Africa will therefore need to produce approximately 13 million additional tons of rice per annum to meet the demand of her growing population, as the bank observed. Increasing rice production to meet the demand, AFDB estimates that the continent will need to spend $5.5 billion on production and processing. Doing this, it is expected to improve the livelihood of at least 3 million producers.
The African Development Bank will invest $10.4 billion over the next 5 years to boost the development of agricultural value chains and food production in Africa. The bank will also invest $1.6 billion in the next 5 years to support 10 strategic crops to drive food security. We will do our part, but greater amounts of resources are needed to feed Africa.
The whole calorie intake, 1/3 of it is imported annual basis. And out of the 46 billion of imports, the 10 critical staple foods are 2/3 of those imports. So while that looks like a big challenge, we see it as an opportunity, turning that into an opportunity. But that opportunity can only work if our research and development centers are really galvanized.
How do we do the right research and development, which is where the IFAD initiatives are so important, and the idea of setting up a big research and development center in Africa also absolutely vital. And then finally, how do we make sure that government is properly organized in order to take advantage of these opportunities?
And now the main business of the day, promoting local technologies for. I am being joined by Dr. Mohammed Jibrin. He is the Director General of the National Board for Technology Incubation. You're welcome to Business Express.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there seems to be a technological gap in the production of goods and services. How do we harness local technology for development of the country?
Number one, when you talk of technology, you have to look at a number of things. Number one, the investment in technology. Number two, the expertise. Number three, the commitment. Number four, the quality of entrepreneurs. Number five, the machinery and other equipment. You need to look at even the production of the goods and services so that all stakeholders will come to work together. In this case, you need to involve the academia, being the knowledge providers. You need to look at the government, being the policy makers, because it is always the government that is giving the policy direction. And you need to look at the entrepreneurs, being the producers of the goods and services. You need to look at the available opportunities. I'm referring to the raw materials and other things that can be harnessed. You need to look at the identification of the intellects around. Apart from the academia, you have local people that are intellects. They have the capacity. But in most cases, they need to be supported with academic inputs. For example, if you have somebody that has a very good initiative, he can create this, he can create this. But there has to be design. Design is the application of the theories based on the parameters on ground for the purpose of estimating the actions that will take place and the corresponding reactions.
Okay, so those things that you listed, do we have them?
Yeah. These are the things that we keep promoting, we keep promoting, we keep promoting. You can look at what is happening in the rice industry now. For example, you can see we have almost conquered in the country. Mr. President is conquering because a lot of people, majority of the populace, are now having access to the local rice. And when you look at it, you have a lot of local technologies that are being applied apart from the mechanized technologies. For example, how many combined harvesters do we have in the country? Discover that it is the local people, the local farmers that are being supported by the government always are forming the major producing group. When you look at the what's the name? What do I call it? The cluster of rice producers, cluster of rice processors, cluster of those packaging rice, cluster of those marketing rice. You discover that the local rice is filling the supermarkets.
Okay, well, one problem we have is the issue of machinery now. Yes. Most of the times you find our producers going in to change our money for hard currencies, I mean the dollar, to import machineries from outside. Now, how do we use technology incubation center to bridge this gap?
See, that is the problem. We have the producers, we have the people from the academia, we have the fabricators. The fabricators need to be supported by the academia, but unfortunately...
Are they being supported?
Yeah, but not to the extent that we expect. More is required. Government is trying their best. This time around, we need to involve the private sector. For example, if I am a fabricator, fabricating an agro-allied processing machine, you are somebody from the academia. As a professor of agricultural mechanization, you are supposed to come and be guiding me, supervising. Or even the machines that have already been fabricated, taken to the market, taken to the field, and they are operating, you are supposed to find out what is happening. What is happening? Let me know the challenges. Maybe is it issue associated to dynamic balancing? Is it issue associated with a torque that is capable of dismembering or reducing the lifespan? Is it an unwanted noise? Is it maybe in the process of processing rice? Maybe it's not destoning properly, it's not polishing properly. You from the academia that has done research, that has made a lot of, that have accessed a lot of reference literatures are supposed to come to see what is happening. But for that one to happen, you need to be supported by your academic institution or the authorities, and this one is being done for now, but what is being done is not enough. I assure you, if more funds are channeled, especially towards supporting the academia, to see the innovations that are taking place in the technology incubation centers, I think it's only going to be a question of a very, very short time.
Okay, is there a working document for to promote indigenous technologies?
Of course, we have developed the working documents. We have developed, and we keep liaising with the academia. But what I am saying is not enough. For example, in the technology incubation centers, we have what we call technical advisory committee, comprising of stakeholders from within the locality. We have technology incubation centers, each of the state of the federation. The technical advisory committee is represented by people from the government, that is the permanent secretary in charge of the Ministry of Science and Technology or Commerce and Industry chairs, you get people from the academia, you get people from the regulatory agencies like Standard Organization of Nigeria, like NAFDAC, Investment Promotion Council, Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, and so on and so forth. They come to sit down periodically to assess, afresh and reaffresh, advise on the ways forward. Indeed, I am happy to mention at this juncture that various state governments, or most of the state governments, are supporting this program, but it's unfortunate that the limited resources are not covering the demand.
Okay, what role can technology play in the ongoing diversification effort of the government?
Well, indeed, you have a lot of issues technology can play. There is the issue of jobs creation, because this is the thorniest issue in the country right now. I'm sure in your house you have an unemployed relation. Everybody is having unemployed relation. You have to teach technology skills so that these people, our young ones, will learn in such a way that by the time they come out after the training, they will become experts in that place. They will become experts. It's not a question of training where after the training 48 hours you have forgotten what you have learned. We have the issue of even what we call community incubation. This for women and other youth that may not necessarily be educated. Beneficiaries of such are taught how to utilize the available raw materials using within their domain. For example, around Abuja, you see a lot of yam, a lot of tubers, a lot of so many things, but only being sold or perishables that spoil after hours from date of harvest. So those women are taught normally how to, apart from the production, it will be processing. Apart from the processing, it will be packaging, marketing. And now I can confidently say we have a lot of such kind of products in the supermarkets, even in Abuja, so major supermarkets. We have such kind of products that are products of community incubation.
Okay, what about technology transfers?
Technology transfer is a process whereby technology moves from point A to B.
What are we doing towards that? How are we taking advantage of that, considering our bilateral relations?
We are doing it at a very good level. The only thing is between the country here and the foreign countries, it is a bit difficult because they are being careful most of the time. By the time they want to transfer, they will transfer what they have already passed. So you will end up following. They will not even transfer what is even very, very relevant at the present time. That is the reason why government must always be encouraging the community from the academia.
Okay,
with support, so that we can rank at par with the developed nations.
Okay, we've seen a lot of inventions and innovations in Nigeria.
Yes.
How do we get the private sector to invest, and how do we even, to the point of even selling our own technology?
Indeed, the federal government is really trying in that case. For example, the Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, the Honorable Ministers, they have what we call the Presidential Standing Committee on Inventions and Innovations. That fund is not a token, but enough to kickstart a project, to convert into design, idea into reality, to take that idea to the prototype, and from the prototype to the market.
I'm afraid we'll have to put a hold to the conversation. Well, thank you very much, Mohammed Jibril, DG National Board for Technology Incubation.
Thank you very much.
Now, moving on, pensioners in Nigeria will begin to smile again following the conclusion of plans to effect President Muhammadu Buhari's directive for the implementation of consequential adjustment on pension benefits. Executive Secretary of Pension Transition Arrangement Directorate, PTAD, Dr. Chioma Ijekeme, say the President's decision follows the implementation of a new minimum wage in 2019 and encourage pensioners to be wary of fraudsters.
The arrears will take effect from April 2019, and PTAD will also commence payment of the arrears from May 2021. It will be recalled that on the 22nd of April 2021, I issued a press release to inform the general public of the sincerity of Mr. President to implement the consequential adjustment on the pension benefits. I made it emphatically clear that the Nigerian Union of Pensioners has no reason to go on any protest because the matter was at the conclusive stage.
The National Pension Commission has ordered recapitalization in the pension industry. The Commission has raised the shareholders' funds of pension fund administrators from 1 billion naira to 5 billion naira. Pension fund administrators revealed that the Commission in a circular gave them 1 year to comply with the new capital requirement. The Presidential Advisory Committee Against Corruption is holding conversations on the need to develop legal framework and policies to regulate cryptocurrency and other blockchain technology by considering the global trends, opportunities and risk. Comfort Amadou completes this report.
The Presidential Advisory Committee Against Corruption is holding conversations on the need to develop legal framework and policies to regulate cryptocurrency and other blockchain technology by considering the global trends, opportunities and risks, taking into account issues of consumer protection, tax evasion, money laundering, capital flight, and financing of terrorism via blockchain technology. Stakeholders at the virtual meeting unanimously agreed that Nigeria has to develop a framework for proper adoption of virtual assets.
Citizens are using it. They are eking out a living. They are engaged. They are making money. And somehow they are contributing to the national economy. Therefore, we should pay attention because of that reason. And while it is being operated, we should pay attention so that we can know who is doing what with it, so much so that the government can get revenue.
The need for transparency, accountability, particularly in the conduct of public officers, as well as politically exposed personalities, is something that requires serious checks and balance.
Cryptocurrency is just one out of the many applications of blockchain technology, which we see a lot of opportunities for, particularly for Nigeria, if we want to leapfrog into the digital economy that we're actually canvassing on a daily basis. So what we have done is we have actually issued a blockchain adoption framework and strategy, which is already in a draft stage now, and we're already engaging stakeholders.
On the side of Federal Land Revenue Service, we've joined EFCC in investigating issues of cryptocurrency, and we've been able to bring some who actually didn't go through the right process into the tax net, and also ensure that revenue accrued to government is being collected.
Time now to take a look at how the Naira is faring against other currencies. Global Market Update is next with Ineka Oko.
Asia markets struggled for gains Friday despite positive finish stateside in the previous session. The Japanese market returned to trade after being closed Thursday for a holiday. The benchmark Nikkei 225 fell 0.83% at 28,812.63. Shanghai Composite dropped 0.81%, and Hang Seng Index declined 1.97% in late afternoon trade. In Europe, stocks opened slightly higher on Friday morning, with investors' attention turning to inflation and economic growth data, as well as corporate earnings. Germany's DAX rose 0.48%, London FTSE 0.26%, and CAC 40 of France 0.03%. Contracts tied to the major U.S. stock indices slipped early Friday as investors pondered over a flurry of earnings results and a robust profit beat from e-commerce giant Amazon. The S&P 500 fell 0.4%, the Dow shed 76 points, while Nasdaq Composite dropped about 0.4%. In Africa, South Africa's main stock index dropped for a second day, slipping 0.23% in early trading. Tunisia's Tunidex, on the other hand, gained 0.14%, while Namibia overall index underperformed, slipping 0.46% at 1,391.22 basis points. That's Global Markets. I'm Neka Oku. It's over to you, Musa.
Thank you, Neka. That wraps this edition of Business Express. That the last for April 2021. Remember to keep in touch with us. So do send in your comments, observations, and suggestions. Also be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. You can also communicate with us on Twitter, and the handle is NTA News Now, and the hashtag is BizX. Business Express returns on Monday at 3 p.m. Be safe out there. I am Musa Abubakar. Enjoy the weekend.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria is big enough for us all. Let's unite to make our country a great place for us all. This message is from Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation in collaboration with Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Everything is architected and designed by the Almighty.
Someone who is a Christian is someone who lives a life of Jesus Christ. And the life of Jesus Christ is a life of sacrifice.
Yes.
This is the network service of the NTA.
That was really funny, man.
But truly speaking, man, you see this guy right here? This Sheson guy, he has always been my defense every time my mom asks me, when are you going to get married? You know, he always covers me up. Something that Buchi and Raymond can never do for anybody, you know what I'm saying?
Come on, Papa J, come on. Seriously, that's not a cool way to talk about your cousins, especially that they're not here. Family's family, bro.
Well, I guess you're right. No, but truly speaking, every time my mom says, when are you going to get married? And I say, I'll get married when Sheson gets married. She keeps quiet, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, just like you said, family is family, man.
See, guys, I'm very sure Papa is just kidding.
I'm not kidding, man. Come on, you know I'm not. Now, check this out. Do you know me and this guy had an agreement that we're not going to get married in 5 years, and it's been 2 years.
What?
Wait, what kind of a pact is that? I mean, so you're saying for the next 3 years, all the ladies in this neighborhood are in trouble?
No. That's the wrong perspective, man. All I'm saying is in the next 3 years, all the ladies can have a little bit of Papa Jesus for shizzle. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to this man right here who's giving me elbow room, man. You know what I'm saying?
Papa.
Yeah.
I think there's a mix-up. Didn't Raymond deliver my messages to you?
What messages are you talking about?
I actually called him like 2 weeks ago when I couldn't reach him. He said maybe your SIM was blocked or something. And I told him to tell you that I'll be getting married in 3 weeks' time.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
I even thought that's why we're all having drinks.
So you mean to tell me that you're planning to marry like in 3 years' time?
Nope. My wedding is this weekend.
You gotta be kidding me. Come on, Sheson.
I found a soulmate, and I see no reason why I should wait.
So what happens to our agreement?
Then go and get married.
No. Do you think this? Do you guys think this is funny? No. Don't touch me, man. Does it look funny to you guys? This is not funny.
Papa J.
No, it's okay, Sheson. Happy married life to you in advance. Cool, that's cool.
Papa J.
It was a joke.
Not joke. Hey. Wait, guys, now say you vex now.
Jesus! How body now? How you dey? How things? My daughter send me come. She say make I check on you or else your heart will just seize. Stop to the beat. Now I say, man.
Raymond, when will you ever grow up in this your life? How can you keep something as important as Sheson's wedding from me? How can you do that?
Oh. Now I don't keep him now. I just no talk him. I just do my side low key. Just my thing.
For your mind now, you be small picking. Come make I tell you, until you enter inside shrine, you're not going to say Juju get body odor. Okay. I didn't want you. Now tell me, which other thing are you keeping away from me in this house?
Nothing per se. No, nothing major. Just small things like, like say your mom see, they come here tomorrow.
What?
Bro, Sabek, take a easy. No go get this heart attack for real. If your heart sees, I don't get money for hospital. Raymond is stranded.
My mom is coming to this house tomorrow. And you just tell me. Don't you want to go make me arrangement between your ancestors? Are you mad? Are you the ticker saying last month in Abi?
But bros, no go vex, man, just
I go slap your face up. My Cinderella, my sweet pawpaw, my watermelon, my one and only Shekems. Afana. Yeah, I need a favor from you, okay? I will want you to come so that you can meet my mom. No. I'm not talking about introduction. Calm down now. Why you dey shout? I just want you to come and meet her and act like we're engaged just for... Is it because of that small thing you are saying God should punish me? No, now. No. Oh.
What happened?
She got off the phone. She said God should punish her father, not me.
For real, guys, I'm telling you this. Seriously. Marriage is overhyped. Yeah. Besides, marriage is not for everyone.
Oh, no. That's why I love you, my smart babe. My Mrs. Aristotle, a.k.a. Mrs. Solomon. You make sense, Miss Kafayatu.
Hey! What is it now? See, Raymond, I told you, don't localize my name now.
What's wrong with
My name is Kathy.
You don't know the difference between localizing and romanticizing. Kafaya.
Don't touch me.
Coffee. Okay, coffee. Coffee. You like it like this, Abby? Coffee. You know. And coffee is never sweet until they add sugar, which is me.
So, Kathy, if your parents were not married, how would you have come into this world?
Shege has a point, you know.
I always have a point.
He doesn't have a strong point, Joe. Okay, guys, check this out. Raymond has a brother, Buchi. Buchi has a son, right? Is he married? So you see, people need to be sure and ready to marry themselves before going to the altar.
Well, that's kind of true.
Eh? Uncle, are you saying you're not sure about us? Answer now.
Yes! That's my cue to leave. Papa needs me. I'm sure he's alive for this situation. I'll talk to you. Guys. Man, boss, you're a lifesaver, man. Rachel had me in a tight corner with that marriage question.
Okay, I also called you because I need the lifesaver as well.
Really?
Yeah, my mom is coming to Lagos to attend Sheson's wedding and she wants to stay here.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to call her and tell her not to come to my house?
Can you do that?
Very funny. So she can conveniently label me a bad friend. Thank you very much.
Well, this is one of those moments where I'm going to be missing Danjuma's presence here. You know, that Aboki has this way of always thinking up some very beautiful solutions to this kind of problems, you know.
Well, you know, there might actually be a solution, though.
You want to share it?
Dorothy.
Dorothy. How?
Just ask her to act as a fiancé.
Shege, I should ask Dorothy to act as my fiancé.
Yeah.
So that when my mother leaves, she will now settle down fully and start assuming that role of a fiancé and then disturb all my other runs, Abi. Shege, come on, man.
I don't think she'll
That's
be
not gonna
that.
happen,
She's
man.
quite mature. I don't think she would probably hook on to you.
Shege, thanks, but no thanks. I'm not doing that.
Okay, at least I said
Don't
something.
worry, I think I know what to do.
I'm done.
Really?
Yes.
Kilo day, na so walk, you know the finish. so walk you know they tire. Oh,
There's an easier way to get more data. Get more out of life with the new Airtel data plans. Dial *141# now. Data is life.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Bro, I hope this solution is actually worth it.
Well, I can only hope for the best.
Yo, what to do, Governor? The sharpest boy in the building!
So
What to do, man? Yeah. Good to see you, huh?
Same here too, man.
Are you kidding me right now? Really? So this is your solution? You know what? I wish you all the best. Excuse me.
Sure, boy. My man.
Man, you can stay comfortable, bro.
Yeah. What a lovely apartment you guys have here. You guys surely do have good taste.
What we gonna do now?
Nice.
So what to? Let a package be that.
You know, at Showboy Enterprises, we always deliver top notch.
That's nice.
Since the coast is clear for proper business transaction to be done, you understand? Let me officially introduce you to the super beautiful Ngozi, a.k.a. Angie, a.k.a. Love Me, I Love You, a.k.a. Lover Woman, a.k.a. Love Company.
You don't do. No need for the broadcasting. I don't already see her.
Correct. So,
Okay, that level is a bit. Sure, boy. I trust you.
That's my man, the one and only governor. Hope he's complete.
No, half be that. Later I go give the remaining half.
Papi J, you know, without the proper money, there will be no show in the boy. You understand? 100% or no deal. Angie, pack your bag, let's leave. And it's me too. No, in business, there's no friendship. Business progress when friends and family pay accurately at the right time. My man, you know, with this, you can be my best friend for life. That's what they do, Governor. You're the man, Governor. Just everything will talk out. You understand? No, I didn't know you. I believe you. You're the man, Governor. Enjoy the ride.
Tuangalanga.
Shoboy! Why is you running from... Shoboy! Why is you running from Aina?
Hey! Watch out, so...
I swear, you know, go better for sure, boy. Trailer go jammer, man.
Spandim, why are the summer course now? You don't know that swelling is for the children of devil. Please stop it. It's smelling. You know what? Just take this water, drink it, then it calm all down. Just drink it.
Oh, no. See, I never too old, but for my life, I never see husband and wife when blend like this before.
Okay, yeah?
Oh, we are blending.
I'm not too old to make me swear for you. If I swear for you, you go to walk out for the back like that.
I am the madam of this house. Nobody go feel steal this my husband. Nobody can steal him.
Auntie,
Sorry. Nobody wants to steal your husband there. Uncle Papa, there's an elderly woman waiting out in the living room wanting to see you.
Can that be? No, it cannot be. It could be person when they hawk Gary or those people when they sell Bubu or soap. Cannot be. Never.
Sabandi, where are you going? Where are you going now?
Husband wants to go and blend.
Mommy.
Nobody.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma.
How are you, my son?
I'm fine, thank you, ma.
Give me 5. My son.
It's good to see you, ma.
I know. I can see your hand, though.
Yeah.
I can see your hand. You know, you are the true son of your father.
Thank you, ma.
I saw her.
Her?
Yes.
Who? No, mommy.
Don't try to deny anything. See, I approve of her. Yes, so I do. You know, she's a very well brought up girl. Fine girl. In fact, you have your father's taste. She's just the way your father likes a woman. You know?
Mommy, see, I will explain. I can actually explain. See,
Olabode, there is absolutely nothing to explain. See, as I'm going for this Sheson's wedding, I will just be spreading the news of your wedding date.
Okay, this is what you're doing. So you leave me inside the kitchen with that your small wife. Come here. Come there, toast to this Agadia Quenka sugar mommy inside your para. Okay? Is that how you used to do? Olabode. What's going on again?
What is this?
Me? Mama Bungozik. Me is the wife of this man. He's my husband.
Auntie, good afternoon, ma.
What's going on again?
You are greeting me good afternoon.
Awesome.
What is good about the afternoon? So you are in this house. You could not pick up your phone and call me to tell me that Olabode is losing his mind.
I'll see you lose your mind.
Mama,
You lose your mind.
So
you leave me.
You remove my sin.
Won't get me trying now, nonsense. So you leave me. We settle like this. Come to follow this this sugar mommy.
Olabode. Olabode, see, if you don't stand up now, this house will not contain the two of us.
But you know that whatever it is, you can stay till tomorrow morning.
So that you will run out very early in the morning before I wake up. Olabode, even if my enemies are after me, are you saying that there's nothing you can do to stop them?
Mommy, it's not what you think.
What am I supposed to think? That you want to marry that girl with that rotten teeth? That's what I'm supposed to think.
Mommy, must you remind me of her teeth?
Why will I not remind you? See, she smile like this. That's how she smiles. If you don't go and find out, you will send that girl out of this house and think of how you will ask for Dorothy's hand in marriage. This house will become a house of commotion.
Oh, wait a moment. Are you not leaving tomorrow after the party?
Let me tell you. I have read the commandments. And the 7th one says all squatters are equal. I am now a squatter.
Mommy. But the 5th commandment also says that.
Also says that what? Be chasing commandments all over the place instead of chasing Dorothy. Olabode, do you want me to die without seeing your child? A word is enough for a good child. I'm telling you now.
Otondo, relocate your warfare to this place immediately.
Nothing to that channel. Showing if you just manage.
You the crazy? You want to make your food disappear?
But they use food to threaten person.
Dorothy.
Yes?
I don't know where to start from.
Maybe you should start by starting.
Okay, my mom wants me to ask for your hand in marriage.
And what's stopping you?
Yeah, I have this funny feeling that you're gonna say no, so...
Okay, since you already know the answer, why are you asking me then?
Okay, why don't we pretend like we're truly engaged, at least until she leaves the house?
You're very good at this. I should pretend. I'm sure the next thing you're going to offer me is money. Since that's all you do, get people to do what you want, and then you give them money.
No, not exactly. That's not it.
Exactly. Not exactly. Let me make this brief and clear. I am not going to accept any pretense, okay? And all the best with your arranged wife. This place is getting too hot. Please excuse me.
Twangalanga. How do I get myself out of this mess, man? I will take come off for this year one now.
Wait, bros. She can really give her money if she agreed to be your wife. Okay?
You see your life? Out of everything we will talk now, you don't hear anyone. I don't want consign money, now you go here.
No vex, no vex. I mean, just there is to say, make I help my cousin. So make my help my own blood.
I better go sit down here.
But you know
anything good they ever come out from this your coconut hair?
No, man, they come out. Make me say, find my go. I've been thinking for support, but you know one
Otondo, come. Sit down.
No, see. Now you dey talk.
So which level now? What do you think?
You know, the country don't hard now. First of all, you go pay.
Sure. I'm not gonna know the graph where you want plot before I pay.
Okay, in that case, like this, when you can go come. Straight up from here. Go come from here. Go fire down. Go blast. Stay there. This line here. Between there, say good like this. Don't go fire down. Go
Mama. Hey. Good morning. Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. You are going to work this early morning?
Yes, ma'am. You know Lagos traffic already, so I have to beat it.
Hey, good girl. With good job. She's even very hardworking. Oh. Okay. But please, don't forget what we discussed.
Mama, I'll give it a serious thought.
Thank you.
I left some breakfast for you in the kitchen.
You did?
Yes, ma'am. Have a nice day, Mama.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You, when are you going to take this lazy girl that you call Lefiance out of this house? Imagine, she's still sleeping at this time of the day. Anyway, I have spoken to Dorothy on your behalf.
You did what?
Hey, Subandem. Husband, why are you? What's wrong?
Hey, man, pray for them. Please. Are you no longer going back to your house?
Me, I will not leave my husband. Nothing can separate me and my husband.
Auntie, good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Good morning. Precious couple.
God forbid it.
Sorry, ma. I was just saying
Hey!
What is it?
Shege has released him again this morning.
Shege has released what?
You see, hey!
This is Shaga's cousin. He's mad. His head is not.
Are you telling me that you are living with a madman in this house?
We're going through a lot now.
Raymond, what do we do now?
Nothing, no, auntie, nothing we can do because he's looking like he wants to bite. He wants to bite. He bit like 10 people last week. No here. No here.
In this place.
No. No.
Hey Siri, calm down now. Calm down.
Hey Siri.
Calm down. You want to reset your brain with slap.
Hey Siri, behave yourself. Is he really mad now? Hey Siri.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Hello and welcome to Nationwide on the network service of the NTA. I'm Naja Atitijani, and top on the agenda is security as the extraordinary meeting summoned by President Muhammadu Buhari on national security is to reconvene on Tuesday. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the meeting is critically analyzing the prevailing challenges of security bedeviling the country.
The crucial meeting was convened in response to the renewed attacks in parts of the country by insurgents, bandits and other criminal elements undermining national security. President Muhammadu Buhari, who summoned the meeting, is seriously worried over the deteriorating security situation and is determined to do everything within his power towards finding lasting solutions. At the meeting were Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo, Chief of Staff to the President, Secretary to the Governor of the Federation, Ministers of Defense, Interior and Police Affairs, as well as the National Security Advisor. Others include the service chiefs led by the Chief of Defense Staff, the Acting Inspector General of Police, Directors General, Department of State Services and the National Intelligence Agency, as well as Chief of Defense Intelligence. Participants extensively debated the worrisome security situation, challenges associated with containment efforts, and what needs to be done urgently to restore peace, law and order across Nigeria. No official statement was released so far as the meeting reconvenes on Tuesday next week. NTA News will keep you posted on the outcome of the meeting when concluded. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
And following recent incessant attacks, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ibrahim Attahiru, has visited Maiduguri, Borno State to reassure troops of the President's commitment to their welfare and provision of equipment to end the Boko Haram crisis. The sustained visit to the Theatre Command of Operation Laifia Adoli by the Army Chief is also part of efforts at building the resilience of troops in the war front. Maimuna Garba reports.
The frequent visit by Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Ibrahim Attahiru to the Northeast Theatre of War is to keep in touch with troops on the front line and boost their morale to enable them effectively execute the counter-insurgency operations. General Attahiru reiterated the military's continued resolve to contain the security challenges not only in Operation Laifia Adoli, but across all the theaters in the country, stressing the President's commitment to providing the needed resources to address the insecurity. Reacting to Mainok attack last Sunday, the Chief of Army Staff said the military is focused on its operations.
Well, in a military operation is a duel. We have defeated Boko Haram severally. If for one time they came and we lose certain equipments, even though we were never defeated, I can assure you that we'll overcome, notwithstanding whatever had happened. We will take on Boko Haram decisively.
The Chief of Army Staff and top commanders Operation Laifia Adoli held a closed-door meeting where Theatre Commander Major General Farouk Yahaya briefed him on the counter-insurgency war. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ibrahim Attahiru, later visited wounded soldiers receiving treatment at 7th Division Hospital, where he commended their gallantry, assuring them of the military's support at all times. In Maiduguri, Maimuna Garba, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Senate Committee on the Nigerian Army has resolved to meet with the Minister of Finance and Service Chiefs on Tuesday next week over the release of funds to security agencies, particularly the Nigerian Army. This was during the committee's interaction with representative of the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. John Yaku reports.
A central issue for the interaction was to receive brief from the Ministry on release of funds to the Nigerian Army amidst rising insecurity in the country. The bone of contention, however, is the summary of budgetary releases to Operation Laifia Adoli and Operations Hadarin Daji, which showed that it was 100% from 2019 to 2020.
2019, 75 billion was appropriated. The same was released 100%. If you look at the second line there was even a supplementation from the service-wide vote, apart from the appropriation, which was released 100%. We have released 19.7 for the first quarter. Just yesterday, we have released 19.9.
However, A letter from the army to the committee, on the other hand, shows that there was a shortfall of 50 billion naira.
If you say you have made a release of 100%, here is a letter indicating that from the time of the introduction of Operation Lafia Dole, they have a shortfall outstanding of 50 billion. So if you are paying them 100%, how come do they have a shortage of 50 billion?
This, the committee believes, is capable of hampering the operations of the army in tackling the rising insecurity in the country. The committee therefore resolved that the issue cannot be settled in the absence of the minister and service chiefs, as they were invited to appear before the committee on the same day. It also resolved that the minister should appear with details of release of funds to who, dates, and for what purpose such releases were made from 2019 to date. In Abuja, John Yaku, NTA News.
The commander, Nigerian Navy ship Lugard, Commodore Clement Ebinta Atebi, has restated the command's commitment to protecting Nigeria's waterways to stem the activities of criminals along the coast of the River Niger. This was while parading 2 suspects of crude oil theft arrested by the commander and handed over to the state commander of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in Lokoja, Kogi State. Correspondent Solomon Aide reports.
The 2 suspects, Kelechi Emezim and Adamu Mohammed, while confessing to the crime, explained that they were contracted in Port Harcourt, River State, to load the 304 bags of liquid substance suspected to be black oil into a boat en route Lokoja by one Dan Asabe, who is currently at large.
I'm hearing that it's a crime to carry crude oil, but I was told that it's Kolota. That is why I followed my friend. He's the one that told me that the man called him to come and offload goods. So that is why I'm begging God to help me.
Commander NNS Lugard, Lokoja, Commodore Clement Ebinta Atebi, who described the crime as a crude oil theft, said the 2 suspects were arrested along the coast of River Niger near Itobe in the eastern flank of Kogi State when offloading the illegal substance.
In line with the Chief of the Naval Staff Directive, Vice Admiral A.Z. Gambo, his strategic directive, which was released in February 2021, was clear on the issue of zero tolerance for crude oil theft. So it was on that background that I sent my officers and men on patrol of the River Niger, and then they were able to run into these criminals. It is no longer business as usual.
The newly deployed NNS Lugard commander warned criminal elements and their cohorts operating along the coast of River Niger to refrain or face the wrath of the law. He also advised Nigerian youths to channel their energy positively for sustainable development of the country. The suspects have been handed over to the State Command, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, for prosecution. In Lokoja, Solomon Ayedehi, NTA News.
The governors of Ekiti and Kebbi states, representing the Nigeria Governors Forum and the Progressives Governors Forum, are seeking collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force in tackling security challenges affecting the nation. Francis Form reports that the governors met behind closed doors with the acting IGP in his office.
This is the second time governors are visiting the acting IGP, Usman Baba Al-Khali, since assumption of office. Discussions at the meeting centered on how to stem the tide of insecurity that the country is grappling with.
There's hardly any state you go to, as I'm sure the IG will confirm to you, where governors are not supporting the police command in the state. We are always working with our police. It's understandable anyway. They are helping us too. So it's a quid pro quo.
A lot of us expect them to do magic, and little do we realize that they are also human beings that we need to support, we need to appreciate.
At least you have seen that we have been recognized, we have been honored, we have been appreciated, and that is the best thing you can get from your leaders.
The acting IGP says such visit will encourage the force to do more in the fight against crime and criminality. Francis from NTA News.
The President has condoled families of citizens who lost their loved ones in the recent spate of killings in Benue State. The report.
Garba Shehu. The president notes with disappointment and sadness to hear Samuel Ortom, the governor of Benue State, makes a litany of accusations against his person and his government, following the recent unfortunate incidents in the state, adding that no responsible government takes pleasure in the killing of its military and that of innocent citizens taking refuge in an internally displaced people's camp. President Buhari says he is deeply pained by the terrible acts of violence happening not only in Benue State but also in other parts of the country, and expects that the law enforcement agencies will go to every possible extent to fish out the perpetrators of these heinous acts and bring them to justice. He notes that lives of citizens should not be desecrated by deploying them in political diatribe, which unfortunately appeared to be the intent of the string of emotional attacks and blame laid at the doors of the president by Governor Ortom following the killings. President Buhari took an oath to defend the life and property of every citizen, a duty he takes seriously and is committed to upholding. Those citizens, regardless of their affiliations, who either incite, sponsor, or are proven to be arbiters of these atrocities will face the law, and much more will be answerable for their crimes against citizens and nation. President Buhari continuously stresses that the strength of our country lies in our diversity in faith, culture, and traditions, and attempts to sharpen the divide between northern and southern Nigeria, Muslim and Christians, and between communities that have coexisted for centuries should be frowned upon and resisted. As Nigerians, we accuse colonial rulers of the policy of divide and rule. Today, it is our own leaders who put region against region, religion against religion, ethnic group against ethnic group, and community against community. The future of Benue State, and indeed that of the entire country, lies in harmony and respect for law and the Constitution, which are only sure way to achieve progress and development. The statement also said, while the president will continue to keep security, police and the armed forces on their toes, appealed to everyone to work together on the foundation of progress to achieve prosperity. It further said Benue State under the Ortom administration ought to cooperate with the federal government in the implementation of a number of national strategies and programs in addressing underlying issues militating against peace, progress, and development, adding that this can still get done when the interest of the people is placed above all other interests, as governments voted into office by the people should treat the people as its masters and not as servants.
And away from security matters now, President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the reappointment of Segun Runshowe as the Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture. A statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, indicates that the reappointment is for another 4-year term. Similarly, Folorunsho Kuka has been reappointed as the Director General, Nigeria Tourism Development Corporation, and Adedayo Thomas as Executive Director, National Film and Video Censors Board. Ahmed Mohamed Ahmed has been appointed as the Chief Executive Officer, Artistic Director of the National Troupe of Nigeria for a first term of 4 years. You're watching Nationwide on the network service of the NTA. We'll take a break. There'll be more reports when we return.
The federal government of Nigeria is implementing an off-grid electrification program for the deployment of solar electrification projects in primary health care centers, unity schools, and households in vulnerable off-grid communities across the country. This will be delivered by the Federal Ministry of Power through the Rural Electrification Agency. It's tagged Energy for All, Mass Rural Electrification. The program is being implemented under the National Economic Sustainability Plan, geared towards supporting the country's economic recovery in response to the COVID-19 COVID-19 pandemic. The goal is to deploy mini-grids at 200 primary health care centers and provision of solar street lighting to adjoining communities and the distribution of solar home systems to 104 unity schools. It will be implemented over a 12-month period. Let's support this awesome drive as it will create jobs and ultimately contribute to the goal of having at least 30% of total electricity supply from renewable sources by 2030. Rural Electrification Agency, announcer.
Nigerian youths are about the greatest assets the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth entrepreneurship support years by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs. Recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youths, and so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria. Pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. Application for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
After a disappointing result against already relegated Sheffield United, Brighton and home Albion will be looking to put up an impressive performance when they welcome overachieving Leeds United this Saturday. It's Brighton and home Albion versus Leeds United on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 2:30 p.m.
The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu in association with Gold.com.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now let's join our Makurdi Network Center where Fatima is standing by with more reports. It's good to see you, Fatima.
Makurdi. For its international appeal and excellence performance, the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, has presented certificates to Kwahi Puppet Theatre Group. Executive Secretary of National Institute of Cultural Organization, Ado Mohammed, presented the certificate at Government House, Makurdi. Charles Abba reports that with this Kwahi inscription, Nigeria now has 5 cultural heritage on the UNESCO representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity.
The Kwahi Puppet Theatre of the Chief Nation has continued to and demonstration of culture in diverse ways. This has drawn the attention of the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the National Institute of Cultural Organization in assessing its performance and considering it for award of Certificate of Excellence. Executive Secretary, National Institute of Cultural Organization, Ado Mohammed Yahuze, who presented the certificate to the Deputy Governor, Benson Abono, said the Kwahi Theatre has been chosen by many countries for its dynamism in the development of culture. UNESCO representative explained that the essence of the award is not only for Kwahi's promotion of peace, but to encourage the theatre not to relent in its intellectualism. The Deputy Governor, Benson Abonu, who described the award as a milestone in the history of Benue State, said, "Culture defines a nation, and that Kwahi portrays moral issues through animated format."
As a state, we will continue to partner with both the National Institute and the National Commission in order to develop and grow various cultures of Nigeria.
He specifically thanked the Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism, UNESCO and UNESCO, pledging that the state will continue to participate in cultural activities. In Makudi, Charles Abba, NTA News.
On security matters, internally displaced persons in Benue State have appealed to the relevant authorities to beef up security in the various camps to prevent further attacks on them. Blessing Omeche Ebute visited the Abagana internally displaced persons camp and brings an update.
Few days ago, gunmen attacked the Abagana internally displaced persons camp in Makudi, which left 7 persons dead and many wounded. This led to the blocking of the highway by youths protesting the attack.
This is the internally displaced persons camp in Abagana, Makudi local government area of Benue State. This camp before now houses over 8,000 IDPs until the unfortunate incident which occurred on the 26th of April 2021, leaving less than 2,000 members in this camp. I have with me here Mr. Dennis Baki, who will tell us what exactly transpired on that particular night.
We were displaced from our ancestral homes to come and seek refuge here. And coming here, no, there is no security for us. So this is enough for us. We are tired.
These attackers came directly here, and you can see, if you look at that window there, there is a bullet that came and broke that window. So the government should mobilize adequate security to the camp, not only this camp, all the IDP camps in Benue State, so that they will be secured. They will live without fears.
As at the time of filing this report, only a few IDPs were on ground, as others have fled the camp out of fear of a repeat of the attack.
We've reported to all the security agencies, and at daytime you see that securities are being patrolled here, but the IDP said at night there are no securities that stays here with them, and that brings panic and fear. So they've been leaving the camp.
In Makudi, Blessing Omeche Ebute, NTA News.
And that's our contributions from Makudi. Nationwide continues with Najatu in Abuja.
Thank you, Fatima. NTA Star Times is rewarding loyalty and patronage as it reaches out to customers with different packages in the spirit of Ramadan. Abdurrahman Usman Jibrila reports that beneficiaries were randomly selected from customers' premises.
Priestley Osiosefe, a cleric, and Usman Aliyu, a trader, are both Star Times subscribers in the FCT for many years. Their loyalty and patronage were instantly rewarded as Star Times keys into the spirit of Ramadan fast. The beneficiaries, just like Priestley and Usman, are excited that the unexpected gesture will motivate and enhance patronage of Star Times.
I've turned a marketer because like 2 of my person very close to me, they use Star Time.
Using the Star Time because Star Time is actually good and the service is very, very okay.
We really, and everybody in the house there, we enjoyed it. Even there was a time we wanted to change, they said no, Star Time is the best.
The humanitarian intervention Star Times says is to assist subscribers observing the Ramadan fast and cushion economic hardship.
Accessibility, Star Times stands out. We are known for constantly improving our content platform so that every subscriber can enjoy, because a lot of variety is the spice of life. Everybody has a particular content that they enjoy, and Star Times keeps on increasing its content.
Satisfied Priestley and others seem not only to be getting value for their patronage of Star Times, but also reward for their choice. In Abuja, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. I personally love ST Kung Fu on Star Times. Now, internal adoption of performance management systems will lead to total cultural change and enhanced service delivery in the public civil service. This was the submission of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation at the April edition of the Lunchtime Reform Seminar in Abuja. Adebola Brooksland Sunday reports.
In 2017, the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation articulated a prioritized strategy drawing on lessons learned from the implementation of past reforms and best practices. The Lunchtime Reform Seminar is to x-ray the strategy and implementation plan, performance management system, as well as successor and mentorship program. Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Folashade Yemiesan, represented in a paper presentation, said the service is working assiduously towards the actualization of the set goals.
Effective governance of the civil service as an institution, organizational efficiency and effectiveness, professional and result-oriented civil servants, ethical and accountable workforce, and improved competencies in civil servants.
Public service post-COVID-19 need to support the implementation and adoption of federal government's e-government master plan that will promote infrastructural development, digitalization of government processes and documentation.
Participants deliberated on the need to fully automate the service, abolish all forms of godfatherism, and holistic implementation of policies.
A lot of policies on ground that civil servants have sat down to formulate based on the law for the country, but why wouldn't they implement that? The issue of godfatherism also is an age-long problem that has become so pronounced these days, and it has led to indiscipline in the service.
The 2017-2020 Strategy and Implementation Plan, which expired last year, is undergoing modification with inputs from key players for re-adoption. Adeb Brooksland Sunday, NTA News.
And more good news for civil servants as the federal government has reiterated its commitment to providing adequate housing for civil servants across the country. The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, gave the assurance while inspecting the housing estate at Unidundun in Akinyele local government area of Oyo State. Shola Wahid reports.
72 units of Unidundun housing estate contain 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms of detached and semi-detached units. The minister, while inspecting the houses, charged contractors handling the construction work to speed up completion for people to occupy the buildings to ease the challenges of accommodation.
With regards to housing, we need to give something more. People are falling behind on their rent. People are facing eviction because they cannot pay rent and so on and so forth. There are sadly empty houses also. In the midst of plenty, there is scarcity. So we think that if individuals who own the houses, private sector who own the houses, reduce the demand for 3 years, 4 years, 2 years rent, it's a way of giving back.
He explained that more housing units will be provided at strategic locations in the country for the benefits of the people. In Ibadan, Shola Wahid, NTA News.
And to health matters now. Nigerians have been given reassurance about vaccines generally having the ability to prevent and eradicate diseases. This reassurance was given by guests on NTA's Good Morning Nigeria. Thomas Obeteri reports.
The slow patronage of COVID-19 vaccine is indicative of vaccine hesitance among Nigerians, according to the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19. Guests on the program believe there is need for Nigerians to change their perception about vaccines to avoid unnecessary suffering and deaths.
There are so many causes of diseases. Some of them have the vaccines and some don't have. And like the theme of this year, World Immunization Week, which says vaccine brings us closer in the way that we are closer to a healthier world, a healthier environment, a more productive world.
They agree that vaccines have distinctive advantage over every other form of health intervention and are known to protect the body naturally against diseases.
Please
go ahead and take the vaccines. It is always much, much wiser to take the vaccine and avoid all the troubles than to wait until you regret later.
You've mentioned smallpox, that's eradicated. Polio now, it's only in 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan, in the world, and Nigeria has led the way in that sense and shown to Pakistan and Afghanistan that what can be done.
That it is not proper to vaccinate people with chronic diseases in most cases, but more awareness is required on the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine. In Abuja, Thomas Ogbetere, NTA News.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control has confirmed 62 new cases of COVID-19 in the country. In the latest figures released by the center, Lagos has 38 new infections. Kaduna and Ondo states have recorded 6 new cases each, while Ogun State has 3 new cases. Others are the FCT, Akwa Ibom and Rivers states with 2 new infections each, while Edo, Kano and Oyo states complete the day's tally with 1 new infection each. Nigeria now has a total of 165,055 confirmed cases of COVID-19, out of which 155,041 have been treated and discharged, while 2,063 persons have died of the virus. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Umar Farouk, says the ministry is ready to take input from key stakeholders to improve its services, especially the management of humanitarian needs. She stated this during a ministerial briefing before the Senate Committee on Special Duties. Dayo Ogunshola reports.
In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development was among government institutions in the forefront of cushioning the impact of the pandemic. On this basis, the Senate Committee on Special Duties invited the minister for briefing.
Let it be known that the committee is not on a mission to investigate or witch hunt anyone, but rather on a fact-finding mission to see how the Presidential Task Force, the Ministry, the National Emergency Management Agency has fared in the process of discharging their duties and responsibilities as enshrined in the National Emergency Management Agency Act.
Members of the committee, while reviewing the operation of the ministry, asked questions on displaced persons, management of victim support funds, and distribution of relief materials.
Non-monetary donations and distribution of disaster relief. The ministry received major food and non-food items, relief materials from the Nigerian Customs Service, as I mentioned, and others, and the distribution of the items, which was widespread, was given to the state governments according to Mr. President's directives.
The ministry promised to build on current experience to cover more grants. From the National Assembly, Dayo Ogunshola, NTA News.
And still on health, delegates at the 61st Annual General Conference and Meeting of the Nigerian Medical Association holding in Jos say a focused and resilient health system must be developed and sustained to ensure productivity and improve quality healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Zenret Dingmon completes the story.
Which has Nigeria and the Global Health Agenda 2030 as theme, is beaming its searchlight on advancing the core values of innovation, creativity, strength of character, networking, team spirit and collaboration for efficient healthcare delivery. In realization of this, participants are meeting in Jos to evaluate their performance and identify gaps for appropriate intervention to improve the quality of healthcare.
The COVID-19 pandemic has thoroughly exposed the weaknesses of the entire global health system. All developmental issues are predicated on the pandemic.
President Muhammadu Buhari represented, lauded the timeliness of the theme and saluted the efforts of Nigerian health workers who daily put their lives on the line saving others.
And while we must prepare
for public health emergencies and emerging diseases, we must not forget that we have this albatross around our neck to improve on our health indices.
I want to appeal to all of you to please consider the lives of the average Nigerian whom you have sworn to preserve as you sustain your demands for better deals for your members.
As a state, we are doing our best to key into the efforts of the federal government to improve healthcare funding and delivery in Nigeria.
Goodwill messages came from various stakeholders, calling on participants to deliberate on issues that will move the sector forward. In Jos, Zenred Dingmoon, NTA News.
Thank you, Zenret. It's time to join our Lagos Network Center where Adiola is standing by. Hello, Adiola. It's over to you now.
Well, good to see you. Now, as part of efforts to flatten the curve of COVID-19 and also ensure quality healthcare to residents irrespective of socio-economic status, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has commissioned additional oxygen plant and blood transfusion service office at Bagada General Hospital in Lagos. Musa Toliat reports.
The medical oxygen plant commissioned is targeted at complementing the already existing 10 oxygen plants in the state. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said the project is part of the robust transformation plan to enhance infrastructural development in the health sector.
Although these critical facilities were set up to effectively address the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic, they have become a critical resource and component of our health sector infrastructure that will cater for the health challenges that not only related to COVID, but all of the health issues that we have in the state.
We have a shortage of blood in Lagos, so by making this place the headquarters of the blood transfusion center, we repurposed the facility that was developed for COVID, and that's been our strategy.
The plant has capacity to produce 100 bottles of oxygen cylinders in a day. The governor also commissioned a triage and oxygen center and blood transfusion service. Governor Sanwo-Olu hinted that as part of the health transformation plan, 5 general hospitals are currently being renovated simultaneously across the state. In Lagos, Musa Toliat, NTA News.
Care for widows and orphans is an integral part of the Islamic faith, which enhances the well-being of the faithful and a pathway to Al-Jannah. This was the focus at the Ramadan lecture organized by the Muslim community of the Nigeria Police Zone 2 Command in Lagos. Imolia Yotokede Ogunfowora has details.
Ramadan is the 9th month in Islamic calendar in which Muslims are commanded to observe obligatory fasts. In this blessed month, the faithful is enjoined to carry out good deeds and step up charitable acts to maximize rewards from Allah. Scholars at the Ramadan lecture emphasized that care for the orphan is mentioned 22 times in the Quran and that anyone who maltreats such a person commits what is considered serious sin in Islam.
Allah says in the verse of the Quran, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْيَتَامَى. They are asking you regarding the orphans. Then tell them, إِصْلَاحُ لَهُمْ خَيْرٌ. Doing things in their best interest is the best.
Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2, Ahmed Ilyasu, encouraged Muslim faithful to be steadfast and promote peaceful coexistence during and after the month of Ramadan.
We'll continue to do our best. We'll continue to look after the orphans, the widows, and those who are in need of help, who are sick. The young and the small children who have lost their fathers, these are the orphans, even those who have grown up.
In accordance with Islamic injunction, widows of police officers smiled home with gifts to alleviate their plight.
It was a surprise to us, and I pray that it is their hand they will use to collect their entitlement.
As the Ramadan fast continues, the AIG is charging police officers to be selfless, committed to duty, and brace up to fight insecurity in the country. In Lagos, Imolia Yotokede Ogunfowora, NTA News.
And those are the stories from Lagos. We'll go back now to Abuja, where Najatu is still standing by.
Thank you, Adiola. We'll be talking agric matters now. Fish farming in Nigeria has become very lucrative, with Kwara State becoming a major player in the sector. However, the state government's order to farmers to vacate Asa Dam riverbank is generating misunderstanding between the government and the farmers. Aisha Abubakar Yahya reports.
Ademola Yusuf, a graduate of accounting, ventured into fish farming just last year after 5 years of unsuccessful search for white-collar jobs, and this has changed his life for the better. Ademola, like Moses Bamidele, believes the vacation order by the government would only worsen the high unemployment rates in the state.
Here, that's where we are finding our daily means. They ask us to go. Where do you want us to start over again?
We are burning fuel every day. But if they give us direct pipe and they create their machine there, so when they are taking water from them, definitely we will pay for the water we are using.
The vacation order, according to the State Ministry of Water Resources, becomes imperative in view of the dangers the activities of the fish farmers pose to Asa Dam, the ecosystem and the farmers themselves.
250 away from our river bank. They did not observe it. Can any government be looking at them? And if the national standard has started, they will not say, government did not assist us. Governments will come to their aid. And we have to take a proactive measure now to avoid natural disaster.
Those involved are expected to reach an amicable resolution and safeguard farmers' means of livelihood without compromising the health of the general public. Aisha Abubakar Yahya, NTA News.
And now let's join our Enugu Network Center, where Chinenye is standing by with more reports.
Many thanks, Naja Atu, and welcome to Enugu. As Nigeria continues to contend with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the management of the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, has sustained necessary preventive measures at ensuring strict compliance with the various COVID-19 protocols, as monitored by Chika Ugu in this report.
Despite news making the rounds of the second wave and potential third wave of coronavirus across the world, many seem to have laid down the guards in ensuring prevention of the dreaded disease, especially with the invention of the vaccine. The airport is usually one flashpoint for easy infection of the disease, with movements of people from within and outside the state and country. Although management of the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, declined comment on the situation, it was, however, gathered that travelers are still maintaining COVID-19 safety protocols. From the entrance of the airport, a team is strategically positioned to ensure passengers sanitize their hands and bags, as well as have their temperatures checked. They also ensure face masks are properly worn. At the arrival and departure lounge, seating arrangements are properly coordinated to ensure social distancing.
The young man at the gates, I wanted to enter he just said, "Madam, please, first of all, sanitize your hands." And my temperature was taken.
I think they are complying. At least they ensure that people come up with their face masks and ensure that people, cleanse their hands before coming in.
Air travelers also appealed for the reopening of the international wing, noting that the stringent measures and COVID-19 response activities enforced in the airport will prevent the spread of the virus and limit chances of the third wave in the country. In Enugu, Chika Ugu, NTA News.
The Southeast Support Group for Professor Isa Ali Pantami, Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, has advised Nigerians not to politicize the statements made by Professor Pantami, especially after he has apologized for the comments he made in the past. The support group stated this at a press briefing in Enugu. James Oparekocha reports.
The group said politicizing the Professor Isa Pantami issue along ethnic and religious lines, as some people are desperately trying to make it, is not in the best interest of the country. They noted that the minister has recanted his previous stance, attributing it to useful exuberance. They pleaded with Nigerians to rather focus more on the good jobs the minister is doing today for the nation.
We, the conveners and members of the Southeast Support Group for Professor Issa Ali Pantami, are here to lend our voice to the presidency and Pantami. We do not think the issue should be politicized along ethnic and religious lines, as some people are desperately trying to make it. To err is human, and to forgive is divine.
They insisted that the minister has said he is not a terrorist and should be accepted in its face value.
We therefore call on all and sundry to let the Pantami issue go away.
Conveners of the Southeast Support Group for Pantami, Emeka Akwobi and Ubo Williams appealed to Nigerians to judge the minister by his present character.
We are here to make that impression for people to believe that he has given a clear indication that he is not a terrorist.
We are here to support our Honorable Minister and nothing but that.
In the last couple of weeks, the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Professor Issa Pantami, has been under intensive media focus over comments attributed to him in the past. The presidency has since then said it was totally in support of the minister and urged those fighting him to back down, as they are satisfied with his performance as the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In Enugu, James Oparicocha, NTA News.
And that is it from Enugu. Nationwide continues with Naja Atu in Abuja after this commercial break. This day.
My name is Alhaji Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information and Culture. I just received my first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, and I'm glad I did so. This vaccine has been proven to be safe and efficacious. And as long as we take this vaccine and we continue to obey the COVID-19 protocols, such as frequent washing of hands, use of sanitizer, wearing of masks in public places, keeping social distancing, avoiding gatherings, we are sure going to beat COVID-19.
Contemporary times require practical skills to remain competitive and relevant in your organization. Therefore, take advantage of NTA TV College short proficiency courses to sharpen your professional skill. Protocol, Event Management and Public Relations. Date 3rd May to 14th May 2021. 2 weeks. Intermediate Camera Operation Techniques. Date 17th May to 11th June 2021. 4 weeks. The course fee for the 4-week course is 100,000 naira per participant. The fee for the 2-week course is 80,000 naira, while the course fee for the 1-week course is 40,000 naira only. Accommodation inclusive. Venue for all the courses is the serene and secure environment of NTA TV College near Old Government House, Rayfield, Jos. For more inquiries, please call 0803-314-4383 or 0806-980-9807. NTA TV College, Jos. Training you to be the best you want to be.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, The Sports Parliament. Revitalized with lots of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector and projects an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports. On NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m. running for 1 whole hour discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the Sports Parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the Sports Parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, with his gavel to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
Our after a disappointing result against already relegated Sheffield United. Brighton and Hove Albion will be looking to put up an impressive performance when they welcome overachieving Leeds United this Saturday. It's Brighton and Hove Albion versus Leeds United on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 2:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu in association with Gold.com.
It's nice to know you're still watching Nationwide on the NTA. The Senate Committee on Local Content says Nigeria will have an improved legislation which will upgrade the provisions in the nation's oil and gas sector. This was while investigating allegations of foreign domination in the country's oil and gas sector. National Assembly correspondent Abdullahi Aminu reports.
Submissions received by the committee were on the experiences of Nigerians in the diving activities and training by foreign oil and gas companies with a view to strengthening the country's diving policy.
Over 60% or 70 or thereabout are jobless. And most of them have changed profession. All the expatriates that we worked with them and trained with them, we are giving that same certification.
A lot of them are all foreign qualifications, to be absolutely frank, in terms of the people who ascertain the participation of these drivers.
70% employment provision to Nigerians by operators in the country's oil and gas industry, and the inability by Federal Ministry of Labour, Employment and Productivity to inaugurate the Divers Advisory Board were the major areas of concern at the investigative hearing.
The printing and gazetting of regulations then paved the way for implementation in line with the regulatory functions of the ministry.
The regulations were designed to ensure that the diving subsector is properly regulated in view of its strategic importance.
The committee said it will conduct another meeting in order to be in a better position to make appropriate recommendations that will help revamp the country's diving subsector. From the National Assembly, Abdullahi Aminu, NTA News.
Barely 1 month after the fire incident which razed a substantial part of the Tidum-Wada Gusau Market, Zamfara State government has compensated victims. The victims received cash assistance based on the value of what they lost to the fire as a contract for immediate reconstruction of the more than 40 destroyed shops. And the market has also been awarded. Jamilu Ibrahim reports.
It will be recalled that a fire outbreak razed a substantial part of the popular Tudunwada Gusau Market, Zamfara State in March this year. This prompted Governor Bello Muhammad to set up a committee under the leadership of a renowned Islamic scholar and the State Sheikh Ahmad Ibn Umar Kanuma, which alongside the State Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development conducted an assessment and came up with the actual number of traders affected by the infanu and the loss incurred by each and every one of them. Zamfara State government has promptly responded to the plight of the affected businessmen and women. Each of the victims, numbering 67, received cash assistance as a full compensation of what they lost to the infanu.
Nothing is reduced from their claims. Nothing. Every single person amongst them, whatever he or she estimated, is what is given to them.
The gesture, according to Zamfara State government, is to enable the affected traders to resume their business activities with minimal delay, as it also awarded contracts for the reconstruction of the raised portion of the market at the cost of more than 100 million naira. The chairman of Tudunwada Gusau Market Traders Association and other compensated businessmen who spoke with NTA News expressed gratitude to the Zamfara State government for the immediate intervention.
Though nobody prays for disaster, the infano has become a blessing to us because we have been overcompensated.
The traders received cash as a full compensation of what they lost to the infanu, ranging from more than 100,000 to 1.7 million naira in Gusau. Jamilu Ibrahim, NTA News.
Thank you, Jamilu. Board of Sports Federation dissolved as Eyimba get quarter-final opponents in CAF Confederation Cup. Details with Bade Adele on Sports Update.
Youth and Sports Development Minister Sunday Dare has activated the commencement of electioneering in all 31 National Olympic Sports Federations except football after dissolving their boards, which have run for the full Olympic cycle of 4 years. Director of Federation's Elite Athletes Department in the ministry, Simon Abuja, delivered the minister's speech and set a 3-member caretaker committee for all federations.
The ministry requested all national sports federations to submit their constitutions. Regrettably, as at date, only 7 federations have complied. Having consulted with the Nigerian Olympic Committee, the ministry has concluded to organize elections into the federations using the Code of Governance, which is the administrative machinery that regulates the governance of sports federations in Nigeria.
In the meantime, Nigeria's Enyimba International will have to overcome Pyramids FC of Egypt to advance to the semi-finals of the CAF Confederation Cup after both teams were pitted together in Friday's quarter-final draws. Enyimba, who finished atop Group A to qualify for the last 8 stage, will travel to Egypt for the first leg on 16th May, while the People's Elephants will host their North African rivals in the return leg on the 23rd of May. Elsewhere, Brighton will be looking to ease their relegation fears when they welcome Leeds United to the Amex in the Premier League on Saturday, with the match live on NTA Network from 2:30 in the afternoon. Other match day 34 fixtures will see Chelsea entertain Fulham later on Saturday. Sunday's clash between Newcastle United and Arsenal will be followed by the Old Trafford meeting between bitter rivals Manchester United and Liverpool. With Sports Update, Bade Adeleye, NTA News.
Sports Update concludes the news on Nationwide. Thanks for watching. Do remember to stand with NTA against rape and rapists. I'm Najat Tijani. See you next time.